Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us in San Diego for today's Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Sheena Brooks, the board's administrative liaison and board clerk. I would like to start by introducing our staff joining us today and thank each of them for their assistance in setting up this meeting. From the Board of Environmental Safety, we have Swati Sharma, our executive officer, Greg Forrest, our attorney, Jessica Swan, who's joining us virtually. She is our ombuds. Linda Ocampo, our hazardous substance engineer. From OEIM, Matt Cummings, Jenny Sanchez, and Jason Rayleigh. From DTSC, Adam Calvillo Kane. CSUS, Gabriela Cinquini, Sue Woods. From CIT, Jeanette Hernandez, Leticia Reyna. And from Cal Recycle, Abe Myers, Joaquin Murrieta, and Josh Levesky. This meeting is being recorded, and by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is March 23rd, 2023 at 9:01, and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Sheena. Will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo.
Present.
Sushma Bhatia. Georgette Gomez.
Here.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker. Lizette Ruiz.
Present.
All members are present. A quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. We are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation by phone and Zoom. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I would like to instruct everyone to select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. To do so, everyone needs to select the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar, which is located at the bottom of your screen. Here you will see three options. Please select your language preference at this time by selecting either English or Spanish. If you select Spanish, you will be placed in the Spanish interpretation room. Please note, if you do not see the interpretation icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For participants who have joined in person and would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, we do have headsets located at the back of the room. Please head to the back and a staff member will assist you. For those of you joining us in the room and will be joining along on Zoom, please ensure that both your speaker and microphones on your devices are muted. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish, and the phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide. They will be provided in the chat, and they are also posted on our website. I would like to take a brief pause while we check in with our interpretation to ensure interpretation is being translated.
Buenos días a todos. Vamos a hacer una revisión logística a esta reunión y vamos a conducir la reunión de hoy en persona también. También estamos ofreciendo la participación y la opción remota para el público a través del teléfono y vía Zoom. Para aquellos que están con nosotros vía Zoom, nos gustaría introducirles e instruirles a todos que seleccionen por favor el lenguaje de su preferencia con la opción y que puedan también participar en la reunión de hoy. Para hacer eso, a todos necesitamos que seleccione el icono de interpretación en su barra de Zoom que está localizada en la parte de abajo de su pantalla. Usted verá esas tres opciones. Por favor, seleccione su lenguaje de su preferencia y en ese momento puede usted también elegir español o inglés. Si usted selecciona español, usted podrá también hacer la interpretación o escuchar la interpretación en español. Por favor, note que si usted está viendo la interpretación, el icono en español, usted necesita actualizar su aplicación de Zoom. Para todos los participantes que están aquí a través en persona, si usted prefiere participar en esta reunión en español, nosotros tenemos también localizados los audífonos en la parte de atrás de este auditorio. Por favor, vaya atrás y pídale a alguno de los miembros del equipo que le puedan ayudar. Para esto, usted puede estar también uniéndose en este cuarto y también a través de la plataforma Zoom para asegurarse que las dos están los micrófonos y sus dispositivos están trabajando, por favor, mientras usted no esté hablando, apague el audio. Si alguien experimenta alguna dificultad en la conectividad con Zoom, usted puede también hacerlo a través de inglés o español y los números estarán proveídos en esta gráfica que estarán también puestos en la cajita de chat. También se van a poner en nuestra página web. Si alguien ahora, vamos a darle espacio a nuestros intérpretes. Back to you. Gracias.
Thank you. We'd like to thank both Leticia and Jeanette for joining us this morning as they translate today's meeting. So thank you. Okay, so additional logistic information. Please look around now and identify exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the case we have to evacuate the building, please exit chambers towards the elevator lobby and use the stairs at the end of the elevator lobby on the left side. Evacuation maps can also be found in the lobby. Restrooms, water fountains, and the elevators and stairs are all found in the lobby, which is to the right, located outside chambers. Meeting materials are provided on the registration table at the room entrance. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn it off altogether. The chat function is enabled, and as a reminder, today's session is being recorded, and on a recorded Zoom, all chat becomes part of the recorded record. So please be mindful of that. For those joining us on Zoom, please stay muted throughout the meeting unless you are making a comment. We ask that you turn off your video cameras unless you're making a comment to ensure there is enough internet bandwidth. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. When we open the floor for public comment, I will alternate who I call on first between in-person and Zoom participants. There are several different ways in which you can participate. For in-person participants wishing to be recognized for comment, please raise your hand to prevent a line from forming at the podium, and I will call you up individually. For those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined our Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom. We ask that when it is your opportunity to comment, you speak at an even pace to ensure all participants can hear you. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may use the chat function or submit it to us via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And to ensure that all members of the public who wish to do so get to speak, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. To manage time, I will let you know when there are 30 seconds remaining and then when the 3 minutes are up. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. If you are commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item 2.
Good rainy morning to everyone, wherever you are, all 70 or so of you so far on Zoom, and those of you who've braved the weather to be with us here in San Diego. We have a tight and yet another jam-packed agenda today. Our meeting, and we're so grateful to be able to be here in the San Diego City Hall chambers, but we have to end at 5 p.m. So we've allotted a certain amount of time for each agenda item. We will do our best to complete all items within our time frame, and we recognize that some sections may require additional follow-up. I would like at this time to have her stand up and thank the newest member of our Board of Environmental Safety staff team, Linda Ocampo, our hazardous waste engineer. We're so pleased to have you, Linda. Linda was hired at the very end of February. She has 8 years of experience providing technical services for environmental remediation projects across Northern and Southern California. For the last 2 years, she provided support for DTSC's site mitigation and remediation program as a hazardous substances engineer. She holds a bachelor's in environmental resource Resources Engineering from Humboldt State University, and now resides in her hometown of Los Angeles. Welcome, Linda. This morning, we will hear from Green Action. There's a presentation that they will be doing remotely via Zoom. And then at 10 a.m., we will delve into the permit appeals process, followed by DTSC leadership report by Dr. Meredith Williams, and then public comments for items not on the agenda. After lunch, we'll have a presentation and discussion about Exide, followed by our standing ombuds, executive officer, and board member reports. So starting off, and I assume Bradley Angel is on, Sheena, correct?
Correct.
So I want to welcome Bradley Angel and Miguel Alatorre with Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice for agenda item 3. We've allocated 20 minutes for your presentation today, Bradley, followed by 15 minutes for board discussion and 15 minutes for public comment. So welcome, Bradley, and I'm sure the technical people will now make that happen.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. And Miguel and Brian, you there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's just get started. So again, my name is Bradley Angel, and I am the Executive Director of Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. And we appreciate the opportunity to bring really important information to the attention of the Board of Environmental Safety and to insist that decades of environmental racism and regulatory malpractice by DTSC come to an end immediately, so that DTSC actually carries out its mission to protect public health and the environment from toxics. I'd like to ask my colleagues in Kettleman City to introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the presentation.
Yeah, this is Miguel Alatorre, community organizer and policy advocate for Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice, and I'm out here in Kettleman City, California.
My name is Brian Cadena. I'm Green Action's community organizer and air monitoring tech and training, and I also reside here in Kettleman City.
All right, so we have a lot to cover, and but we're going to highlight issues that impact the whole state and beyond, focusing on Kettleman City and Buttonwillow, but keeping in mind that from one end of California to the other, from north to south, from east to west, communities are suffering because DTSC is not doing its job, whether it's around toxic cleanup issues, expired permits on facilities, pro-polluter policies. And just to give you background, most of what we're going to talk about today is straight from DTSC's own documents, from the EnviroStore database in particular, as well as community knowledge and experience, the 2016 Kettleman City Federal Civil Rights Settlement, and other information. Miguel, if you could talk about these couple of slides.
Are you going to move on to the next one?
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. So some of the background of what we're going to talk about today is going to be the civil rights and language access laws and policies that DTSC put in place that cause our facilities to be permitted in Kettleman City, and something that we fought back in 2016 with our Title VI civil rights settlement. And out of it came Senate Bill 673, which required DTSC to adopt cumulative impact criteria, and it's not something that's been completed, and we'll definitely get into the meat of those things. And yeah, if you could go to the next slide, Bradley. So the state's 2 hazardous waste landfills are being allowed to operate literally forever on expired permits, and so that's something that DTSC has been allowing to keep happening through the way that their buddies at Chem Waste are allowed to make mistake after mistake, and their permits are expired and they're still open today. And it was those processes were done here locally in Kings County through police intimidation and through taking people out of hearings for asking for translation. And so those types of things are what they use to let us know here in Kettleman City that this hazardous waste facility is perfectly safe and was made with perfectly safe laws, and it really wasn't. It was all harassment. I saw my grandfather get literally dragged out by 8 police officers for asking for the simple translation and for time to speak when people that the company had dragged in with semi trucks and flown in from other places around the states came in and were, saying all kinds of horrible things to us in derogatory terms. And it's really traumatic to think that DTSC used a process where my grandfather, for the crime of asking for the same time to speak as English speakers, was dragged out. And then while that was happening, my grandmother, God rest her soul, who is no longer with us, she tried to what are you doing with my husband? And the police pushed her to the ground also. And so it's a really, traumatic experience for my whole family. And, that's something that we have to live with every day still, the consequences of the waste dump still being here. So if you could go to the next slide.
Yeah, and if I could just add, this is Bradley, if I could just add that the same situation is with the Clean Harbors Buttonwillow Hazardous Waste Facility that is on 17 years, and we'll get into it, 17 years on an expired permit. And just like the Kettleman Hills facility, both of these permits were issued by DTSC, so long ago, using racially discriminatory processes, English-only process, police intimidation. And I'll just point out the current county hearing that DTSC used for the Buttonwillow toxic waste dump back in 1994. I was personally dragged out of the hearing for the crime of introducing myself in Spanish, all with the intent of the county officials to intimidate the Spanish-speaking residents. And that is not okay. But these are the permits that DTSC has allowed to continue to go on for years and years and years, expired. So Miguel, do you want to start this one? Then
yeah, I'll start this off too. So this will speak to the longevity of how long we've been advocating for these issues. And so this was before my time formally on Green Action staff. And so I was only a volunteer / youngest board member at the time. And in 2015, Green Action and El Pueblo para el Aire y Agua Limpia de Kettleman City, the People for Clean Air and Water, filed an administrative civil rights complaint against DTSC and Cali PA. The complaint alleged that there was racial discrimination against the Latino and Latina Spanish-speaking residents of Kettleman City in the DTSC permit process that led to the expansion of the Kettleman Hills hazardous waste landfill. And so we were kind of touching on that earlier when we said that, my own grandfather was dragged out of meetings and, people that were speaking Spanish only had half the time to speak. I mean, these are literally like Jim Crow era policies that were used to put a dump in place that's still, very much polluting my town. And I'm going to let Bradley speak on the specifics of that, as I wasn't on staff while this happened. So Bradley, you have the floor, but you're on mute. You're still on mute.
Did you call for the next slide?
No,
Okay.
he's going to go through the specifics of the civil rights complaint, kind of the background that happened while I was not on staff. And so I'll give some background while Bradley's figuring out his computer situation. But during this, my mother, Maricela Mares Alatorre, was on staff. And so she, along with Bradley, worked hand in hand with DTSC and Cali PA, who signed on the line that they would implement Senate Bill 673. I think Bradley's back, right?
Yep.
There you go.
All
Yeah, you're
right.
back.
Okay, a second, I'm sorry.
Take it away.
Okay, so when we submitted this civil rights complaint with the US EPA Office of Civil Rights, it was accepted almost immediately for investigation. And both sides, Cali PA, DTSC, Green Action, El Pueblo, we all agreed to federal mediation. Little did we know that it would go on for 7 months of intensive federal mediation, but a historic precedent-setting settlement was reached. And all of us applauded at the end from, it was tough mediation, tough negotiations, but everybody smiled, shook hands, cheered when we reached the settlement. And there was some awesome things in this. And one of the really great things that happened was it helped finally bring about clean drinking water to Kettleman City. And the state really helped finally doing it. But it took a civil rights complaint to get this going. The settlement applies statewide, not just to Kettleman City, to all facilities under DTSC's jurisdiction, including the landfills in Kettleman and Buttonwillow, and requires compliance with civil rights and language access policies. And today we're not going to talk about the civil rights violations going on in communities around the state. What we're going to focus on for the next few minutes is some of the most serious violations. And the question is, does anybody at DTSC, and we would challenge Cali PA Secretary Yana Garcia to deal with this, because DTSC is just ignoring it. The settlement required DTSC no later than January 1st, 2018, 5 years and 3 months ago, to adopt criteria for permit issuance that would consider vulnerability and existing health risks using things such as Callan virus screen. It was also mandated by Senate Bill 673. More than 5 years later, DTSC continues to be in knowing, intentional, and complete violation of the civil rights settlement and of state law, Senate Bill 673. This is not okay. It is not legal. And it's particularly outrageous because the permit process is moving forward without the mandated cumulative impact criteria. Brian, if you could address this one, and then we'll just keep moving.
If you can move to the next slide, please, Bradley.
Yeah, you have the Callan virus screen 4.0.
Oh, one more, I think.
So the data on Kettleman City and Buttonwillow show that they are scored high on Callan virus screen. Callan virus screen takes health factors such as low birth weight and respiratory impacts, environmental degradation, as well as socioeconomic factors like healthcare and income levels into consideration for these results. Both communities suffer in these areas, and the data shows that it's time to stop letting these dumps run on expired permits.
Also, if I may add, as a resident of Kettleman City, a lot of the data that's in Callan virus screen 4.0 is actually very, very flawed, including one of the main facts is that it states that Kettleman City is a community of 4,600 people, when in reality, I think the census tract data shows that it's about 1,510 residents. That's what our sign says. And so very big disparities between the data that's on there and what they show. And also, I believe under the Callan virus screen data, it doesn't exactly show the waste facility in our overall score. If not, I think it would have a score a lot higher than the 96 percentile. We might actually score in the 99 percentile. And so just some things to keep track of is that I think that it's going to take a lot better communication between agency folks and us nonprofit people on the ground who kind of know some of those statistics a little better. So just a little tidbit on that. And Bradley, if you could forward the slide.
Yeah, the slide on expired permits is now up.
Okay, so I'm going to read this out loud, so just so we could reiterate, kind of like the travesty of what's going on here. And so expired permits, and Waste Management's Kettleman Hills facility has permits that were issued nearly 20 years ago in 2003. So their permit expired June 30th, 2013, 9.5 years ago. Then the Clean Arbors Buttonwillow facility has a permit issued over 26 years ago in 1996, almost as old as I am, and a permit expired April 6, 2006, 17 years ago. And the reason why we wanted to bring these up as really big highlights is that as a person of color in a community that's over-policed, even at community hearings, if I was going to show up to, say, a waste management meeting, and I know already that the police are like full force there, and I show up, and they know that I drove my car without a license, I'd be damned if I drove away from there, because you best believe they would arrest me quicker than I'd hope. But what I'm getting at is that these facilities are still polluting my town. They're still dumping trash. They are still getting violations, and they're not even permanent facilities. And so I'm really disturbed being a resident and, you know, an advocate of like what's going on with our leadership, if that is something that can keep constantly going on, where they can just break law after law after law and come out with, you know, different forms of bureaucracy to cover their backs and check boxes on how, oh, they are trying to be in compliance. And so these are really disturbing facts, and we need to remedy these now.
And what makes it worse is not only are these expired permits, but our research from DTSC's own EnviroStore website. And I challenge and we insist that the Board of Environmental Safety spend the time that we have going through EnviroStore. So not only are these permits expired literally forever, and DTSC allows them literally to operate on expired permits forever, but it gets worse. We have documented from EnviroStore what appears to be either tremendous incompetence, but I actually think it's pro-polluter foot dragging that has allowed these facilities to drag out the process so they don't have to face a public permit process. So both Chem Waste for the Kettleman Hills facility and the Clean Harbors Buttonwillow facility were issued not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 notices of deficiency on their renewal applications. And DTSC should have started the denial of permit application processes, yet they have not done so. DTSC claims that, oh, the NODs are all for different things. We see it differently. We think the
slide 3
NODs,
or to the next slide. I'm sorry.
yeah, so we think that, you know, DTSC, and if you look at the chronology on EnviroStore, you will see huge gaps in time between responses, both from the company and DTSC, that has allowed these atrocities to continue.
Can we go to the next slide?
There you go, Miguel.
So again, if you look at these dates, and me and Bradley have definitely done the research, but unfortunately we didn't have the time and the hours and the day to put up exactly what NOD is for what. And so normally, from what we've been told, it's 3 strikes, you're out when it comes to notices of deficiency. But the thing is, if you're buddies with DTSC, DTSC will just make each notice of deficiency for a different thing. And so that way they get to keep operating on expired permits essentially forever. And it's pretty much a slap in the face to residents who have been advocating for now generations that this place is not healthy for us. It has a clear history of violations and chronic failures, and yet it is still operating today, all these years later, 3 generations of fighting later. And it's just insanity to know that there are agency folks that could easily put a stop to this. You know, they're already at their 4th notice of deficiency. It's going to be laughable if you guys just keep giving it to them. And so we're really at this point asking for some type of accountability, some type of action that shows us that, you know, the agencies that are in charge of our health really do care for us and are not, you know, just abandoning us to this.
Right. If I could just add that we were looking for we had understood there were 4 notices of deficiency for each company's renewal applications. But if you look at EnviroStore, you see the first one, you see the second one, you see the third one. What do you know? You can't see the 4th one. And I do want to thank Wayne Lorenzen from DTSC for confirming this bad news, that there were actually 4 for each of the facilities. You know, we're pretty experienced researchers. It's really even just impossible to find, virtually impossible. And Wayne Lorenzen informed us yesterday that actually that EnviroStore database isn't set up to handle 4 notices of deficiency, probably because who would have thought a company would get away with this nonsense, except they are. So we want to just have a couple of minutes here. So what our research has shown, and you can go to EnviroStore and look at the content for each notice of deficiency. It's all there. We see huge multi-year gaps between the responses to the initial renewal applications, responses on both sides from the companies and DTSC. in the NODs. It just goes on forever. Missed deadlines at both Buttonwillow and Kettleman City. You know, again, these charts are for both each of the facilities. I won't take the time now. It's all there, and this presentation is available. It is completely outrageous, and I think quite intentional. Before we get into our final recommendations, the solution is not bringing these facilities into permit compliance does not mean give them permits. And we understand DTSC is already talking about that, yet the public process hasn't even begun yet. So that's not legal. That is not okay. But also, and we also are very concerned about DTSC actually participating in allowing and itself sending California toxic waste to solid waste garbage dumps in vulnerable communities in Arizona and Utah. The ones in Parker, Maricopa, Yuma are all next to tribal lands. And East Carbon is a really low income, working class, depressed old coal mining town. And this is not okay to dump California toxic waste in garbage dumps. So we want to wrap up by going into the kind of the recommendations. So Miguel, I'll let you just walk through this.
All right, so before I get to these two, as a resident, I just want to say we need someone to help us. We need someone to do better, and we need someone to do it right away. It's been too long, and I apologize that you guys hear myself and Bradley go on these really long rants where we say the same things, but the fact of the matter is we have to say the same things because the same things have been going on for 30 plus years. And if you think you're frustrated with hearing it, I'm frustrated with saying it. I wish it would just get done. And so with that being said, these are some demands that we have and that we would like to see happen right away. And so the first would be stop dumping on Kettleman City and Buttonwillow, no new permits, period.
DTSC must immediately comply with civil rights laws and Kettleman City Title VI settlement.
DTSC must adopt criteria to consider cumulative impacts and permit decisions. And you're on the path not to do that. And there's no
Or
accountability.
hazardous waste facilities operating on expired permits must be closed immediately. And that does include my home facility of waste management and the Buttonwillow Clean Arbors facility.
We would also like to see that California hazardous waste must not be shipped to out-of-state solid waste landfills, and they're burdening us with this waste, and just sending it to another BIPOC community is not any different.
And waste that cannot be safely treated on site must be disposed of in a properly licensed facility, and definitely incineration is not acceptable either.
DTSC must prioritize and fund a major hazardous waste reduction effort.
Contaminated sites and communities must be properly and safely remediated. That is a very important one.
And very importantly also, and I really want to acknowledge Cynthia Babbage, Jane Williams, and others, and our colleagues in the California Environmental Justice Coalition, state and federal government must increase research and funding for non-landfill, non-incineration treatment technologies, such as supercritical water oxidation. We cannot keep dumping on the most vulnerable communities in the state. We cannot allow these this environmental racism to continue. So we want to thank you for the time, and I think our time is up. So thanks. But we look forward to discussion here.
Thank you very much, and thank you
Thank
for
you for the time.
providing it to us in advance, and then it is posted on our website, and the revised copy you sent us, I think yesterday, will replace the one that's up there. So thank you for that. We'll now have any board discussion, questions for our presenters, or discussions amongst ourselves. So then we'll go to public comment and we'll loop back around again. Board members? Okay. Alexis?
This is Alexis. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation and the recommendations. I think the board members are aware of how desperately we're looking for, statewide and elsewhere in the country, innovative treatment technologies so that we can reduce our dependence on landfilling, both within California and outside California. At the moment, though, it's so very difficult as we look at the public expectations for prompt cleanup of contaminated sites, often leads to contractual choices to excavate the most contaminated material and move it somewhere. And moving it somewhere might mean our class 1 landfills within California, and depending on the nature of the waste, it may also mean, from a cost perspective, moving that waste out of state. Much as we would like to have at hand robust research into alternatives, I don't have the sense that that dynamic can change in the next year or two. I don't think we have alternatives for that. And I think we can all pay attention to ensuring the receiving facilities are in compliance, are inspected regularly, that those inspection reports are followed up on and available to the public, and that we can get at the accountability that was brought out in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Georgette, Sushma, Liz.
Yeah, I don't have any particular remarks. I just really want to thank the presenters for taking the time and putting the very thoughtful presentation. I know I hear the frustration. There's a lot here that was shared. Appreciate the historical context in terms of what has occurred and where we are now. And definitely appreciate the last slide of the recommendations. It doesn't, at least for me, my lack of not engaging on the conversations, I'm taking it in and trying to figure out how to navigate solutions to what we're being asked to do. Nothing comes to mind at this moment in time, but it's something that I'm going to give a lot of thought and some follow-up just to see how we can come back and really respond in a more thoughtful way. So I'm hoping that we can bring this conversation, because I don't want the presenters to give us these recommendations 1 through 9 and us be silent on it. I don't expect us to have an answer right now, and I hope that you all don't expect us to have an answer right now. But perhaps even just saying we can't do that, I know that's not what you're looking for, but it's just something that we should commit in doing. So,
Thank you, Georgette. Sushma?
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Miguel, and the broader Green Action team. 2 comments. One is a few of us board members had the opportunity to tour and visit the Buttonwillow facility and also hear from community members surrounding the Kettleman City neighborhood. So we've heard from them about the direct health impacts they're facing from these hazardous waste facilities located in their neighborhood. And I think you've sort of reiterated some of the concerns we had already heard. The second thing is I want to just add to the point that Alexis made, which is there is clearly this tension between hazardous waste that we are generating in California. All consumers, all businesses, and practically everybody in this room and Zoom conversation are generating some kinds of hazardous waste. In this world, how do we think about safely handling the waste that we are all collectively generating within the state of California versus outside of state of California? This is a very fundamental question that we need to answer, and that we need a really good fact base to begin to answer that question. Later on in the agenda today, we will talk a little bit about the hazardous waste management plan that is coming up in 2025 and the report that DTSC is currently working on, to at least give us a sense of what data exists. What do we know today? What do we not know today? And then from that, how can we start making the decision about what is acceptable and safe ways to handle that waste within California versus outside of our borders, and just make that decision collectively and transparently together with all of the communities and the permitted facilities. So essentially, I'm saying that there is a forum for us to have this really difficult, gnarly conversation that needs to be had, and that is the context of the hazardous waste management report. So I look forward to continuing to engage with your organization in the context of that.
Thank you, Liz.
I was going to say the same, and really encourage your organization to participate with us as liaisons to the hazardous waste management plan group. To really voice these concerns in that forum, because it's definitely something that we're aware of, and I think that some of these policy recommendations will definitely highlight and bring back and keep with us to definitely uplift during those hazardous waste management planning meetings. But again, I would like to encourage your folks to really engage with us in that conversation, because it's really important. And as Sushma said, we're all in this, we're all hazardous waste generators in one way or another, and it's really up to all of us to put our heads together and really come up with recommendations on how to reduce this hazardous waste, how to encourage, innovative waste innovative ways to deal with the waste and to reduce it, and to, whether it means, how we treat some of these waste on site, how to reduce their impacts or on health and the environment. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of money. So it's really going to be a collective effort. Thank you.
Thank you. And looking at the recommendations, and I would like to ask the presenters their thinking on how we're talking about. We know that the Kettleman and Buttonwillow permits are in some kind of queue, and this requests, or one of the recommendations that they not be issued new permits, and that we also not ship out of state. So trying to reconcile, where does the waste go? Where does the waste from Exide go? Where does the waste from municipalities go? How do we manage to that? So I'm interested in your thinking on that in the short term. I think in the long term, all of these recommendations, I can commit to bringing it to DTSC and asking them to come back and respond at another meeting to these issues, and what the plan is, what the schedule is, what the thinking is, their response to this. So I think it's fair and reasonable for us to ask DTSC to have a formal response to these recommendations and concerns. But I also want to understand better how we manage this, this balancing act between sites that are in trouble, clearly in trouble. I think everybody knows that. And also the need to put the waste somewhere. I'm just seeing, for example, the hundreds of thousands of tons of waste that are leaving Exide. Where do they go? So if you could comment on your thinking on that, that would be very helpful to me.
Yeah, if I could do that real quick then? May I do that real quick? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you now.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
real quick, I would say, first of all, DTSC and Calipay are recipients of federal funding and state funding. And a condition of that funding is civil rights compliance. And so you cannot just keep going with these permits. You cannot just issue new permits, and you don't even, in violation of state law, that SB 673, in violation of the civil rights settlement. So more plans, DTSC doesn't follow the law. It doesn't follow the civil rights settlement. So that it's signed on the dotted line. So where does this waste go? Well, first of all, when the Kettleman dump was expanded illegally by DTSC in 2015, you can look at their press release, and it committed to starting a hazardous waste reduction program, and a serious one. That never happened. There were some feeble attempts, and it's, just nothing really happened. People have been saying, come up with some solutions for years. What we say is, don't dump toxic waste in garbage dumps out of state. We say, don't dump toxic waste in facilities in over highly vulnerable, heavily impacted communities that DTSC and the state themselves admit are highly impacted, and permits are issued illegally and improperly. And so we say waste should go, that has to go somewhere, that cannot be safely treated beforehand, should go to properly licensed facilities, wherever they may be, where there was proper process, they're in compliance. There were not a lot of these issues that we're talking about today, but this cannot go on forever like this. It is not okay. And in terms of participating in these plans coming up, I sat through Green Action El Pueblo sat through 7 months of federal mediation, signed on the dotted line. And if that's being violated, if Senate Bill 673 is being violated 5 1/3 years later, why would people want to spend, you got to tell us, why would we spend even more time coming up with a plan as the dumping on these communities continues? So we need bold action here. We need immediate investment and use of safe non-incineration treatment technologies, and stop dumping on these communities as business as usual. It is not okay. And I assure you, and Green Action and El Pueblo assure you, and our colleagues around the state, we will pursue the federal funding links on this. You are not allowed to use federal funding at the same time you violate civil rights laws. It's illegal.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we can turn to public comment. Sushma, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, I have 2 comments. One is, I think in our discussion, we've tackled, or we've attempted to think through how do we solve this broader problem of hazardous waste generated in California, and how there's at least a path to getting to that answer. But we haven't, I think, addressed the very immediate question that perhaps this group is asking, which is what has been done since this complaint has been, since the settlement on language access and civil rights compliance. So perhaps that can be an action that we can ask of DTSC to come back at a future board meeting and let us know what has been done, how can the latest policies and programs be accessed, and who is responsible for driving them and by when, to just drive more accountability there. That's my first point. The second, I'm also seeing through the chat that there's some reactions to the fact that, we're all calling us all hazardous waste generators. Totally recognize that there's kind of inequity. Businesses or permitted facilities are obviously generating a lot more in terms of volume of hazardous waste, and in terms of likely toxicity of the hazardous waste being generated. The idea is not to say that, yes, we are all generators, and yes, we do recognize there's inequities. Really, what we're trying to get to is, this is a shared problem of us as a society, that in my own home I have drug waste that my family generates, or unused pharmaceuticals. We have cleaning products, we have fluorescent light bulbs. So how can we have this broader conversation as a society of what are the little things we can do in our homes, every one of us? What are things that businesses can do? And then yes, there is a big role for government to play in terms of enforcing the laws that exist in the books and continuing to drive innovation. This is not to take away from the fact that we have businesses that are generating large amounts of hazardous waste. The idea is to say, let's think about this as a societal problem, and how do we all take little actions to get solve this collective problem. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this
Thank
is
you. Let's
Miguel
have some
Alatorre.
public
I know.
comments now.
Go ahead, Jeannie. Go ahead. So we're going to open the floor for public comment on this agenda item. As a reminder, we have allotted, I believe it's 15 minutes for public comment. For those that are expressing comment in the chat, please indicate in your chat if it's something that you would like to be read aloud, or if it's just something that you're sharing with the Zoom group collectively. So right now, I will go ahead and I'm going to choose the Zoom participants. A few of them have had their hands raised for a while, but while we're doing Zoom, whoever in the public would like to comment, please raise your hand as well so that I can acknowledge you. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. And as a reminder, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will notify you once you have 30 seconds remaining, and then when your minutes are up. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes, please request that time extension from the board chair at the start of your comment. And let's go ahead with Yvonne Martinez Watson. Please state your name and affiliation, and please share your video if you like.
Hello, this is Yvonne Martinez Watson. I am the chair of the Angeles chapter of Sierra Club's Environmental and Social Justice Committee. I want to start off by saying that environmental justice, the foundation of environmental justice is environmental racism. We do not share in pollution and environmental hazards and risk equally across all segments of our society. Even the DTSC has admitted in their documentation for the situation with Exide in Los Angeles, that contamination, according to the DTSC, has affected approximately 10,000 properties, 100,000 people. Now, we know that this is actually incorrect, that it's a much wider area. But by the DTSC standards, it is not the entire city of LA, it is only the area that was designated by DTSC. So this is not being shared by communities outside of the brown and Black communities that have been directly impacted. It is insulting to imply that this is being shared by everyone. It is also insulting to say that the cost burdens are being shared because the community in East Los Angeles have been working very hard to work with the state Senate and legislation to provide additional funding to DTSC. They did that. And that funding was redirected to other purposes rather than the actual cleanup. This is a pattern of the DTSC that has been repeated over and over and over again. So you have to acknowledge that and stop trying to pass the blame on to individual people. Not everybody in Los Angeles has the extremely high levels of lead contamination detected in their bloodstreams as the brown and Black communities. And these communities in Kettleman City and others, they are the ones who know best about what is going on in their own communities because it's not happening to other communities. You need to find a way. You are the agency in charge. You are the ones who have to do the research. You are the ones who have to find the solutions. If you had done your jobs earlier, like 10, 30, 40 years ago, we wouldn't be in the shape that we're in now. So this is an ongoing issue that has been going on for decades. So please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Shirlita Holmesbox, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Thank you so much. I'm having to gather myself because I was wanting to preface my remarks by saying thank you to the BES board for taking off running and for the community engagement. But I was kind of thrown aback when I heard some of the remarks by one of the board members, especially thinking about my colleagues and thinking about myself and my family in the Bayview Hunters Point community. So I'm gonna try to just get through what I'm just gonna say a couple of things because I need you to understand that we are burdened. These are toxic burden communities. It's not like what one of the board members stated, the norms that we have. We wish it was. This is ongoing. The threat of losing our lives and the detriment to our health is ongoing. It doesn't stop when you get off work. It doesn't stop when the board is not on the podium. This is ongoing. And mind you, let's attach people's faces to the detriments of this damage that is permeating, the contamination that is permeating our communities. So I just wanted to say to you that yes, we're saying environmental racism, but I'm saying racism. So if you just look at it that way and address and accept the fact that the slow response, and in my community, it's been over 70 years, the slow response to clean up the governmental waste and nuclear and radioactive waste is clearly an example of blatant forms of racism. And so I wanted to say that I definitely support green action. And they're and not because I am a Green Action, but because I am one of the residents that's truly impacted by the damage of, you know, the naval shipyard and other things. But it's because we have the fundamental right as Americans to breathe clean air and to enjoy non-contaminated shorelines.
30 seconds.
And anyway, so I just want to thank you, but I want you to be more sensitive to the fact that people are suffering and urgently make some moves, aggressively make moves. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I really appreciate it. Are there others coming? Thank
There
you.
are other commenters. Miguel, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I also wanted to address something that, you know, I was hesitant to bring up during the presentation we made, but just a reminder that Sharlita really brought up for me is that there are lives at stake, and there were lives that have already been lost. And that includes the infant birth defect clusters that we had back in the early 2000s. And it's something that, you know, my mother, Marisela Torre, worked on personally, but, you know, it was so disturbing to see like very, very small coffins. And it's not something that you easily forget. And so I want you guys to remember that, you know, when me and Bradley are shouting at you guys, when Sharlita and Brian are telling you guys things, it's not because we like to hear ourselves talk. It's because there are people that are dying. There's people that have already died. And, you know, I don't want to be one of them. I'm sure Brian doesn't and no one else. And so we're really fighting for human lives here. And so please take that into consideration. And then secondly, it is not our job to find the solution to every single problem. It is your job to keep our health intact. And so please, we are more than willing to work with you in the solutions. But let's do it together. And I know that there was a comment made that it could take a year or two. A year or two of waiting is better than not seeing anything at all. So I'm definitely more than willing to wait the year or two and work together to find a collective solution to these problems, and do so very immediately, as there are many lives at stake. So that's all I wanted to end with. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Miguel. Fans, Zhao, go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning. My name is Chad Wolfsberg. I'm representing the Teamsters Labor Union at the EcoBet facility in the City of Industry. I've worked here for over 12 years.
That's wrong. It says it's your for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. During those years, I've observed the facility as an environmental leaders focus on emissions controls and improvements. I've observed numerous and ongoing regulatory visits. This facility is closely monitored, not only by regulatory visits, but through state-of-the-art continuous emission monitoring systems that ensure not only compliance to the strict California regulations, but the lowest emissions for a battery recycling facility in the world. EcoBat is an essential recycling facility for the state of California. If EcoBat was not operating, California car batteries would be recycled in less responsible facilities or disposed of illegally. I'm aware of environmental improvement project that has been in the works for over 2 years. The equipment has been approved for operation by regulators on a couple of occasions. However, due to loopholes in the existing rules, a small group has been able to take advantage of preventing the equipment from operating. These rules must be adopted without delay to allow facilities to continue to implement environmental improvement projects and avoid unsubstantiated arguments for denial. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Phone number ending in 6742. You may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning. This is Renee Jenkins with the Bayview Hunters Point Mothers and Fathers Committee. And I just calling in to express my disappointment with DTSC and what they're called transparency and community engagement. and want to reiterate all of the previous points that Miguel and Bradley and Charlita and many of the commenters brought out, that we need to work harder for community engagement, work together, and make sure that these rules and regulations are immediately solved, as well as look to the future in regards to how they can affect the community and the children, and make sure that it's effective for the BIPOC communities and the ones that are affected the most. And so hopefully we can come up with solutions together. And I just wanted to say thank you again for having this meeting, and the presentation by Miguel and Green Action was excellent, and community engagement is very important, and hopefully you guys can continue to have this important discussion and hopefully solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Skylar Sakulis, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Hi, thank you. My name is Skylar. I'm here also with Green Action, and I would just like to reiterate what many of my coworkers and colleagues have said. You've heard directly from community members today sharing their experience and concerns, Miguel and Brian living in and being from Kettleman City. And these recommendations need to be taken very seriously. And as my coworkers have shared, the DTSC must act with urgency immediately to address these concerns. And these health impacts cannot be taken lightly or dismissed. And I do look forward to hearing DTSC's response to Green Action's recommendations, and hope that the board has sincerely heard their presentation and listened to the community members' words. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can assure you we are taking all of this very seriously. It's a lot to take in, but we appreciate the depth of your presentation, and we definitely will be following up.
Thank you for that. Janet Johnson, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Janet Johnson. I'm a co-coordinator of the Sunflower Alliance and a co-chair of the Richmond Shoreline Alliance. And one of our focuses of the Richmond Shoreline Alliance is the Superfund qualified toxic waste site on our southeast shoreline, otherwise known as the AstraZeneca site. And I will be talking about that in public comment later on. I just wanted to echo the thoughts of our colleagues here, especially my colleagues in Green Action, Miguel and Bradley and Brian. You have really synthesized an incredible amount of important information and work, and the fact that this situation continues in violation of federal and state law and the DTSC's own policies. I mean, this is extraordinarily important information. This is not on the individuals. You know, we can recycle our plastic bottles to death and still not be dealing with the big issues of contamination throughout our state. And I deal primarily with contamination of a site that is leaking toxic chemicals into the bay. And we talk in our meetings, like, what can we do? You know, is this, this is not our job to deal with getting rid of that hazardous waste. It is DTSC's responsibility to address that. And I want to just bring bring focus to the point in Bradley's slide about getting the feds and state money into using alternative methods of disposal. It's clear that this business of dumping in unpermitted sites in farm worker communities is horrendous. It is just not acceptable. And this is the 21st century. There have got to be ways of dealing with this waste that are more, that work and that are technologically possible. There are government grants that are being issued by the EPA. Please pursue them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I am not seeing any additional Zoom hands raised. Oh, Thomas Helm, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, I almost missed the comment period. I'm actually trying to watch this and the CAR board meeting where they are approving the permanence of their Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, and they're both going on simultaneously. So sorry about that, but my name is Tom Helm. I'm the co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects, an EJ group based in the northern San Joaquin Valley in Stanislaus County. I'm also act as a coordinator for the California Environmental Justice Coalition, which the Green Action is also a founding member of. And I just wanted to make comment to express my support for them and all of the work that they're doing in various communities in California, which, you know, I can thank DTSC for one thing. Actually, there's so many communities in California that have had negative experiences with DTSC in dealing with these toxic sites that actually brought all of these community groups together to form CEJC with kind of the initial common cause of being to clean up these communities and all express their dismay and their outrage about the processes that DTSC has been a part of. And I know it's not just DTSC, there's lots of agencies that bear responsibility, but I think you've heard plenty of examples today at this meeting from Kettleman City to Buttonwillow to Bayview Hunters Point to Imperial County, Del Amo, Santa Susana, all of these different communities that have had these same experiences. And while I'm listening to this other meeting where CARB is making their Environmental Justice Advisory Committee permanent, you know, I know that there was similar talk about when the BES was formed about having an environmental justice voice. And, you know, one argument that I heard was, well, then you have to give industry a voice on the committee. And, you know, I think that's a false equivalency. We are not an interest group that's out to make profits and to grow a business. We're fighting for people that haven't been heard for decades or for centuries, if you want to think of it that way, that are being poisoned and that die, you know, a decade earlier, that have asthma and cancer and other things wrong with them earlier and for more of their life. These are the people that we're trying to speak for and doing this work for. We're not an interest group, we're people trying to survive. And I just want to frame it that way. And I know I see Cynthia actually ready to raise her hand too, but we are very interested in learning about these solutions and seeing these solutions that were mentioned earlier about cleaning up this waste, neutralizing the
Thomas, your
toxic.
time is up. Thank you for that.
Sorry for going over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right. I also appreciated hearing from you and about the EJAC at hopefully at the April meeting, we'll be in a better position to report out on what's happening with standing up an Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and the role of the board in that. So we will be engaged in that over the next month or so and can bring you an update on that. Are there any other comments? We're beginning to run over time, and I think
There are additional comments, and I still have chat comments to also read aloud. And are there any in-person? Okay, I'm going to take a break from the Zoom participants. I'm going to go to in-public participation. So please raise your hand. Let's go in the far back. Ma'am, would you like to come up? Please state your name and affiliation.
All right, good morning. My name is Ambrose. I'm a member of the PSL and Answer Coalition. It's shameful that our communities have to take matters into their own hands to address the egregious violations of many of the corporations that our community members mentioned. especially in the city of industry in Los Angeles, where residents in low-income communities are contracting rare forms of cancer, respiratory problems, and other health issues because of toxic chemicals released in the soil and air from these greedy industries. One example is the Cometco lead smelting facility, which knowingly produces toxic substances like lead, arsenic, and benzene. Although it is within 600 feet of numerous low-income residential communities such as Avocado Heights, La Puente, Hacienda Heights, predominantly Latino communities. There's also 21 schools within a 2-mile radius of this production facility. It's been operating with a permit that's expired since 2015. It's also amassed 29 violations from the state, and it's only gotten a slap on the wrist with a $600,000 fine. They're requesting to expand their operations by 25%, which would allow them to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to produce 750 tons of lead containing materials per day. Soil sampling has not been done in years. The results were either outdated or classified at this point. And California law determines that the safe level of lead is 80 parts per million. But when soil sampling was done, there were places that had up to 600 or 800 parts per million of lead. One business had 10,000 parts per million of lead nearby. This bioaccumulates in the soil, meaning if there's no cleanup, then the lead will remain in the soil for hundreds to thousands of years, impacting future generations who live in these areas. The surrounding residential communities, primarily in unincorporated Los Angeles County, are being forced to take matters into their own hands because neither the corporations or regulating institutions have taken any measures against these egregious violations except to offer a slap on the wrist. Instead, companies like Cometco were allowed to continue polluting the environment and walked away with nothing despite destroying people's lives. So it's clear that neither these companies nor state agencies can be trusted to fix their violations, and something needs to be done urgently because people are getting rare forms of cancer, they're dying, and these are communities that should not be forced to deal with the impacts of
30
unscrupulous
seconds.
corporations in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, we can take on another in public person. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edgar. I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights and a member of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier. We've been struggling to hold Cometco to account for its contamination for quite some time, over a decade now. And in doing so, we've hoped that the DTSC could help us to do that, but we've witnessed some systemic failures from the agency. For one, the permitting division keeps delaying the permit renewal. You know, we've had neighbors waiting for 8 years to be involved in this process, to be able to speak from our experiences, and we just keep experiencing delay after delay. And seeing as how there's other facilities who have been operating without a permit for over 15 years, is that what the future holds for us? Are we going to be, keep waiting for that long? And that's not the end of it. We were just at a settlement agreement workshop that the DTSC held in early February, and it was about the settlement where the facility was sued by the state for 29 violations, high-level violations, and I don't see how $2.3 million is fair for 29 violations that have been accumulated over 2 decades, right? And some of these violations are very serious, and they still remain unresolved, such as the improper monitoring of the groundwater and the leak in the containment building. So those 2 violations pose a big threat to the San Gabriel Basin, a source of drinking water for 1.2 million of our residents. And a lot of our neighbors don't feel safe drinking from the water, cooking from the water. They buy bottled water, and that's what we use. The DTSC, it seems over and over again to place the interests of industry, to place the interests of Cometco over the interests of public health. Like the former speaker said, there's neighbors experiencing rare forms of cancer. There's alarming rates of asthma that kids are experiencing as well. So, there is a lot that the agency has to do to correct its processes, to to incorporate impacted communities' voices and to hold Cameco to account once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar.
Thank you for that. Any other in-person participants wishing to comment? Please come up. Please state your name and affiliation.
Everyone, I'm Noor. I'm an organizer with the PSL. This ongoing struggle for clean air and water shows how much is at stake for everyday people living in the neighborhoods that are most affected by the lead industry's pollution. While corporations like Cameco are thinking of nothing but profit and making millions of dollars off of land pollution, the members of the affected communities to continue to fight for what's at stake for them, which is their health and their quality of life. For decades, Cameco has been polluting the soil, water, and air in the greater Los Angeles area. And to this day, Cameco operates with a permit that has been expired for almost 10 years. And despite continuous environmental violations, they receive nothing but a small fine. The systems that are set in place to regulate these violations are not motivated by the interests of safety, but rather to protect the interests of the lead industries like Cameco. Time and time again, the DTSC has failed the people, and today we step up and take power into our own hands. The goals of the Board of Environmental Safety is to be an extension of the voice of the people. The responsibility is to hold these lead industries accountable and to ensure that the people's voices and the gravity of their concerns are being heard and that action is being taken. This is why it's absolutely necessary that the Board of Safety maintains its positionality and its goal to keep the community safe. Since the beginning, it's been the community members who fight and struggle every day to hold these corporations accountable, and it's the communities that will win this long, drawn-out fight for clean air, clean water, and accountability for proper environmental regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sheena, did you get her name? Will you let Sheena know your name, please? So for the record, thank you.
And are there any additional in-person participants who wish to comment? Please come up. State your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Mo, and I am an organizer with the PSL. One of the board's articulated goals is to drive accountability, but maybe we should clarify what accountability looks like, because for me, accountability is not asking pennies in return for 29 hazardous waste violations. It's not letting a permit lapse for 8 years, and it's not being ambivalent about contaminating 1.2 million residents' drinking water. If the repercussions for serial violations are already so meager, what incentive is there for companies like Cameco to rectify the extent of damage they've caused? Removing further oversight only benefits the entities that have already demonstrated decades of bad faith towards the marginalized communities they're contaminating. It is the DTSC's role to stand for the people, and that means protecting the right to contest such unacceptable conditions. There's no ambiguity about what the erosion of the appeals process is. It's about silencing communities that have already shouldered the brunt of environmental racism. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional in-person comments? Please come up. Please state your name and affiliation.
Christian with the Clean Air Coalition. Like the previous speakers have already said, there's not really much I can say that won't be repetitive, but I drove down here from LA County. I'm from the San Gabriel Valley. I've been breathing the air that's been contaminated by Cameco since I was born. The residents, all the people I grew up with, where are they supposed to go? They don't have the luxury that the stakeholders and all the people profiteering off of a very outdated and remnants of the past, like Cameco, a lead smelting facility. They don't have the privilege of being able to live in an area where this would never happen. They can't live in these luxurious, pollution-free areas. We have nowhere to go. So time and time again, this community has seen that obviously a corporation is not going to do anything that's going to limit its profits. But the state of California and any agency or new board that is put in place really isn't there to hold them accountable. I'll refer to a famous saying from the mid 1800s where it was articulated that the state is nothing but an executive committee for the affairs of the ruling class. I don't see this body as what will liberate us from breathing such toxic air. Rather, you are here to uphold the status quo and only put a slap on the wrist and not get in the way of the profits so much that they will have to close down or seriously make permanent change. It's just PR. It's a place for environmentally inclined people who may start off with strong desires to actually make change. They get, offered, higher positions, a career, and the dead end is, unfortunately, under this economic system, just a way to, half-ass the process of actually holding these institutions
30 seconds.
accountable. Thank you.
Well, Christian, I hope we prove you wrong and that we can be responsive in terms of what's going on and affect change. We are listening, and more than listening, we're constructing how we're going to respond and deal with DTSC in terms of accountability. So I hope you'll come back and we'll see you again in LA in April. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And as a reminder, this public comment period is in response to the Green Action presentation. For items not on the agenda, we will take public comment for that right before lunch. So for those on Zoom with your hands raised, again, we're taking public comment in response to the Green Action agenda item number 3 presentation. Are there any additional in-person comments in response to the Green Action presentation? Okay, seeing none in person. Ingrid Brostrom, if your comment is in response to the Green Action presentation, please go ahead and share your video if you like.
Thank you. Ingrid Brostrom with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. And I actually wanted to address Chairperson Rizzo's direct question about what can the board do in response to the difficult issue of where should waste go and how do we reduce the generation. So I just wanted to name 4 specific things that the board has either direct authority over or has advisory authority over. The first is the pollution prevention program. This was defunded in 2012. And so right now, the state of California has no official pollution prevention activities ongoing. There have been, various proposals to make pollution prevention mandatory. And the board does have a role in pushing DTSC to take pollution prevention seriously. Secondly, the board has in its purview the ability to set up fee structures. And there are various fee structures that can incentivize or force hazardous waste reductions. And the board should very carefully consider how it can creatively use fee structures in order to reduce hazardous waste generation. Third, we do need to promote alternative technologies. Contaminated soil is the most generated hazardous waste we have in California, and we need to be investing in innovation in order to reduce the amount of contaminated soil that we're trucking around the state. Right now, we have a great deal of state funds going to remediation, and we should figure out ways that we can use some of these funds to promote innovation and technology development. Finally, with the hazardous waste management plan, in that plan, a high priority should be how do we reduce negative impacts to EJ communities? That is named in the statute, and the board obviously has a big role in making sure that the hazardous waste management plan does actually reduce impacts to environmental justice communities across the state. And finally, we'll just name that this board does have a role in permitting decisions. As we'll be discussing later today. And we are going to need to be more courageous and understanding that some hazardous waste facilities are simply incompatible land uses due to the community vulnerabilities and cumulative impacts. And so there are a number of things that this board can do
30 seconds.
to address the concerns raised by Green Action. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ingrid.
Thank
Are
you.
we getting, Sheena, we're running over time.
No, additional hands keep raising. Cynthia Babbage, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Cynthia Babbage, Director of the Del Amo Action Committee. I'm also the coordinator of the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network. I apologize for missing Bradley and Green Action's presentation, but it's not a presentation that hasn't played over and over again in my mind over the decades that I've worked with Bradley and others in his organization and on this call today. My tardiness today is due to the fact that I've been spending most of my time at Loma Linda University trying to save my husband's life because we live in contaminated hazardous waste. And so it just doesn't, it's not just all about us not wanting the waste from our communities to keep being dumped on the same communities over and over again, because the agency doesn't have a plan to do something different. Thank you, Ingrid, for your very detailed observations of what can be done so that I don't have to try and explain that as well. I sat on a committee with Ingrid and others, and it was very apparent how much control industry has over the process. So while communities like mine are holding back on our waste being cleaned up or transferred into safe places or communities, we choose. So you have little hazardous waste facilities all over the state as we stand in solidarity with each other against a giant. And part of this board's responsibility, as stated by the board, is to rebuild this trust. And I really want to tell you that it's going in the wrong direction. We are the champions of our communities. We have availed ourselves to you, and yet still, time after time, we feel shut out of the process and invisible. Well, let me tell you all, we are not invisible. And we might get down every once in a while because we have to heal those in our family to keep moving forward. But this is the time. And if you can't handle the job, then you need to go find something else to do, because we will be heard and we will be triumphant.
Thank you for that, Cynthia.
Thank you for that. I'm going to take one more Zoom comment from Bianca Lopez. After that, I have several comments to read that were shared in the chat. And then after that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. Any additional comments in response to this agenda item, we will take it during the public forum period. So Bianca Lopez, please go ahead. You may share your video if you like.
Thank you. I am a community member in Riverbank. I'm here in support of Green Action. I too missed the presentation, but as Cynthia said, the stories in the presentation that was made by Green Action are not new to any of us who are on the front lines, like Cynthia, Bayview, Hunters Point, people in the Exide community. It just really, all the stories that have been shared today really just emphasize your failure, the agency's failure to actually protect our health, public health. Instead, you're more invested in the interest of industry. And that is a crime, or at least it should be a crime. My mom lived in the Exide toxic site and she had cancer. She fought cancer for 6 years. She actually passed away 3 years ago. But, you know, to keep reading that DTSC continues to fail the community, you're literally just killing us by not acting and by not implementing laws. You are racist. I don't care what color you are. Your lack of action is racist, and you need to accept that. And I fire the head of DTSC, but I don't think that matters. I'm not confident that your agency is actually willing to do better because you haven't done better. How is industry still doing business for over 20 years without a permit just because they're still applying or they're in the process of applying? Bull. That is not acceptable in our communities. You're asking people to identify themselves. And yes, some of us are representative of nonprofit organizations, grassroots organizations, but we live in these communities. You get to sit in your pretty little chair and go home. And then you come back to work to do whatever it is you do because you're not doing anything for our communities. Get off the chair, move on, or actually do something. The Title VI violations that you've been sued for, that DTSC has been sued for, you have not shown any interest in making your obligations met. I'm here in Riverbank.
30 seconds.
A toxic site where lead is contaminating the air and right next to my child's school. And DTSC's staff or project director who are tasked to clean up the site say it's too time consuming or too time intensive, labor intensive, whatever fucking words you want to use to translate documents that you are seeking input from in a 70% Latino community, Spanish speaking, and it's too labor intensive to translate that. Come on, DTSC, you need to do better. People are dying.
Your minutes are up. Thank you, Bianca.
To breathe.
Thank you. Okay, so I am closing out Zoom and in-person comments. I'm going to read a few from the chat. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your names. The first one that we have, and this is from the start of the chat period. The first one is from Danny Zaki. Awesome work, Green Action. The state and DTSC has to stop perpetuating environmental racism, especially when the state says they're prioritizing environmental justice. Janet Johnson, DTSC must press the state and federal governments for funding for alternative waste treatment methods. The federal EPA has ongoing government-to-government grants. Eric Nolan, the presentation by Green Action raises very disturbing issues. It's unbelievable that in this day in California, this type of environmental discrimination and degradation is occurring. I support Green Action's recommendations, but clearly immediately shutting down Kettleman and Buttonwillow will have significant consequences on hazardous waste mitigation. Therefore, both Kettleman and Buttonwillow must be aggressively corrected and alternatives evaluated. We must make generations of hazardous waste accountable as well and engage them in the corrections. Skylar Sakulis, the community members being affected most by the hazardous waste in Kettleman and Buttonwillow must be listened to and protected from toxic exposures. Aaron Cooney, my apologies. Please stop placing the blame on individuals. These corporations can make the investments necessary to process the waste in a safer way. No one is forcing them to do so. Danny Zaki, so sad that this group is putting blame on quote unquote all of us for being hazardous waste generators. I imagine marginalized communities generate a minuscule fraction of hazardous waste based on consumption, but face the greatest impacts. This is an inequitable system. The narratives of placing blame on everyone equally is just a perpetuation of the problem. Eric Nolan, to the board and to the legislature, I can see an Elizabeth Warren opportunity here. Those in the permitting value chain should be brought to a public hearing and aggressively questioned about the issues. Answers are needed. The people have a right to hear why these problems are occurring. Transparency. Adam Daniels, if you have ever used a car, a cell phone, a company, medicine, and a huge number of consumer products, then you have contributed to hazardous waste generated hazardous waste. Aaron Cooney, it's a shared problem, but the burden is not equally shared. Rabina Sewell, Executive Director, California State Schools, a Children's Environmental Health and Environmental Justice Coalition. Thank you, Bradley and Green Action, for your presentation this morning. I would like to thank the board for its work and for providing the time for colleagues to speak before the board today. I would also like to urge the board to remember its goals of transparency, accountability, and rebuilding trust, and to commit to continuing to be engaged with the public. Connection problems beyond my control prevented me from speaking via the web. Bradley Angel, maybe there is a rich white community that would like to volunteer to have a toxic waste dump. Doubt it. Paula Torado, people would buy their way out of toxic products and toxic exposures if they could. This is not a community people problem. I can't see that because of the chat. Placing blame on society is not bringing accountability to DTSC. Yvonne Martinez Watson, I attended yesterday's meeting of the South Coast Air Quality Management District Environmental Justice Interagency Summit. The representative of the DTSC also tried to shift blame for complaints made to the agency by implying the public, quote unquote, doesn't understand the scientific data. I pointed out to him the study conducted by the University of Southern California, Get the Lead Out. Bradley Angel, it is not just Kettleman City and Buttonwillow. It is East LA, Bayview, Hunters Point, Treasure Island, Laytonville, Brawley, Del Amo, Exide, Richmond, Santa Susana, and so many other communities where people are getting sick and too many have died. Yvonne Martinez Watson, air emissions in Southern California are handled by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. The Department of Substances Control handles solid hazardous waste. Eric Nolan, to the board, respectfully, based on the public comment this morning, it is clear that the time for listening is over and it's time to see BES take serious, concrete steps to bring accountability to DTSC and to truly help the impacted communities. I believe it's also time to see joint efforts between BES, CARB, SWRCB, OEHA, etc., to address environmental health and justice issues with holistic and cumulative approaches. I have a few more. Yvonne Martinez Watson, Exide's troubled history, years of pollution violations, but few penalties by Tony Barbosa, March 14, 2015, with the link to an LA Times article. The federal investigation that led to Exide's closure relied on evidence provided by the DTSC that spanned decades, and for 33 years, the agency allowed the facility to operate with only a temporary permit. 33 years equals systemic problem within the DTSC. Yvonne Martinez Watson, we are establishing a record of the pattern of behavior by the DTSC across the entire state. These chat messages are part of that record and are in response to the presentation by Green Action. Bradley Angel, all of these comments are in response and related to Green Action's presentation. We need BES to avoid being window dressing and public relations for DTSC's pattern and practice of pro-polluter decisions and inactions. Bradley Angel, please read this comment. BES members told us that DTSC never even told them about the Kettleman City Title VI settlement, shame and cover up. That concludes all the chat comments in response to agenda item number 3. And that closes out the public comment period for this item as well.
Thank you all very much. As Sheena noted, there is another section for public comments for items not on the agenda if somebody wants to come back during that period of time. We are going to take literally a 2-minute bio break. Okay, sorry, Sushma. Liz has to go.
You have all given us a lot to think about. I want to make 2 comments. One, that I personally didn't mean to minimize the issue of environmental racism. We are hearing you loud and clear that business accountability is urgent and it's needed now. Second is I'm encouraged that Miguel, Ingrid, I think you've called out some solutions and your willingness to work with us on not just handling the waste aspect, but also on moving upstream and talking about source reduction and finding more innovative solutions to this problem. So thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we are rescinding the bio break and we're going to move on right now to the permit appeals section of our agenda today. So y'all ready? This segment is being managed by the subcommittee of Lizette Ruiz, Alexis Hacker, and our attorney, Greg Forrest. So you'll be hearing primarily from them, and then there'll be opportunities for questions and comments.
Please advance the slide. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board and members of the audience. Thank you for joining us today, and especially for your participation in helping us redraft the DTSC permit appeals process, or formerly the DTSC permit appeals process, so that we may follow our mandate specified within Senate Bill 158 to carry out our board's authority to hear and decide appeals of hazardous waste facility permit decisions in a fair and efficient manner. Although we have always been clear about using the emergency rulemaking authority given to us by SB 158 in order for us to readily begin addressing the already pending appeals we have on our plate, early in this process, I pushed for us to have a public forum in an effort to provide transparency in this process, and even more to allow those who may be affected by the permit appeals process throughout our beautiful state to provide their ideas on how to make this process more open, more accessible, transparent, efficient, and fair. As many of you know, Member Strauss Hacker and I, along with our board counsel, Gregory Forrest, as well as with the support of our EO, Swathi Sharma, and our wonderful Sheena Brooks, have worked on putting together various workshops to gather information since August throughout December of 2022. Just to go through some of them, our August workshop was in Sacramento. In September, we had one in Berkeley. On October, we did one solely through Zoom. And in November, we met at Bakersfield. We also provided space on our website for folks to comment unanimously for those who were unable to attend or who are unable to speak freely without giving their personal information for whatever reason. We've also held further discussions with board members and members of the public at our subsequent board meetings and met with groups interested in the permit appeals process. We have, whenever we did meet with folks, we did put a memo summarizing our interactions with these groups in order to keep being transparent. We've also worked on tribal consultation, reaching out to 180 tribes throughout the state who were called and sent tailored letters. As you can see, by providing over 5 months of opportunities for input, we have not taken the typical emergency rulemaking process route. We've tried to expand on that greatly. On December 1st, we were able to put out our first draft of documents outlining the proposed permit appeals process well ahead of our December 12th board meeting. At that meeting, we heard from you and board members, which led to another version of the regulation and related documents that we put on our website on December 22nd. We then received additional comments from our constituents, with comments received during that and after our January board meeting. And we then released another revised draft on February 10th and opened our comment period again from February 10th to March 3rd. A new version of this documents were released recently on March 13th. Now to you, Alexis.
There we go. Within a few months of our appointment, our board took up the SB 158 mandate to establish a hazardous waste facility permit appeals process, including the authority to adopt emergency regulations. We genuinely appreciate the depth of interest, the robust engagement, and thoughtful comments on the permit appeals regulation and process that we're presenting today for board action. The board's commitment to transparency, integrity, accountability, and building public trust has informed and guided every aspect of this endeavor. Board member Liz Ruiz chaired the subcommittee, as she noted, with me and our board attorney, Greg Forrest, to develop the regulation and the associated administrative processes. As Liz noted, we convened 3 workshops to receive public comments and recommendations on shaping the permit appeals process. In the past 5 board meetings, We gave updates on our progress, responded to board member questions, heard additional public comment, and received support and direction from this board. I'd like to highlight various noteworthy efforts. To inform our approach to adopting this regulation, the board subcommittee made an exceptional effort to engage with the public, with regulated businesses, and with community representatives. All the comments we received are available for public review on our board website. 2, we continue to develop and post the iterative versions of our work and invite further comment. All board deliberations continued in a public forum. 3, we initiated outreach under California's tribal consultation policies to 180 tribal governments, a first for such rulemaking. 4th, in designing the permit appeal process, we made it easier for a community member or group to participate in the appeal process by creating a simple online form to initiate an appeal, by providing more time at the front end to formulate the content of an appeal, and we expanded participation by others via the amicus curiae process and in person through our board hearings. Through our permit appeal procedures, we aim to expand public understanding of the matters before the board and to drive timely action. The public and regulated businesses will have access to all permit documents online throughout the appeal process, and all appeal decisions will be made by the full board in a public meeting. We have completed our work and received a final round of comments. We'd like to highlight for you some of the foremost concerns expressed to us, in addition to the public comment which will follow this morning. Many commenters wanted this regulation to address various aspects of DTSC's hazardous waste facility permit process. We have several recommendations for DTSC to improve public engagement and understanding. We plan to bring these recommendations to the board's April meeting for consideration, as the board will continue to oversee DTSC reforms with a focus on permitting process improvements. Second, some commenters took issue with our statutory authority to use the emergency regulation process. As a very small board with 1 full-time chair and 4 part-time board members, we lack the staffing to pursue a multi-year regulatory adoption process. With 2 appeals pending since last summer, we have sought to design an efficient and transparent process informed by commenters' recommendations. We are committed to adopting a rulemaking process with the full support of this board, which is responsive to the comments we've heard. Third, some commenters want the board to include California Environmental Quality Act issues on appeal. While we are beginning to get a better sense of how CEQA applies to the hazardous waste permitting program, our current staffing levels are inadequate to support the analysis of CEQA issues in the appeal process. For this reason, we recommend the board defer consideration of CEQA in the appeal process while seeking the budget and legislative support for this authority and capacity. Meanwhile, a legal path forward for CEQA matters continues to be available for petitioners. We'd like to explain here our basis for this recommendation and recommend steps we take over the coming year. We recognize that some concerns expressed relate to how the DTSC's permitting process handles CEQA issues. Our role in the permitting process is focused on hearing appeals of hazardous waste facility permit decisions, even as we make recommendations to DTSC and Cal EPA and evaluate DTSC's performance each year. That said, we're proposing to this board the following. 1, over the course of the next year, we should follow the CEQA process within DTSC's permitting division. We will build our understanding by engaging more closely with DTSC permitting managers in understanding CEQA-related issues and content in hazardous waste facility permits. 2, we will assess the staffing and contractor support needed to address CEQA on appeal. Our current board budget was set up prior to our appointment and reflects the earlier DTSC approach, which did not include hearing CEQA-related matters on appeal. Should we determine this board is an appropriate venue to hear DTSC permit-related CEQA matters, we will describe the resources needed to support this and return to the legislature with a proposal to build a CEQA-related capacity. In closing, once our regulation may take effect, our focus will necessarily shift to scheduling appeal hearings and taking on a substantial workload with minimal staffing. All of this will take time and effort, balanced with all the priorities we need to address to meet our SB 158 mandates. Liz and I would like to now click through a few additional slides, and after which we will turn to the board for questions. Then we will take public comment and proceed then to board discussion and action.
So let me just say, the way we've organized this presentation is we are going through some of the key issues. We've attempted to make what is a pretty dense and quite a broad topic here that we've worked on over several months into something that we can digest in this meeting. And so we've made a conscious effort to identify some key issues. In some respects, the only change we're making in the regulation is to change the term department to board, because now the board is taking on. So in some respects, some of these changes are quite narrow, quite simple. There are other changes, though, that have broader and deeper policy implications. So we encourage you, board members, as we go through this presentation, to stop us as we go through these topics and these issues. Please ask us questions. We want to make sure that everybody has a clear understanding of this. I will say, for those who have been following this process, you're not going to be surprised by anything you're hearing today. Everything that we're going to be going through and presenting today is on our website. There have been multiple versions of that have shown a progression and a back and forth. And I think a lot of that is in response to a lot of comments that we've received through this process. But the versions that have been on the website since March 13th are the ones that we're proposing tonight, or today rather. And so after we go through these slides, and we've had an opportunity to discuss and answer all your questions, it's at that point then that we're proposing to hear some public comments. Before we do that, I have a little bit to go over in terms of next step and what we need to pursue to complete the rulemaking process. But that's just kind of the roadmap of where we go from here.
Thank you, all three.
All right, so to continue on, so some of our suggestions now for the permit decisions is that now we will have a clear understanding when the decisions will take effect, and there is a new reference to the board, as Greg mentioned, for the board to appeal, and there will be immediate decisions that take immediate effect if no one asks for a change. Will take effect if no one asks for a change in the draft permit. So now that the board is hearing appeals, we will be certain parts of the permit will take effect if there's no question about them. Anything that is going to be contended will, the applicant or the person interested in filing an appeal will have 30 days to start that process.
Next slide.
Are you asking for the next?
I have it. And this with regard to stays of permit decisions. What we have here is that the stay lasts for the entire appeals process. We had at one point considered a 180-day limitation, and we had at one point proposed a bonding. We have removed, based on comments received, we have removed those two limitations. So to recap, the stay lasts for the entire appeals process. Next slide, please. Matters subject to appeal. As you can see here, matters subject to appeal have to very much be based on the record compiled by DTSC to grant, issue, modify, or deny a permit. What is not subject to appeal are Class 1 modifications, enforcement matters, such as suspensions and revocations, and we are proposing to follow DTSC's pattern in not including CEQA-related matters on appeal. Next slide.
So in order to initiate an appeal, we have developed a easier form titled BES 2301, which will highlight some of the important information and reasons for starting the appeal. And we did receive a comment asking whether, asking for it to be referenced in the,
So the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, has a specific requirement for use of forms, and we did have a comment to raise this. And so I personally reached out to the Office of Administrative Law and spoke to one of their attorneys and got some guidance on how to properly incorporate that by reference. So that's one of the changes that you've seen in the most recent version.
yeah, so then again, this starts the 30 days for other interested parties that are also wanting to appeal to appeal, and it doesn't mean that that's said and done, but it starts the whole process with one single simple form, and we believe that this, at least starting this process gives us enough notice to kind of get on gathering all our documents and knowledge on the facility, and it also gives the adequate parties enough notice to become familiar with the issues being raised.
We had at one point, with regard to the process we are proposing, considered whether certain kinds of matters that could come before the board should have a more expedited process. And at one point, we had considered that both Class 2 modifications and temporary authorizations would benefit from an expedited process. We reconsidered that and are proposing to the board today that our more expedited appeals procedure only applies to temporary authorization decisions, which have a time-critical nature to them. Class 2 modifications would be subject to the standard appeal process, and it makes the conforming changes in the appeal forms. Next slide, please.
So this is a very contentious issue. What issues can be raised on an appeal? And so we are proposing that these issues should have been raised previously or appeared for the first time once the final permit was issued. And in the previous version, we did talk about allowing for good cause to be raised, but we kind of went back on that because we felt that it would be beneficial to have these matters be raised previously during the DTSC permitting process, because it gives them and who are going through who are more familiar with the facilities and the issues, at least that opportunity to respond to issues being raised. And we would hate to discourage public participation in that process by allowing matters to be brought up to us without being brought up to them during the permitting process. And we also feel that people can still participate and bring up issues at our public hearings, or even throughout, by creating amicus briefs that provides, other avenues for the public to participate if they didn't previously participate during the permitting process.
Georgia?
Yeah, thank you. Although I'm hearing the rationale, and rationale makes sense. but we have seen it, and we do know from an environmental justice lens, sometimes we have residents that are not familiar with the process, and they're not going to be engaged in the process because they don't know about it. So I am very cautious that by us not holding on to the good cause would prevent residents that end up finding out later because they weren't involved in the beginning, that we're preventing them from appealing or being heard. And I would hate that we would do that. I just think for me, this is an opportunity to the way that I'm looking at this appeal process update is how can we make this process more accessible to that person living, that will possibly be living with that impacts, that didn't get an opportunity to engage not because they didn't care, but because they weren't aware of it.
So I think that's a question that drove the initial thinking, right? That was a question when we were saying, what's our recommendation to DTSC about timing and community engagement in the permitting process that would mean that community members did have an opportunity to participate in some way. And I think if you all could address that, because I think you dove into that in response to your very question and one that we all brought up last time. So maybe you all could elaborate on that.
We can each have a go at our own perspective on this as a subcommittee. We felt that because of the nature of what can be very complex permits handled and reviewed by DTSC, that it was important that interested parties, whether residents, community members, affected businesses, participate at the draft permit stage so that DTSC can consider that public comment and use that public comment to shape the permit that follows. If a person was unaware of being able to participate, we feel that we need to address that as a board by driving that front-end community participation. And we've begun to do that as a board by using all of our board meetings to try through the director, her deputy, and through the senior permitting managers to forecast for the public what are the upcoming permits to be issued. Remember, from our time at the Oakland board meeting, we started moving that practice forward. We intend to continue to do that. We will be doing that today. And we would be using both our board meetings and our board website to, as a board, drive public awareness with communities. But we would also be able, at our April board meeting in Los Angeles, to bring to this board the recommendations that we have formulated for DTSC to vastly expand that front-end public engagement. So for us, it was critical that issues not be heard for the first time by the board, but drive people to DTSC to hear these issues, because that's the most effective place to see those issues addressed in a permit. Secondly, we very much expanded anybody's ability to participate in our appeal process in the same way that someone can speak today at this hearing. When we hold our permit appeal hearings, anyone can come and speak. And that is not the case that had been previous. Two, there can be formal submittals of amicus curiae briefs. And thirdly, we have added in our language in the final permit issues that could not have been anticipated during the draft permit stage. So through at least 4 different venues, we have expanded the way that people can engage, but we definitely don't want to disincentivize anyone from participating with DTSC at the front end. What would you guys like to add?
I think you covered it all.
Anything else on that, Greg?
I mean, I thought that was very, very well said. You know, I will say, just in terms of mechanics, we really struggled with what is good cause. How do you establish good cause? It seemed we really struggled just with how to put parameters on there that would allow it to take some kind of an effect without sort of swallowing up. And so, you know, we didn't really get to a point where we thought that we had a comfort level with something that would be manageable. I mean, what we're trying to do here is have an open process, but yet also an efficient process. And so it necessitates a kind of a balance. And where we came down on that balance was to put greater emphasis into our oversight role of the permit application process to make sure that people do know about these and that they do have an opportunity to participate while the application is pending, and to see that issues get resolved and fleshed out, and that if there's a need to go for a second round of public comments, for example, that occurs. But I think that the more that we can ensure that the applications are thoroughly vetted and heard by the community, the less need there would be to allow for an exception.
May I? And I completely understand everything that is being said, and in a perfect world, I would agree with all of it, but I'm not. We're putting a lot of onus on DTSC's improvement of public participation. I hope that they're going to do it, but I don't know. And I don't know if they're receptive. So for me, I'm just reacting to the parameters that we're putting forward. And I think because of it, I strongly believe that good costs should be incorporated into this particular point. I really do believe that. I think our job is how do we make this process more accessible to the community? And that is a really critical point to making it accessible. What DTSC is going to do or not do, that's a separate conversation that I don't think we should be mixing one and the other, because I think that's work that we need to do in making sure that they improve their public participation engagement where we're not even there yet. So I just leave that.
Okay, so that issue will be held for the end if there are any efforts at amendments or further discussion about it. So I hear you on that. I think there's also, just as a reminder for all of us, we're doing this under emergency regulation authority, and that doesn't go away. One of the advantages of having that authority and keeping that authority is that as we go through this process, if and when we see failures in it or issues that did not get resolved adequately with our current process, we can go back. Now, that isn't our ideal. We don't want to do this iteratively. We're not trying to throw spaghetti on the wall and see if it works and then come back, but we do hold that chit. We do retain the ability to go back and amend, further augment the process if we need to. So not that that necessarily satisfies your question, Georgette, but I want to remind us all for the record that we can go back and amend or expand or change these regulations with adequate notice, obviously, to everybody. We're not going to do that willy-nilly, but we have to be really aware that we have that ongoing authority.
Next slide, please. The initial order. This is a step in the process for us, a procedural step in which we accept or dismiss issues raised in the petition. They could be some of the issues, they could be all of the issues. It publicly sets forth a briefing schedule, which will inform public participation. It can consolidate multiple appeals, as you see here, and this will all occur, as with all of our board actions, in a public meeting. Next slide, please.
As for the grounds for appeal, we are asking for there to be shown that there was a clear error, and that there was a finding of fact and a clear error in finding of fact or conclusion of law, or that there was an abuse of discretion or a procedural error, a significant one, not merely harmless. And so we are pretty much saying that we're not planning to go to a de novo level of review. We want to keep the appeals process manageable, and we don't want to redo the process since for once, as we mentioned before, we really don't have the staff capacity, and two, we, the board, are only a part-time board, so we can't and don't have the ability to start, the permitting process all over.
Next slide. The decision on the merits that the board would make would occur in an informal public meeting. We would envision timed presentations by the participants and of course, public comment in whatever forum we make available, whether it's a continuation of this hybrid format or whether it's in person, depending on how the state policy goes forward. Decisions on the merits, for us, it's terribly important as a board that, as we heard earlier today with the Green Action agenda item, that we seek public engagement. It's very different for people to participate in a hazardous waste facility permit appeal process together in person or via Zoom, if we can continue to do that, in contrast to the prior process. So we feel that we are bringing a great deal of transparency and accountability to the proposal we put before the board today. Next slide. That would lead to the board's action, which might occur over 1 or 2 public hearings, and then the final order. If the petition were denied by the board, the stay would come to an end, it would terminate. If the petition were granted by the board in part or in full, the decision that had been made would be vacated and the permit could be denied. The permit conditions that were appealed could be remanded to DTSC. The board could retain jurisdiction. And so in our reg and procedures, we've envisioned different ways to go forward when the board hears an item and describes that in the final order. Next slide, please.
So after this conclusion of our presentation here, assuming there are no further questions from the board, then we'll open it up for public comments. We are hoping that the board will consider a vote on these items today. If they are approved, then we will need to submit them first to Cal EPA. So we have to mail out a notice. There's a 5 business day period. We initially thought we could do that next week, but we think that may be rushing it a bit. So we were thinking of maybe doing that the first week in April, because we do need to allow a little bit of time for the Cal EPA secretary to approve. And then once that occurs, we would be submitting these to the Office of Administrative Law. Under the emergency rulemaking process, it does move rather quickly at that point. It is a 10 calendar day review period. While people can comment in that period, there is no requirement in emergency rulemaking for any kind of a response. And so we anticipate that these rules would take effect by the end of April. And we've identified a effective date that we'll be submitting with our submittal to OAL of May 1st. And you see that date reflected in our amendments to the regulations because we want to provide notice to those who have appeals that are already pending and on hold that they can anticipate the effective date of May 1st, and then they would need to refile using the new process within 30 days after that. So we've provided a window during the month of May for those 2 pending appeals to be refiled under the new process. So that's the next steps looking ahead. That concludes our presentation of the substantive points of this rulemaking. We're happy if you had any other questions, wanted to go back over anything. Again, it was pretty high level. There's more to it than this, but we thought these are really the salient points for this. So that's all we have.
What we'd like to do is take any board member questions. After that, we'd like to turn to Sheena to run the public comments on this item. And then at the close of the public comment period, return for board discussion and direction. Questions?
Board members, Sushma?
Thank you for your work on this, Alexis and Liz, and also Greg. I'm struggling to balance the issue that I've heard about good cause. On one hand, we don't want to obviously stand up a separate or parallel DTSC agency that does all of the permitting work that DTSC is already doing. And at the same time, this very important issue that Georgette brought up about this is why we exist, is to provide more venues and forums for underrepresented communities to bring their issues to us. So my question to the subcommittee is there a framework that we can establish to expand the good cause clause in a narrow way that doesn't then create a disincentive an incentive for communities to come straight to BES for all permitting related questions and issues and not completely bypass DTSC.
So I'll go back to our initial concept for how we might implement something like that. During the slide presentation, you saw a slide about the initial order. So that is a carryover from the old process, because obviously you have to have at some point some kind of a gatekeeping function. So we've set apart there certain standards that have to be met for a petition. So if a petition doesn't meet those standards, there has to be a process to wash out and go forward. And so there was a bit of a selection there. So we thought that could be a point at which the board would hear that and make a decision about that. Our concern was that that could then be something that would be pretty onerous in terms of the administration of that. And we weren't sure whether the entire board needed to make a decision about that. And more importantly, what specific standard would be applied there? Because while we would use terms in the regulation to say something like under exigent circumstances or emergency or something like that, there still tends to be something that is hard to define about that. And so we weren't sure, is there something specific we can say that, through no fault of your own, you did not receive any notice, or that you were unable to attend because of some kind of family emergency. I mean, those were the sorts of things we were thinking about there.
And how do you prove it?
Yeah,
Was
and the
the
level
other
of proof that
discussion?
would be required for that.
I'd like to distinguish between under what we're seeking to do, which is to make this process accountable and transparent and responsive. Are we worried that someone who didn't hear about the draft permit comment period comes to us at the time of our appeal and says, I knew nothing of this? Or are we saying that we want someone who comes to the process once we hear it to bring up an issue that was not raised, of course, to DTSC earlier? Those are two separate problems, and I'd like to take those in turn.
I think it's both, really. And I say both. I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but I do think that's both. Both. One is there are legitimate residents that are not aware because they get a postcard, like many other postcards that you end up getting because somebody wants to sell something and they throw it away, right? So there's that. And I know people that I live in an EJ community. Liz, you come from a EJ community, so you understand, we understand that there are legitimate people that are not aware. So once they do become aware, right, because there's more, there's folks that are working the communities or going door to door and letting them know, but it's after the fact, right? So they've missed that opportunity. So how do we address that? And that's a reality that actually does happen.
Let me
right?
take that issue and then we'll
Yes.
turn to the second issue. If someone didn't know about the draft comment period and we receive an appeal and someone wants to participate in our appeal, we've given them other ways to participate. We've given them the ability to file an amicus brief, and we've given them the opportunity to participate, as with today, in our public hearing. So we are giving people, in essence, 3 different ways to participate in an appeal process: at the front end with DTSC, and in 2 other ways before us as a board.
So I'm not sure if a resident from an EJ community is going to be able to do an amicus brief. That requires a little bit more of having support by legal support, right? And we're talking about low-income community. So to hold on to that, I'm not sure that's a good option. I just do think that, and I don't want to argue every specific point, but I think that there's strong value for us to hold the good cause as an option, and for us to decide to just remove it altogether. I think that leaves us, we're cornering ourselves to not be able to respond to a resident that might come in front of us to say, hey, X, Y, and Z, I didn't participate at the beginning. I don't have a lawyer or I don't work with a nonprofit that is communicating on this issue. I'm just a person that works quite a bit and I'm barely learning about this. I just think that holding on to the good cause is something of good practice for us, and I wouldn't want to get rid of that. So I feel very, very strongly about this, and I hope that we can incorporate it. If not, if there is a request for an action, I hope that we can reconsider it and add it to the good cause.
I have a clarifying question for both the committee and Georgette around the issue of being able to raise something on appeal that you were not part of the permitting process. Are we talking about a subject matter that is different than what's in the permit, different than what is being appealed? That's what I'm trying to understand. Good cause to bring up what? To challenge the permit or to bring up an issue about the permit that wasn't brought up during the permitting process? I can't quite fathom exactly what that is, but gee, I would have brought up X in the permitting process. It wasn't addressed in the permitting
Well, I think
process.
that this goes.
That's what I think we need to clarify for everybody's understanding of this section.
I would say it's once again, it can be both, right? But I think we should be able to define it. And I get it, we should define it. Would it say, can somebody come in and bring in new issues? I'm open to that, but I know that can go into a rabbit hole. I get that, right? But I am open to that. But if the majority of the board doesn't wish to do that, which I understand the issues that brings. So all I'm saying is holding the possibility of allowing somebody that didn't go through the official permitting process hearing because they just didn't know about it. And we're saying in order for you to appeal, you have had to participate in that process in one way or another. There are legitimate residents that are not aware that a permit hearing is occurring. So if we're tying one with the other, then we're leaving people out that might not be able to appeal the permit. Now, if we want to, the way that this is going is the issues have had to be raised during the permitting process. I'm okay with that. There's caution there. I'm not 100% just because I do think that sometimes there's issues that weren't vetted but I'll leave that alone. I'm just trying to hold on to the ability to allow people to do a permit appeal within the boundaries that we're saying that.
Now, do you literally mean file the appeal? So a community member who didn't participate in, make public comments, whether that's an individual or an organization that did not, I guess I'm wanting to understand how they would be in a position to file the appeal if they weren't attentive to the facility and the permitting process.
Yeah.
Their capacity to literally file an appeal, or is the question to make sure their issue is heard and considered in the appeal process? And I just feel like there's a distinction there that I would like our team to clarify, because if we have a whole permitting process where we are making recommendations that the DTSC permitting process be noticed better, be more available, have an opportunity for public comment, I guess I'm questioning the likelihood of someone actually having the capacity to file an appeal not having been part of the permitting process, literally, or is it that we?
And I
we
don't
need to
know.
hear
I
them?
think
That's what I'm trying to
and I'm
figure it
okay
out.
not having
Yeah.
all the answers, Jeannie.
Yeah.
I just think there's an opportunity for us to make it a little bit more accessible to folks that normally don't participate in the process. And if that can be achieved, but I think it would go a long way.
Okay. One of the things I'd like to, let me just jump in with a few details. One of the things in our regulation at 66271.18 is that matters in the final permit that couldn't have been raised during the draft permit review are matters that we could take up. We have expanded that. We've expanded it to people who participated. They didn't even have to testify at the earlier DTSC process. They just participated in the process. I would say that choosing to be a petitioner to appeal is probably a much more significant administrative and legal burden than being able to put together a one-page amicus filing for the board to consider. But most of all, the simplest thing, if someone felt that they weren't in the process during the draft permit, is to come to us in our permit appeal hearing. So it's open to everyone. And I think that we have, in those 5 ways, made it possible for anyone to participate in a permit appeal hearing.
Greg, for the benefit of the public as well as the board, can you go through the amicus brief, like what that looks like, what that entails?
Sure. So first of all, DTSC is going to be hearing our recommendations for the improvements that it can make during the permit process. And we can use the next, our time moving forward to really look at that and ensure that it's effective. I'm not sure that within the universe of people who do not receive notice of a permit process, that the issues that potentially could be raised by those people who lack notice would really be different than the issues that have already been raised by those who did participate. So I think by and large, what we're talking about is repetition, is people probably that have more of a general concern. And I don't know that there's a very strong likelihood that what we would be talking about here are people that are truly raising something that is new and different from what was already raised by others who did receive notice and did participate. But if there are people in that situation, then I'm not sure that being able to litigate or be an appellant, be a party in an appeal is necessarily the answer or the solution for them, because there is an administrative burden that's entailed there. And when you look historically at the appeals that DTSC has received, there have been some controversial projects that had a lot of community response, that had multiple appeals filed. And for the most part, they're filed by community organizations. There's a wide range of issues that can be raised there. But in our process, what we've said is those traditional appeals can be filed, but we also have an avenue for people who merely want to comment, to attend a meeting, to comment at the microphone, to mail us a letter. We're going to have information on our website that's accessible for people. And then in the amicus brief process, how that works is people would be able to put in writing their written arguments on issues that would be new and different from those that were raised by the litigants themselves. So those are the different avenues that would be available for people.
I guess the other question that I have, an amicus brief is only relevant if there's an appeal. So you can only file a brief as a friend of an appellant who already filed a brief, correct? So it's not as if someone who wasn't there, if no appeal is filed and a community member who wasn't aware of the permit wants to appeal, if there's no appeal filed, they don't have an option, correct? So I just think we ought to make clear about that. You're only a friend if there was an appeal on the table.
Right.
Okay. Sushma?
I'm going to state the obvious in what I'm hearing, which is that we believe that there are some inadequacies in the way public engagement is being handled on the within DTSC's permitting program or process. And we are now hearing ways to try and address them through the permit appeals process. I, over the long term, would like to see us correct those inadequacies through our governance role. I get that that's an idealistic view and it may take us some time to get there. And then we need some sort of an interim solution so that we can allow people that have not been able to engage for various reasons because of these inadequacies to be able to participate in the process. So my ask here is there a way for maybe another mechanism where members of the community or the public can write to the chair or vice chair and request to participate in the appeals process, even if they've not participated through the permitting process?
Well, previously, I mean, the way we had thought about it was to add an option in the simple form, asking or petitioning to be given that opportunity. And the way that we had originally envisioned it was to have the chair and the co-chair decide on, whether those people, have standing, and to explain why they were unable to participate during the permitting process. And based on that, it would be up to the chair and the co-chair. But like we said earlier, the problem we ran into was really deciding what parameters to set on, because we would have to set parameters on why, who would be, whose appeal would be accepted, or what reasons would be acceptable, and how to provide proof. And that's where we were pretty much stuck on.
Okay, all right. No, go ahead.
From a guiding principle standpoint, we're hearing that A, we don't want to stand up a separate or parallel permitting body that does exactly what DTSC does. And B, we want to be fully inclusive and provide more opportunities to participate in addition to the ones you've already laid out. And I've also heard you, Jeannie, talk about how this can be an iterative process because we are learning. Perhaps I'm sort of inviting us to consider this like additional mechanism where we don't overly prescribe what does qualify as good cause for members of the community to be able to make their own case to the chair and vice chair for consideration.
I'm not convinced that leaving two people with that authority makes sense either. So I just want to say that, that the chair and vice chair would decide that. I think we either say what people can do or what people can't do. And if
It would also add to the time.
it would add to the time, but either if someone can put together an appeal, they can file an appeal. I guess the question for me is, what are we worried about? Do we have to go through and see, oh, they showed up at meeting number 23 and what? It takes a lot to file the appeal. And if they're capable of filing the appeal or getting an organization or attorneys who would represent them in filing the appeal, and it's a bona fide appeal, I guess I'm re-wondering here what the challenge is. What's the problem?
I mean, I think that those people are not the ones that miss it, right? That those aren't the people that don't know about it in the first place. Those are the people that are engaged and involved and ready, right? So I think that the folks who we're trying to reach are not the same as those who would be bringing forward appeals. They're more folks that just have general concerns and didn't know.
I just want to walk through a scenario. Someone didn't participate. They file an appeal. We hear the appeal based on the strength of whatever they filed. It's either and we accept or we reject it. I'm just trying to follow this path and say, what's the challenge with that?
Right. I mean, I think that it's more about efficiency, right? Because if this is something that was already raised with DTSC and was addressed during the permit process, then why do we need to hear it?
We might not hear it, but we make the decision to not hear it.
And that, just to add, to me, it's not about efficiency. To me, it's about access and making it more accessible to somebody. And I don't know how to express it more in terms of there are legitimate people that are not aware and they're not going to be plugged in at the beginning. So as uncomfortable as it might be, the process might get delayed. If we can get to addressing accessibility. I mean, we want to be more accessible. We say that, right? So how do we make this process more accessible to that person that is not tied to a nonprofit, that is not tied to a legal representative, or the employer that employees in the facility? How do we make that's where I'm coming from. How do we make this process more accessible to that person that didn't get to play at the beginning of the permitting process and they want to? So it might be that the issues that they're concerned were raised during the permitting process. I understand that, but that person, we're allowing that person to have access to this appeal process through that lens.
I have a question. If there were to be a good cause like avenue to participate in the appeal process, should the board limit it to anyone, anywhere in the world, anyone in this country, anyone in this state? How do we bring about sort of, let me just finish, how, as you might see sometimes when you have third-party participants in something where they don't actually have a stake, if DTSC knocks itself out to engage with the community around community concerns and work with the regulated business, the board could perhaps at the front end, in a good cause like petition, dismiss some sort of rogue, uninterested, not part of this community desire to participate. I'm just trying to guard against diluting the importance of the community that did participate at the draft permit stage with someone who comes in later and wants to bring up other issues on appeal that were never considered by DTSC. So we want to drive people back to DTSC. I understand and hear that we want to also be mindful of a very special and limited proviso for access. How do we limit that so that it's not abused?
So I think there's two things. I think I'm gonna make it pretty expressive. If we do not hold good cause in this process that we are being asked to adopt, that I cannot support it. That's one. Secondly, we can define good cause as we're developing the implementation. So if we want to draw a parameter of if it's a resident and you have to prove that you're a resident, we can have that conversation in how we're implementing this regulation. So I think we're mixing the implementation procedures in the policy creation. So I just think it's very critical that we hold on to the good cause. And it's something that I would love to see in the regulation. And if it's not there, I don't think I can support it.
Okay. I think it'll be a good time, if there are no other board or staff comments, the presentation, if we could receive public comment now and then come back to the board. Is this about the right time for that, or is there anything else? Okay, let's go to public comment.
Hello, we are going to open the floor for public comment for this agenda item. I am going to alternate and take in-person comment first before I go to Zoom. Are there any? Please, I'll have the late, okay. Okay, the gentleman will come up. They're already walking up. And again, as a reminder, we ask that the comments be kept to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm Nor with the PSL. The whole goal of the BES was to be able to allow the people to engage in discussion and drive decision-making about environmental regulations that literally affect their entire lives. And this appeals process already sounds very regressive since it limits the community's abilities to speak up and maintain control over these grave decisions. And everyone that has already spoken seems to understand the fact that DTSC has failed time and time again to make any real change, and it continues to do absolutely nothing. So it just seems counterproductive to put that power back into their hands and to limit the community's voices in these matters. We already know that violations have been made, and we're tired of hearing excuses. Because again, the goal of this board was to allow the public to be involved in this process. And it really just sounds like you're taking the easy way out and reducing public engagement by putting decision-making processes back into DTS's hands so that they can fail us again. And I also wanted to make a comment on a few of the points that Greg Forrest made regarding people not even knowing about these issues. But the reality is that these issues affect everybody, whether they're aware of it or not, because they are literally breathing and drinking lead, which is why me, along with other affected community members, oppose this process, because it removes the community members' ability to even attempt to get involved in the first place. So this isn't about efficiency. I want to emphasize that. It's about people's livelihoods and the environment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public.
Are there any additional in-person comments? Please come up.
Hello, I'm Edgar with the Clean Air Coalition. And yeah, just to second what Nora just said, that, you know, the whole intention of this board, I mean, first of all, it was driven by our needs, right? Like our needs for oversight, for accountability. And it seems like the board is like a little uncomfortable with doing that and more comfortable with moving closer to the status quo. And the status quo at the DTSC is, it's the interest of industry, right? We don't trust the permitting division at the DTSC, which is why there should be an appeal process held by somebody outside of the agency, right? It's long recognized for decades now that the DTSC is a revolving door for lobbyists, for regulators, and for corporate lawyers. So we don't trust their decision-making. So it makes perfectly sense to be able to appeal to a separate body and to not leave out our ability to appeal their environmental review, their decisions regarding the CEQA process. We're the ones who burden the impact of those decisions, not any of the DTSC staff, right? So to limit our ability to appeal that aspect of their decision making, it just doesn't make any sense, and it just feels like that this board is uncomfortable stepping into a position where they can actually challenge the DTSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar.
Any additional in-person commenters? Please come up. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I am here today on behalf of...
Angela, would you bring your mic up just a little? Thank you.
I'm here today on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. And I know that I have 3 minutes, and I'm going to do my best, but I suspect that it might not be only 3 minutes. So here we are, y'all. You are about to make a decision about changing California law. And when you join this board, the notion was that you would be changing California law in a way that would help to bring transparency and engagement to an agency that has been struggling. And we don't have to go into that because you've already heard a lot of comments about it. But I don't think that it is news to any of us that the reason why y'all are here is to be a venue for and a place where DTSC is pushed to change the status quo, push them not over the edge, but out of their comfort zone, to really think about choices that they're making, to really think about how those decisions impact people. So I just want to remind us that what the law does is it structures our society and how we interact with each other. And so the structures that you will put in place here are important and they matter. They matter as much as the rules that we put in place about what books people can read or what kind of healthcare people can access. These rules are important because they make important distinctions about our values and our goals and how we're going to live into those values. So I just want to pause before I go into the next part and just remind y'all, because some of this conversation has been really disturbing to me. I'm going to invite all of us to lean into partnership and engagement and lean away from decide, announce, and defend. I want to deeply respect the work that y'all have been doing, Lizette and Alexis, on this process. I really appreciate it. And I know that you are coming to this, bringing your highest and best selves in order to challenge a bunch of very difficult things. And at the same time, you're hearing pushback and feedback from your colleagues and from the community that this set of decisions that's before us has not taken us to where we want to go. So I'm imagining that y'all have heard conversations about your discretion to make certain decisions, about the constraints that impact those decisions. And you've been thinking about what it looks like to live into your values. And I think that the questions that have been raised by Board Member Gonzalez exactly get to those points. We're having that conversation.
Angela, I'm sorry, your time is up, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Honor that, that would be.
So, because 3 minutes is long enough, right? Maybe 4. Y'all have discretion to do some things, probably. You can choose to defer to staff in an agency that we know needs a little bit of nudging on that, or you can choose not to. You can choose to constrain temporary appeals to 3 pages, but why would you do that? We filed the challenge, it's 6 pages long. Why are you constraining it to 3 pages? Who's that for? You can choose to mimic a court in how you set yourself up, but what's the advantage to that when you think about who you are and what you're trying to achieve here? But there are some places where you don't really have much discretion. You do not have discretions to decide not to hear all the appeals, and you certainly don't have the discretion to decide you're not going to hear all of the permitting decision. You simply don't.
Angela, that extra minute was up.
All right. Maybe there'll be a time when things aren't so urgent where we can actually dig into some of these policy decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional in-person comments? Please come up. Okay, I acknowledge one more after the current commenter. Are there any additional that are anticipating? Okay, thank you.
Hi again, I'm Mo, and I'm an organizer with the PSL. This change feels like it pays lip service to accessibility. However, consolidating appeals sounds like a process that is more beneficial for the board than the people who've been poisoned. In your presentation, you had mentioned you have limited staff and time to address the appeals process as is, but I would argue that the community members who have spent years fighting the conditions that they are unjustly exposed to have even less resources to follow this process. Making changes for the sake of efficiency would be understandable if the DTSC actually had a dependable track record of answering to the community's concerns. Board member Greg Forrest stated that he seldom hears anything new or different in regards to this issue, but if the board needs to spend more time listening to people talk about the horrifying health conditions that they're continuously exposed to, then so be it. That's part of the role you signed on to, and I hope you get sick of hearing from us so much that you do something meaningful about this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning, board. Matt Williamson. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I have been with you from day one in this process with Angela. I think we've commented at most or all of the workshops and in most of the iterations of the rules that we've seen. So I'll start out by just thanking you guys for the engagement and the opportunity again today. I do want to say, I don't think the rules are perfect that came out today. There are certainly things that I would change based on my experience representing companies and permitted facilities dealing with permit appeals. But this is a huge, huge, huge improvement over the existing process. And if we talk about things like transparency, the current appeals process in front of DTSC, You file an appeal and it goes into a black box and you don't hear anything else, and then an order comes out. So all of the steps that the vice chair laid out that allow for additional public participation are a significant improvement. Clarity in process, like I said, a black box. We know that there's different opportunities for when we're going to file briefs, when we're going to file the petitions. That clarity is greatly improved. Clarity on how CEQA is going to be dealt with. I mean, the previous appeals process did not speak to CEQA. You got a notice from DTSC maybe 3 months, 4 months after your statute of limitations had run on filing a legal challenge in court that said, sorry, we don't hear CEQA challenges. So the clarity that's added by that is much appreciated. My timer isn't going, so I have no idea how much time I have left. and the chair raised a really important point a number of times, which is, despite this process, these rules and this process not being perfect in my view, the board retains emergency rulemaking authority to go back and make improvements. Member Gomez and her concern over the good cause. I think the good cause provision is totally acceptable and would increase accessibility to the appeals process. So I hope the board considers adding that back in. But to the extent we get the appeals process started and find additional opportunities for improvement, let's not let good pass today because we're seeking perfection. We should be implementing this appeals process. I urge the board to approve these rules so that we can get the appeals started. And I look forward to continuing to engage with the board to talk about how we can improve this process in the coming months and years. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can come up. After this commenter, are there any additional in-person commenters? Go ahead.
Yeah, Christian with the Clean Air Coalition. Just wanted to address some things that Greg Forrest said repeatedly. Don't know why they're laughing, but the people you were describing in terms of, the people that are already engaged and the people that, are already likely to make an appeal, why bother with, hearing from people that come in later? You're describing myself. You're describing the many senoras that I've come across when canvassing to let them know about Cameco, school teachers that didn't know about Cameco, and all of the poison that they've been suffering from. So, real community power is building as we speak. There's dedicated people in La Puente, Avocado Heights, Hacienda Heights, Bassett, North Whittier, who are late to the game, and that's not their fault. And like, Edgar said previously, the burden rests on us. It's, if you're talking about efficiency, is that a way of you saying it's inconvenient for you to have to put in a little bit more work so that we don't have to suffer from, toxic pollutants that come out of Cameco? So yeah, I mean, I would appreciate if you were to look at us when we address you, because we are the people that you're talking about, and there's going to be more of us to come, and we're not going to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Seeing none, no hands in person. I'm going to go to the Zoom comments. Cynthia Babbage, I know your hand was raised first. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Babbage, Director of Del Amo Action Committee. I'm also the coordinator of the LA Environmental Justice Network. This appeals and this process is a very important topic because this is one of the main reasons why we fought so hard for DTSC to have an oversight board. You need to add good cause back in. Everything that Member Gomez said is so true. We have a giant warehouse that just went in our community, and we just finished doing door-to-door outreach this last weekend. And I can't tell you how many people, now that they see it right there in their face, were really taken aback by not knowing what was happening in the community. The board's proposed rule extends the status quo of DTSC. as I said before, we have deep rooted problems and we needed a place where we can come and bring our issues when we simply weren't being heard by the agency. And you talk about transparency. You know, the last meeting that I was able to participate in not long ago, we were all set to hear your recommendations, and suddenly some letter that got sent to you by industry shut down the whole process. What do you think that says to us about accountability in this rebuilding trust? So this proposed rulemaking doesn't do any of those things. By making the process harder than necessary for us, by being court-like proceedings, we're not lawyers. Deferring to staff decisions, that's the same old thing that we're telling you about. This proposed process limits the ability to show why staff's permitting decisions should be changed. Instead, the proposed rule creates a process that ensures community continue to be ignored. Not looking at CEQA, are you kidding me? The inequities and the miscalculations that happen in CEQA by proponents of these industries, it's a process that can be easily manipulated. It's one of the only places that critical analysis and information to explain why decisions are being made happens, and why wouldn't we need a place to challenge that? The board can say that it cares about environmental justice all day long, while it refuses to make it easier to hear what impacted people are. It's happening to us. People are working 2 and 3 jobs, and you expect them to be on top of every permit and every bad industry that wants to happen inside our communities? That's ridiculous. The board should not approve this deeply flawed process and proposed rule. The board must adopt an engagement process that hears our concerns about staff permitting decisions, especially around environmental justice. And bravo, Member Gomez. You go.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you for that. And as a reminder, for those that are sharing comments in the chat, if you would like it read aloud, please state that at the beginning of your chat comment. Jonathan Pruitt, please go ahead, state your name and affiliation, and share your video if you like.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Pruitt. I'm the Green Zones Program Manager at the California Environmental Justice Alliance. The Board of Environmental Safety is proposing changes to the hazardous waste facility permit appeal process, but the community members and environmental justice organizations have concerns, and they've written to the board that urges to rework the proposed changes. And the proposed changes will really perpetuate DTSC's failed status quo for how it makes permitting decisions and create more barriers to the community engagement efforts. And the community wants the board to allow communities to have adequate time to review and comment on those proposals and rework actually this full draft appeals process. When the board proposes this adopt a court-based model, they impose a requirement to post a bond to quote unquote avoid prejudice to industry while an appeal is pending before the board. But community members and environmental justice organizations believe that this court-like process is not an adequate model to ensure that those voices of those impacted are actually heard. And the bonding proposal, it feels like retaliation for those community-driven appeals. And when we talk about CEQA, CEQA is the only place that staff collects, analyzes, and explains the information about how the permitting decision impacts the health and the environment of those communities. And the board really can't be all about environmental justice if it refuses to hear those appeals about these things. And so it's important and it's imperative that the board does not give approval to this highly flawed proposed regulation. Instead, the board must implement an engagement process that takes into account the community's concerns regarding all permitting decisions and having a particular focus on the environmental impact decisions made by staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Torado, please go ahead, state your name and affiliation, and share your video if you like.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. Good morning, board members, DTSC staff. My name is Paula Torrado, and I am the manager of Health and Environment Programs at Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles, an environmental health organization that advocates for policies and practices that improve public health, eliminate environmental threats, and address health disparities. I'm here to express my concerns, our concerns regarding the implementation of the emergency rulemaking on the hazardous waste facility permitting appeal process. DTSC is granted authority to issue permits that allow facilities to produce hazardous waste and related emissions from its business operations. Often, these facilities that require such a permit are located in low-income and communities of color that are also burdened with numerous environmental and public health threats. It has also not ever been the nature of DTSC to deny permits. That's why we are completely dismayed by the board's proposal to construct, rather than dismantle, barriers to community engagement efforts to be heard in DTSC permitting appeals process. The board proposes to adopt a core-based model for conducting its business, including the hearing the appeals. We are concerned that the BES is not committing to community demands of addressing environmental impact in the DTSC permitting decision. The most troubling part is the proposed refusal to hear appeals about staff's environmental impact decisions. CEQA is imperative to ensure impacts are addressed, and EJ is considered on the permitting decision. This is the most critical part of the permitting decision process, and in order to issue, modify, or renew a permit. And that also can create transparency and accountability to the community. The goal of establishing the BES was to bring accountability to DTSC and create a bridge for impacted communities to be directly and meaningfully involved in the decision-making table. Our communities are the bodies of evidence, and this process is once again placing the burden of proof on the community. Our communities already have a good cause for appealing the permit, and that is reflected in their decades of advocacy against these toxic facilities next to their homes. It is their daily exposures and experiences that are a good cause. Questioning that is not only disrespectful, but disempowering to the community and environmental justice voices. The permitting appeals process should support communities' concern and not further exacerbate them. The board should not approve this rule process. We want to see the BES ensure DTSC moves towards a strong and health-protective permitting process that actually addresses the impacts of the life cycle of toxic chemicals by ensuring the appeals include a strong CEQA reviews. We want the BES to commit to creating solutions to ensure strong and meaningful community engagement in these important decisions, and that the BES will prioritize protecting residents' health first. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Garcia Roscoe, please go ahead, state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Good morning. My name is Grecia Roscoe with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. I'm calling in to express that our disappointment with the board's proposed decision to refuse to hear appeals for the permitting decisions under CEQA. Historically, DTSC's permitting decisions have significantly impacted low-income communities of color, and appealing permitting decisions in this way is an important tool for communities to combat hazardous waste sites in their neighborhoods. And with this board's decisions, community input would be unreasonably burdensome because it turns the process into a complicated legal proceeding, ignores community appeals by deferring to staff decisions, and also refuses to hear Class 1 permit modification decisions and constrains appeals to temporary authorizations. And what ultimately results is a lack of accountability in the permitting process because communities will be disincentivized to engage in a process that is overly complicated. And this decision would eliminate the means that the most vulnerable communities can meaningfully engage. This lack of accountability would exacerbate environmental justice issues and environmental racism, because as we know, low-income communities of color have always been heavily targeted by hazardous waste facilities. Now, while my organization is here to provide support to communities in the Central Valley, there are many communities out there without any legal experts or any assistance to help them fight back against these hazardous land use decisions. So today, the board has stated numerous times that they wish to make this process accessible. Please do so. Do not approve this proposed rule. The board must adopt an engagement process that listens to the community about all permitting decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Zamorano family, please go ahead, state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Hi, my name is Vivian Zamorano and I'm a member of CAC. I am what's the word? I'm alarmed by the board's proposed rulemaking. I mean, the discussion thus far discusses administrative burden and unfortunately does little for community burdens. I want to say thank you to Georgette Gomez for trying to step up. The board is tasked with creating safer and healthier communities and improve the Department of Toxins and Substances Control. To do this, you must shake up DTS oversight, but instead the proposal does not do enough to change the status quo, nor the unchecked power of DTSC, which has been disastrous for communities it does not protect. In one breath, you say you are going to protect the public, and in the next, you say you will defer to DTSC staff's permitting decisions, the same entity that enabled Exide. In another breath, you say you aim to increase DTSC's public transparency and accountability. But then in the fine details, you make proposals to limit public participation, limit comment periods, limit appeals for permit modifications, and refuse to hear community challenges to DTSC staff's environmental decisions. Remember, transformative change requires you to listen to outside voices, not limit them. DTSC slapped my community in the face when it settled with Quemeco. My community, like all impacted communities, needs the board to allow participation in all permitting decisions and for the board to protect them from past and present hazardous operations. The board has the authority and responsibility to make reforms that genuinely help communities impacted by environmental injustice. Instead of bowing to DTSC expertise that has kindled the public's distrust and, frankly, disgust, the board needs to fulfill its promise to provide oversight and enhance transparency over how DTSC does its work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ingrid Brostrom, please go ahead, state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Hi, Ingrid Brostrom with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. And first, I would like to request a 1-minute extension for my comments.
You have it, Ingrid.
Thank you. I am very disappointed with the proposed appeals process. This was an opportunity to do things differently, an opportunity to break down barriers to public participation that permeate so many of the other administrative processes communities attempt to participate in. And as you deliberate each provision of the rule today, I would ask that you ask yourselves, does this process or procedure allow impacted communities to effectively participate in the permitting and appeals process without obtaining technical experts or attorneys? The rules, as they're currently proposed, the answer is unfortunately no. You have designed your process to mimic court proceedings, and this presents barriers to community participation. You're requiring strict issue exhaustion. This presents barriers to community participation without attorneys. You're requiring strict standing, which also presents barriers to community participation, especially when we know there is unequal access to information about pending permitting decisions, and we know the sad history of DTSC's failure to notify communities of important hazardous waste processes. By allowing appellants to show good cause for not meeting strict exhaustion and standing requirements, you would give yourself flexibility to consider special circumstances. You would recognize the historical deficiencies in DTSC's notification processes, and you would still promote early participation whenever that is possible. There are very few downsides to requiring or to allowing a good cause waiver for some of these very obvious barriers to public participation. Secondly, I want to address the importance of addressing environmental impacts in the appeals process. The arguments that I've heard in opposition to reviewing CEQA determinations are very much divorced from the reality on the ground. I've heard a lot about how difficult it will be for the board to review CEQA documents and determine their adequacy given their existing resources. But this concern is wildly overstated when we look at what DTSC's actual practices are. DTSC's standard practice is to rely on whatever initial environmental analysis was done at the time of the initial permit. We're not seeing new hazardous waste facilities. So regardless of any omissions of that initial document, changed circumstances, new information, or an obviously deficient analysis, DTSC is not conducting a comprehensive environmental analysis. So what this means is DTSC is approving permits without understanding or disclosing environmental or public health implications of that approval. This is some of the information that's most critical for these decisions and for the public. And DTSC gets away with this time and again because there's no recourse for communities to challenge the practice, short of going to court and hiring an attorney. In a vast majority of the cases, the environmental review documents will be a tiny, tiny fraction of the overall administrative record. In a recent example, for an extremely problematic facility, DTSC relied on a 15-page addendum to a 5-page negative declaration that was first written in the 1980s. This would require DTSC board to review 20 pages. And this is not an anomaly. If you move forward as proposed, you will allow DTSC to continue approving hazardous waste permits without considering environmental and public health implications. And this is not aligned with your stated purpose to make DTSC more accountable to the public. I implore you to revisit both the CEQA determination as well as to insert a good clause waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Thank you. Shalita Holmesbox, please go ahead.
Thank you so very much. My name is Shirley Holmesbox, policy advocate with Green Action, and I'm here with my colleague Camila Elam and Edwayne Varese, long-term residents of Bayview, Hunters Point, and we're all natives of San Francisco. I just wanted to make this quick and brief. I echo and underscore the prior public comments, each and every single one of them, especially Cynthia Babbage. And I must say, I was in the chat just thanking Commissioner Georgette Gomez. We were just having a little rally here around her. And I am so grateful, we are grateful that Commissioner Georgette gets it. And she's representing the voices of marginalized communities, such as the Bayview Hunters Point. This is not a joke. This is not something that you can limit access. And to that end, we invite the board to survey the 35,000 residents of the Bayview Hunters Point to get some hard data on access. I can't believe that we're having this type of discussion, that the board is even attempting to do so, because the reason why you exist is because the lack of access in this process. So again, we invite you to the Bayview Hunters Point with your surveys so that you can get some hard data. And then I think this would make this whole issue moot. Thank you so very much. And thank you again, Commissioner Georgette Gomez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ivana Castellanos, go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation and share your video if you like.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Ivana Castellanos, and I am the Toxics and Plastics Campaigner at Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I also serve as coordinator for Californians for a Healthy and Green Economy, or CHANGE Coalition, which works to fundamentally shift the way we manage and eliminate toxics in California to ensure frontline communities and workers are protected first. I want to express our serious concerns regarding the proposed permit appeal process. While I thank the board for holding workshops in advance of the drafting of the proposed language, communities still need sufficient time to review the actual draft language. Releasing the initial draft just before the holidays and the quick comment periods between subsequent drafts released in the past few months does not allow community members adequate time to organize, review, and digest the information together and engage thoroughly with you in this process. Many of the facilities requiring such permits are specifically placed in low-income communities and communities of color. These communities have historically been neglected and harmed by our governmental agencies and institutions, particularly and painfully by DTSC. The BES promised communities that it would provide oversight and enhance transparency over how DTSC does its work. but the proposed appeal process does not support community members, will be difficult for community members to navigate, and is not an adequate model to ensure the voices of those most impacted by these decisions are actually heard. By moving forward with this intimidating court-like permit appeal model, the BES is choosing to not prioritize equity, accessibility, or community engagement. Within today's meeting discussing the proposed appeal process, Board Chair Rizzo said, "It takes a lot to file an appeal." We should not accept that it takes a lot. This process should be accessible to those most impacted, regardless of what resources they may or may not have access to. In addition, the proposed rules deferral to DTSC staff's decisions will further erode the public's trust in this process. Why should this appeal process defer to a DTSC permitting process that is already inequitable and difficult to access for community members? The proposed appeal process would widen these inequities rather than challenge them. Instead of rushing to establish a flawed appeal process, we encourage the BES to think critically about these systems and who they benefit, and provide more time for community engagement in this rulemaking process. This board has set out to serve its core mission through transparency, accountability, and rebuilding trust by deeply engaging with communities, particularly those that have been disproportionately burdened. Today's proposed permit appeal process does not live up to these values and should not be approved today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne Martinez-Watson, you may go ahead.
Hello again, this is Yvonne Martinez-Watson, Chair of the Environmental and Social Justice Committee for the Sierra Club Angeles chapter. And I'm also a member of the same committee for Sierra Club California. I'm just sitting here shaking my head, listening to all these comments and looking at what is being proposed today, which this is, for me, the first time I'm seeing this proposal. And I have to say that if you really want to reach your commitment for true transparency and public participation, then you need to really not stop throwing up additional barriers to that same participation. I can't really comment on the document. I haven't had a chance to read the entire thing. I've just been skimming it. But what I'm looking at so far is putting off alarm bells in my head, making me wonder if this is in compliance with the Ralph M. Brown Act. Because you can't put these kind of barriers in front of people when you're trying to hold public meetings, especially if it's a public hearing. The public has a right to participate. And everything that my colleagues in the environmental justice communities have said, you need to listen to. How much more do we have to do to prove to you that there's a problem at the DTSC that is decades long? And yet you want to continue that same pattern of, yeah, let's just listen to the staff and let's just do what we need to do as business as usual. You need to shake this up. This is not acceptable. I'm just letting you know, I'm gonna have some people take a look at this document. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The Zoom commenter titled Auto Login, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yeah, my name's Duncan McKee. I'm a longtime resident in and around the Quemeco facility. We're smelling burning plastic and other noxious fumes coming off there on a regular basis, especially during the rain. DTSC is in the process of renewing their expired permit, and community members and others will be appealing that. And we're counting on this board. We're depending on this board. We have high hopes for this board that you will help us remedy this situation. DTSC permitting should have never issued that permit in 2005. There's provisions that have not been met. I personally won an appeal on 2 provisions in that permit, and the wording should have come out of the permit that allowed them to process other lead-bearing hazardous waste that I pointed out could potentially allow them to incinerate even leaking old canisters of chemical weapons if they contain lead. And DTSC agreed. And that wording should have been pulled out a long time ago. And so we're hoping this board can be another avenue for us to finally get a handle on some of these facilities that are poisoning not only us and my community, but many communities. I mean, I hear people like Cynthia Babbage and others here, talking horror stories about facilities in their communities that DTSC has the responsibility and we were hoping would be protecting us from. And they're just simply not living up to what we believe is their responsibility. And again, we have high hopes for this board that they will take some definitive action and be another avenue to help bring some of these situations under control. And just in closing, I can't help but notice that two of Quometco's top consultants are in on this, are in on this Zoom meeting and listening to this Zoom meeting. Howard Berman, who's a good friend of Wayne Nastry, the executive officer of South Coast Air Quality Management, and Mike Buckhands, who's another longtime consultant. And also, I believe, a plant manager from Quometco is listening in on this. So that's pretty much all I have to say. We're hoping that you can really do something to help this community and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn Kepke, you may go ahead.
Sheena,
please.
can I ask how many more we have?
I have one more after Dawn Kepke goes, and then I have some comments to read from the chat.
Because we'll need to take a 10-minute break shortly, and we are running late, and regroup our timing. So let's have the last of the public comments.
Okay. Dawn Kepke, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Rizzo and board members. I'm Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke Padron on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief comments on the board's permit appeals regulation before you today. SEEB has appreciated the opportunity to engage and discuss the draft regulation over the past 7 months, notwithstanding your authority to advance the regulation via emergency regulatory authority, notably that does not require as robust of public engagement or time as what you've provided in this process. To be clear, SEEB during the SB 158 process did raise concerns about providing the board with emergency regulatory authority. However, the discussions with the legislature and ultimate decision to do so focused at that time on the need to provide a pathway to establishing such processes quickly, given the great need for the board to be able to begin hearing appeals and given concerns raised by stakeholders relative to transparency, responsiveness, engagement, timeliness, and more. Given the board's approach in providing more time and engagement on this effort to date, SEEB commends the board for the time and thoughtful approach you have taken in the development of these regulations. SEEB believes this has led to a balanced regulation that will help ensure a productive, accessible, and thoughtful permit appeals process. On the subject of CEQA, it is important to note that the environmental review required by CEQA is largely duplicative of the review required by DTSC's permit regulations. Additionally, we note that many agencies, including air districts across the state, take a similar approach on CEQA that is before the board in the regulation today, providing workable and appropriate precedent. Finally, the approach before the board will help provide greater transparency and engagement on appeals, as well as help apply additional pressure on the department to improve its public engagement and notification processes earlier in the permitting process, a key issue that all stakeholders are asking for. All in all, we urge the board to advance the regulation today into the formal rulemaking process, understanding that it indeed has the authority to refine the regulation going forward as issues arise or elements of the process warrant refinement. With that, I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Zoom participant with phone number ending in 6742, you may go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Renee Jenkins with Bayview Hunters Point Mothers and Fathers Committee. And I just wanted to express that I do feel that this whole process seems a little bit racist and inequitable in the sense that it sounds like and it feels like a court hearing just for the community to appeal. And they're already overburdened with just trying to provide for their families and keep their health up in an already polluted environment. So I just wanted to reiterate all that I agree with all the comments that everyone said before, and that you guys should hopefully look at this as the opportunity to challenge and change the status quo at DTSC and to create real change. And that may take a little bit longer, and we do need to put people over profit and not always think about the money, but also think about helping people in the end, and actually reestablishing our relationship with Mother Earth, and that we're healing and working with the earth and not against it. Putting these permits out and overburdening and gentrification is not helping our shoreline or keep our water and air clean. So we do want to focus on healing and working with the community and engaging with the community, as well as Indigenous people that have built this country to where it's been at. Thank you again for letting us comment and for being there to assist in this process with DTSC. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. I have one more on Zoom. Florence Caribbean, this will be the last Zoom comment, then I will read the chat comments.
Okay.
Florence Caribbean, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, thank you. The Del Amo Action Committee was very disappointed with the proposed regulation. We felt betrayed because we have been there at the table from the very beginning, making comments, feeling that those comments would make a difference in the regulation, finding that it didn't make any difference at all. And the comments about public participation didn't seem to make any difference at all. I really object to saying that the board could decide during a public hearing that somebody is making an irrelevant comment and shut them off. And if somebody sent a comment in writing deemed to be irrelevant, they wouldn't have to pay any attention to it. I really never heard of such a thing. I want to say that the people that we've worked with have worked so hard on this. Angela Johnson Maceros, as you know, very, very thoughtful, I applaud her every time, and she gets cut off. Sometimes I wonder what we're doing. So I really object. We hope that you will not move this regulation forward. We hear that the reason it's an emergency is because you don't have the staffing to handle a process that would allow more public comment from people. Also, I hear today that there's new information on the regulatory package, which I had not known before. And I just want to end my comments by saying, as far as I know, I'm the only person who actually worked with permitting. My first level manager job was working in the permitting with the permit writers. And it's a very big job. I actually believe it's the fact that the DTSC has a failure in putting together effective public participation, and that is one of the things that really needs to be done badly. I also want to add that I worked in enforcement and worked on Quamedco many years ago. A couple of things that happened there. Their ceiling caved in their place where they did the battery work, and it got red tagged. Their whole air pollution control system caught on fire on the 4th of July and burned to the ground. So these are
Florence,
class 1
your time is
violations.
up.
I'm going to go now. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Okay, so I'm going to read some of the comments that were shared in the chat and closing out any verbal comments at this point. Eric Nolan, to the board's credit, in my previous experience with emergency regulations, I have not seen so much openness in response to public comment. I'm still not in favor of the emergency rule process, but the process here has not been as quote unquote closed as I have experienced with other agencies. Ingrid Brostrom, the reasoning behind allowing waiver for good cause allows some flexibility for the board to consider special circumstances while still promoting early participation when possible. Eric Nolan, I fully agree with Member Georgia. Limiting the appeals to previous commenters is very concerning and potentially discriminatory. But if BES/DTSC is going to use the front-end community involvement process, you need to be absolutely certain your communications and accessibility are solid and available to all. Eric Nolan, staff capacity is not a valid reason for simplifying or limiting the process. I think that the people need to have voice regardless of how much staff BES/DTSC have. Cynthia Babbage, absolutely build your capacity just like our communities have to do. Ingrid Brostrom, both waivers for strict issue exhaustion and standing requirements for good cause shown. Yvonne Martinez Watson, if you want more public participation, please post more announcements in the places and news sources where those will be more likely to be seen by members of the public and publish those notices in the languages of the community. Cynthia Babbage, communities can and do rise to the challenges before them. Why is there such pushback on this issue? Is this a line in the sand from industry representatives? Cynthia Babbage, Attorney Guy, we should be heard and not invisible. You are not in our shoes and should not decide relevancy to the way we have to protect ourselves because DTSC is not. Eric Nolan, perhaps members of the board should go into Richmond, Bayview, Hunter's Point, Kettleman, LA, etc., knock on doors and ask people if they would know how to appeal a permit for a facility that's impacting their neighborhood. Get some reality check or ask the community members how they would like to receive communications. Public surveys for policy development can be powerful. Rabina Sewell, Executive Director of California Safe Schools, a children's environmental health and environmental justice coalition. Board members, the proposed process places unnecessary burdens on meaningful community participation, including but not limited to making the process into a court-like proceeding and quote unquote deferring to staff's decisions when communities appeal. Again, we urge the board to remember its goals of transparency, accountability, and rebuilding trust with the public. Thank you. Sincere apology for being unable to testify via the web. Rabina Sewell. Board members, the proposed process places, I already read that one, my apologies. Cynthia Babbage, we do this hard gut-wrenching work that consumes our lives for our communities and all the young voices heard today. They are so smart and sharp, seeing with such clarity. They are our heroes. That concludes the comments from the chat.
Thank you, Sheena, and thank you everyone for your public comments. I'm going to propose just a 10-minute break now, ask the subcommittee to connect with each other based on everything we've heard. We'll come back in 10 minutes and readdress the, pardon? Do you want to close the comment? Yeah, we're closing the public comment period now. We're taking a break and we'll come back and have a further board discussion on the comments that we heard and any changes that the subcommittee and or the board want to make before we move to take action. So we'll take 10 minutes. We'll come back here at 12:41 or something. Thank you. Well, I think it's fair to say that that was a very robust, informative series of discussions and comments. The subcommittee has would like to propose. Pardon? Well, we do have a quorum, and Georgette.
We just need a minute to get it
Well,
over.
she'll be right back, but she knows what's coming, I think. So,
I can describe.
okay, so we'd like to go back to the subcommittee in response to the public comments and input that we've received today, which we are very grateful for.
Thank you, everyone, for your comment. Earlier, over the last several months, the subcommittee at one point had put out a draft in which there was the option for a good cause showing that would have come before the chair and vice chair. And that was reflected in our written materials, including the form that we're going to put up in due course, where you could check a box if you were going down that good cause route. Based on the comments we've heard today from board members and the public, we can return to that option of making the proviso for a good cause argument to be brought before the board. What we as a subcommittee are suggesting is that the board as a whole would hear that, not just the chair and vice chair, and that the form would be returned, would be revived with the modification earlier. So our attorney, Greg Forrest, is going to ask Sheena to put this up on the screen so that you can have benefit of what the subcommittee is proposing. In this electronic world, this is good. Give us a moment.
Sheena, did you get my email?
While we're waiting.
Yet.
Okay, not yet.
It went just a second before I said that.
While we're waiting for that email to go through so it can be posted for you all to see on Zoom and those of you in the room, will you all remind us of, once we submit these, where they go and what the process is for these emergency regs to be approved and implemented? Where is the authority for that? Just literally explain where it goes after this.
Recording in progress.
So there's two steps. The first step is that we submit our proposed regulations to Cal EPA. There's a financial disclosure that we have to make, and there's a standard form that's used. So there's two forms that get signed for the submittal. And there's a notice that goes along with that. We posted the notice on our website already. That shows the changes from what's currently been adopted, the existing regulations with red line or underline and strike out, right? So we're gonna have to update that.
Okay, but it goes to Cal EPA.
But it goes to Cal EPA. We're anticipating a pretty quick turnaround there. Usually it's a 14-day turnaround, but we think we're gonna get it back sooner. And then when we get that, we'll have something in final form that we can then submit to the Office of Administrative
But the
Law.
clarity I'm looking for, and I think the public wants to hear, is there a review process that accepts, rejects, or comes back to us based on what we submit? I just want clarity on, is this a perfunctory process where we submit it, or could could our emergency regs not be approved by somewhere up the line?
So what the Office of Administrative Law looks for is clarity. They have certain standards on clarity. And they also have requirements when you do things like you make a certain cross-reference. And in our regulations, we're using forms. And so we mentioned before, having a proper cross-reference to the use of the form. So we'll submit the forms with that. We've done some work to reach out to the attorneys at Office of Administrative Law. And we think that we're there, but it's a formalistic technical review. It's not a substantive review.
Okay, so in other words, are you saying that that restoring good cause to our regs is not in and of itself subject to their approval or disapproval?
Correct.
Okay, that's important. That's all I really want to know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that.
Are we good?
The documents.
Kelly still has to sign before LAL.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg, with this.
Okay, so I'm working obviously quickly here, but I think I have captured this. So if you can make that full size, and then if you can go down, please, to the second page, I'll show you exactly the change that's been added to implement the good cause and exactly how that would work.
Technical difficulties while we figure it out.
You may just have to read it.
Yeah. So basically, these restrictions on standing and on what you'd call issue exhaustion, or the requirement to have raised things in the past, appear in paragraphs 5 and 6 of A. Okay, so on this page, you see 5, standing to file, and 6, failure to participate. And so what I've added here is 7. And what 7 says is that the board has discretion to accept petitions, notwithstanding those. So what the board would do at a public meeting by a majority vote would allow, on a showing of good cause, use its discretion to waive the application of paragraphs 5 and 6. And then if you go down a bit more to the next paragraph, sub B, that one has, I've added language there in the last sentence. It says, except as provided in paragraph 7, right? Because we have the exception, the waiver exception. So except as provided in paragraph 7, the board would dismiss a petition that does not meet either of those requirements. So I think I've caught it all the places that it shows up in the regulation. And just to reiterate, the way it works is that somebody comes to a public meeting, and obviously that's the public meeting we're anticipating where the initial order would be adopted, and they would be requesting a waiver of that. They'd say, you know, wasn't able to participate in the past. I'm raising something here that, you know, regardless of these restrictions, and the board would then be able to waive that. So we can talk about this document. There's one other document that we need to change, because recall that we have a form that people sign and fill out to submit an appeal. We have directions on the form, and one of the directions on the form is this restriction. Again, it's an admonition. It's a directive to people to say, you know, if you didn't participate in the process, then you're limited. So that was the old version of the form. We've changed the form, and Lizette mentioned this, and her board member Ruiz mentioned this in the past, that we had a version of this previously where there's, if you go to the bottom, Sheena, go to the very next, yeah. So here, if you go to the top of this page, the second paragraph is failure to participate. So it's the admonition like I talked about. And what this says is, if this applies to you, if this limitation applies to you, that you were not able to participate the first time around, but yet you still want to file an appeal, you check this box, okay? So I can read off what this box says. We're trying to, you know, make this easy to follow. So the box says that I was unable to participate in the draft permit review process. I hereby request the board grant me permission to file a petition that is not limited to matters that appeared for the first time, et cetera. And then they would provide an explanation there. So we have space on the page for them to provide an explanation.
An explanation of what?
Of why they weren't able to participate.
What are we going to do with the why?
That's then our basis for showing good cause. Our finding of good cause is based on their explanation.
Without parameters about which whys would work for us, why do we even have that? Good cause is, I want to do it. I'm a community member. I mean, it would, what?
So the concept of good cause, as it's usually used in, you know, legal proceedings, it comes up a lot in court proceedings particularly, but I think it's more generally applicable, is just that there is something special. There's a special circumstance.
The request itself can serve as the special they're asking. What we're hearing is, if I'm asking, I couldn't participate or I didn't participate, now I want to participate. And if we start parsing good cause, it's going to be, I think it's going to be really hard for the board to say, what constitutes good cause? Good cause is, I want to do it. I couldn't before, I acknowledge I wasn't before, and I want to be now. I mean, the simplest thing would be that you request it. I think the assessment of good cause requires, it's going to be informed by our biases, by our judgments about what good cause is. So good cause is, I couldn't do it, I want to do it now. Is that not adequate? What's wrong with that?
I mean, I guess it's just, to me, it seems like, then do we want to have a requirement of good cause?
Well,
it doesn't sound like there really would be a need for a showing of good cause if that's the case.
I'd like to hear from other board members. What, if we were sitting here, what would wind up being acceptable under good cause? As opposed to you filed this appeal, you want to file an appeal, you didn't participate earlier, and we're aware that you didn't, but now you want to. What's wrong with that? I just think we have to ask and answer that question amongst ourselves in order to be responsive to what we heard for 2 hours this morning.
Let me offer a comment, which is we want to drive public engagement with DTSC during the permit development process. And we want to drive community engagement directly with DTSC around the issues they have so that DTSC can address those in permit development. If someone was unable to participate in that process and they come to us afterwards and they say, now I couldn't do it before, I want to now, one could leave that alone, but we don't want to disincentivize people from participating and having the permit reflect those community concerns. And so I think what we're looking at here are a few sentences by hand, if need be, that just explain a genuine good cause interest in participation. I'm not saying that we have to judge it. I'm just saying that there should be something so that we don't have 1,000 people suddenly arriving on the doorstep to become appellants who never participated in the draft permit stage because they didn't have to.
That's presuming, well, I guess I'm concerned that we should make our best effort as a board and encourage and have discussions with DTSC about encouraging all the ways for people to participate, right? If we do our job there, this will be a moot point. If we don't, we're going to wind up with 20 of these, right? If everybody does their best job in the open process for the permitting, then there'll be fewer of these. It'll be a measure. It'll be an interesting metric, won't it? Right? If we wind up with everything at this end, it means the front end didn't work that well. So I'm just reluctant to create a scenario where we don't have guidelines for the judgment about it, but rather the person says I was unable, and that's good enough. And if we wind up with more unables, then we know that the front end process did not work.
We struggled with coming up with criteria that would capture the broad range of personal experiences that prevented someone from participating. If someone says, I was hospitalized, we don't want to go find out their medical history. You know,
no.
we didn't want to get into that. And so that's one of the reasons why we had left it as it was, just a broadly stated, unable to participate.
I think unable to participate, at least from my point of view, is adequate. I mean, we're not going to litigate with each person who says they were unable. We're not going to go dig into were you really away on sabbatical or on vacation or in the hospital or, you know, we're not going to do that. So if we're not going to do that, then I think we should make that as open as we can.
We do have, if you scroll down the form, that, you know, we are asking people to be honest under, you know, penalty of perjury. I mean, it should, I mean, we're always hoping people are honest on these forms, but, you know, we're taking everybody's, you know, statement, and, you know, as true. So there is that, but I also think that this is something we can work on. And you know, as you mentioned earlier, you know, we do have the emergency rule process. And if we do find that there are things that don't work out, I think we can, you know, we're definitely going to be making notes.
I know there are legal requirements here, and I want to respect that. I also know that we're not going to proceed with a perjury admonition to somebody. We're not going to do that. So I'm always reluctant to put heavy duty legal language into something that we're actually never going to employ. We're not going to do it. So if a person says they were unable and we feel that was somehow untrustworthy, we still look at that. We get together as a board. We decide on whether we're accepting that as good enough cause. We can do it by a Zoom meeting. It just seems like we could streamline this and not make it so cumbersome. I'm sorry for taking all the space there, Sushma.
I feel that I've heard loud and clear today that the good cause clause is not useful and we just need to keep it really open-ended. So I like the idea of just checking the box. Instead of using the description as rationale for good cause, I think it's information we can use to inform DTSC's process to understand what is prohibiting the public from participating fully in the permitting process and then help to shape it and inform it, but not as a rationale for allowing people to participate.
I second that. Yeah, no, yes.
Okay.
With that, if we were to remove at the bottom, if you scroll down, we would, per your comment, Madam Chair, we would just have a signature line and take out the penalty of perjury language, that whole sentence. How would we address Board Member Bhatia's comment about, is this the place to get information that would inform DTSC why this person was unable to participate? We could ask them to say, how could DTSC have reached you during the draft permit process, if we wish? And if not, let's not.
It can be an optional comment. Do you want to explain why you were unable or not? Yes,
Okay.
you know, and if you don't, you just said you were unable, we're going to trust that. If we wind up with 500 unables, then we've learned something that's going to inform the next bit of work that we take on. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm trying not to make it so cumbersome, unnecessarily cumbersome.
Got it. So what we would do as part of a proposal is that line would come out above the signature line, and further up where the explanation, we would take out required and we would say explanation, quote, optional. How could you have been informed during the draft permit stage?
Fine. I mean, we'll gather information that way, but it's not the deciding factor, right?
Especially if it says optional. So that is our proposal before the board.
Okay, so that's an amendment to the existing process that you've recommended.
It's an amendment to that regulation up on screen and an amendment to the form of the three elements that are before the board for action.
Okay. Okay, any other board comments on that? Because I think you have motions to propose.
Would you prefer that the subcommittee put forward the motion?
I think so.
Shall we? All righty. Let's take this. Madam Chair and board members, on behalf of the subcommittee, I move that we adopt proposed amendments to the hazardous waste facility permit appeal regulations at California Code of Regulations, Title 22, Division 4.5, Chapter 21, Article 1, Section 66-271-14, 66-271-15, and 66-271-18, with the particular change as described to add the good cause language that was up on the screen for the public. Secondly, that we would adopt Standing Order BES 2301, the Rules for Administration of Appeals and Appeal Forms, and BES 2302, the Rules for Conduct of Public Hearings, with the changes that we just described to the form, to remove the language above the signature, the entirety of that sentence, and to change the explanation to an optional explanation that would allow the person filing the form with us to let DTSC know how they might have been reached during the draft permit phase. That's my motion.
Is there a second to that, Liz?
I'll second.
Is there any other further board discussion?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. Definitely something that I can support. I just don't want it. And I know we spoke about it as to why the CEQA aspect was not acknowledged here, but I'm just wondering if there's, after the many that was weird. The many community input that was shared, and I'm just wondering if there's any other thoughts around that. I don't want us to be silent because I think it was very pretty loud and clear during this hearing. So I just want to. I have a lot of thoughts about it, but I just want to hear from colleagues on that issue. Are we still moving as is? Are we just being silent? There's a lot of folks that gave us input on that issue yet again. And maybe I can start with sharing my thoughts. Sorry about that. I just think that although I do recognize that the capacity aspect of it, I think there's a capacity and the right thing to do on the permitting appeal. And I'm trying to separate the capacity and the work that we need to do from doing the right thing. Perhaps if we don't incorporate CEQA in this today's action, we can give it a timeline where we should consider it. And I say should because I do think that it's an important aspect of assuming that the permitting process manages CEQA the right way, or DTSC is changing. I think there's an opportunity to elevate CEQA in our process, and hopefully elevate the importance when the permitting process is getting evaluated, right? I do recall that right now in the permitting process, because SB 673 is not being, we're not there, well, DTSC is not there yet, which is a major thing. How can we tie that to the permitting appeal process? And to me, there's an opportunity to incorporate it, or at least allowed the arguments to be presented for us to make a really proper appeal process being heard. And the reason that I just think it's really critical, because I don't know what the timeline of DTSCs will be in implementing SB 673.
So I think there's an interesting part to your question. The subcommittee determined and made a recommendation in the front end that we spend the next year looking at CEQA. So because it's not currently part of the permit appeal process, and it's not currently therefore what was anticipated for our work. It's almost to me like we vote on the permit appeal emergency regs as amended, and we have a board motion supporting the recommendation of the subcommittee about what we do over the next year in exploring CEQA. And as to whether or not we come back then and put it in, this motion would be about the regs that we do want to move forward with. A separate motion would be on what we're going to do in exploring CEQA over the next period of time. So I see those as separate. One is specifically about the appeals, and one is about, is it appropriate, and how would the board incorporate CEQA on appeal? Does that make sense as two separate items? Okay, so we now have a motion on the table and a second to adopt the permit appeals regs with the changes to allow the good cause and appellant to surface from outside the process of having been engaged in the permitting process. So an appeal can be filed. That's the motion on the table right now. Correct? Okay.
It's got 3 parts.
And it's got 3 parts as described by Alexis earlier. Is there any further discussion on that motion? I think in this instance, I am going to ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Member Bhatia,
Supportive, yes.
Georgette Gomez,
Yes.
Chair Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes.
Alexis Strauss Hacker, Ruiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, if I may, to address a separate motion with regard to CEQA, I wanted to just recap two things that the subcommittee brought forward to the board, that over the course of the coming year, that we would seek to build our understanding of the CEQA process as a board, as a whole, in working with DTSC's permitting division. We all, 5 of us, need to be much more engaged with understanding the CEQA process that is considered by the CEQA unit within the DTSC permitting division. And so we would build our understanding by engaging more closely with DTSC permitting managers in understanding CEQA-related issues and content in the hazardous waste facility permits that are being drafted and reviewed. And then secondly, as a board, we would assess the staff and contractor support needed to address CEQA on appeal. I noted that our current board budget, the positions we have and the amount of money we have, that budget was set in place before before our board was stood up, and it reflects the earlier DTSC approach, which didn't include hearing CEQA matters on appeal. And should we, as a board, determine that we want to hear DTSC permit-related CEQA matters, we would describe these resources and return to the legislature with a proposal to build CEQA-related capacity. That's what we as a subcommittee had put forward.
And also to reiterate that the current, our current proposal also includes the difference from the process as it is now is that we are straight out telling the appellant that we're not going to be hearing CEQA, so they can technically go to the courts and start their process with them. If they choose not to, because we've already technically made that, decision that we won't be hearing CEQA, they can ask for, what is that called?
A tolling agreement.
A tolling agreement, which would, kind of put a hold and would help the appellant not run out of time, as was mentioned earlier. So they, the clock won't be ticking, it would be put on hold.
We don't have anything on the agenda for a specific vote or action item on this,
Well,
but it's good to have a discussion.
No, I think it is good to have a discussion and to either make that commitment formally or not. So effectively, you've put this in the form of a motion for the board to take that activity on.
We had said earlier that we'd like to come back to the board at the next meeting in April in Los Angeles with recommendations to consider to DTSC about how to expand public engagement, and the board would discuss those. And if the board wishes at that time, the board could formulate, if we notice properly, motions with regard to future CEQA capacity.
Does that satisfy the concerns raised earlier that we're going to put this on the agenda for the April meeting and discuss it at that point? Is that what we're saying?
I'm sorry, I just wanted clarity. So the proposal is that we're tabling the CEQA conversation for April, as well as.
I was just noting that we had committed as a subcommittee to coming back to the board with recommendations of how DTSC could expand public engagement in the permitting process based on what we have heard in public comment over the last many months. And if it were the board's desire, we could formulate the 1-year timeline of how we would build our individual capabilities with regard to understanding hazardous waste permits and CEQA, so that if we were inclined to take on CEQA, we would be in a position to have the legislature give us the positions and the authority to do so.
It doesn't commit us to doing CEQA. I just want to say that clearly. It says we're willing to take a second look at what it would take to do it. Correct?
Can I, yeah, I think that to me, the timing, allowing for a whole year and then going to the legislature, that will add probably another year. So we're looking at, do we incorporate CEQA or not, or how we're going to incorporate CEQA in the very, we're looking at maybe 2-3 years.
I would point out that we may have 2 pending hazardous waste permit appeals, and we have 1 engineer, and we have 4 part-time board members. So I'm not convinced that we have the ability to hear a hazardous waste permit appeal, let alone take on the behemoth that is CEQA.
Okay.
As a board, we'd also need substantial training. Just from my understanding, you know, with my environmental science degree, my understanding on it is very limited. And through this permit appeals process, I've actually learned a lot. And the more I learn, the more I feel like we all need to kind of catch up big time on because we owe the community, you know, full understanding on CEQA. And we also need to, you know, make a very informed decision, because, you know, these things can always be appealed at the court level. And this is why a lot of the language that we chose is the way it is, because it needs to be hardy enough to you know, to be able to be appealed or to be taken to another court process, through a court process.
Okay. I think we're running out of steam. We're way over time for lunch. So I think if this doesn't require a motion, just a commitment. Sushma, did you have something you have to say? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to lose this very important thread that Alexis raised, which is the capacity issue. And I know it will probably take us a long time to try and add new capacity. So I'm just encouraging us to not lose it and then start thinking today about what capacity might be needed in order to do justice to this vision that we are creating. Because without proper implementation, we are essentially going to do disservice to the role we all have.
Yes. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break and reorganize around our agenda. We apologize for well, we don't really apologize, because it was really good to hear all the comments and to incorporate them into this revised let's try to make it back by a few minutes after 2, get organized, and we'll have to meet with the different presenters and figure out what order the afternoon will be. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can we have affirm that we have all board members present? Staff are all present. Thank you all. That was a very robust morning. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And we have some agenda timing changes. So for those of you who've been following diligently, we are moving a few things around. We are going to start this afternoon and combine both reports from Director Meredith Williams. One on the routine every board meeting report that we committed to last time, where Dr. Williams will discuss a general report focusing on the priority areas that we addressed at the last meeting. So we'll hear from Dr. Williams on that. Then we'll take any public comments. We'll then move into the hour and a half or so discussion about Exide. In the service of time, that will be followed by any further public comments for items not on the agenda. So there will be another opportunity for people who want to comment on items not on the agenda. Assuming that that will take us close to the end of our ability to be in this room, there are 2 reports that more than likely then will be posted on our website but not presented. but public comments can be made on both of these reports on our website, via email, or at the next board meeting. Those two items are the Ombuds update report and the executive officer's report. So those two right now are being deferred to both online and future meetings. Okay. So now I'd like to welcome Dr. Meredith Williams. Thank you for joining us today and providing us with your report.
Thank you and good afternoon. And I want to start just by acknowledging what we heard, a lot of what we heard this morning, the urgency by the callers, by the folks who were in the room to talk about California's need to address how we handle hazardous waste. And of course, you're tasked with facilitating that some of the discussion, and the means for doing that is the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Of course, the first step in that process is the Hazardous Waste Management Report that compiles all the data that we've been able to put together related to hazardous waste generation. And we're working to finalize that report so that you can start to dig into those very issues articulated this morning and the complex policy challenges that they pose for people throughout the state, particularly in the heavily burdened communities. I know you're very anxious to see the data that's included in the report. I want to tell you it is chock full of data, and I think it will really support a good conversation and some good deliberations around the path forward. And it also highlights some things that we don't know and some of the data gaps that we'll need to fill in order to really make sure we have a robust hazardous waste management plan. The report is under review and it's looking good, and the release is imminent. So I fully expect to be able to, for that to be an agenda item, perhaps on the April meeting, perhaps. We'll see how that goes. On Tuesday, I attended the CUPA conference, and a quick reminder of what a CUPA is. A Certified Unified Program Agency, or a CUPA, is a local agency like a fire department or a public health department that's certified by Cali, PA to implement and enforce 6 of the hazardous waste and hazardous materials regulatory management programs. Cali, PA manages the CUPA program in partnership with US EPA, the Water Board, the California Office of Emergency Services, the Fire Marshal, and DTSC. Nearly 2,000 people are attending the CUPA conference this week, and that includes, I meant to double check, on the order of 100, maybe upwards of 100 DTSC staff. And the energy at the conference was remarkable. And I think, that pent up energy of not having had these conferences which have been a real focal point, not just for the staff, but for the people who are doing enforcement all over the state. They have been for years. And so not to have them in COVID, it was clear that people missed them. There are training opportunities and technical presentations throughout the week that help DTSC and local CUPA staff develop new skills and strengthen compliance and enforcement practices. I had the chance to join the Leadership Summit that includes all of those agencies that I mentioned, and across the board, the agencies reiterated their commitment to equitable enforcement and to ensuring compliance for those facilities in vulnerable communities. The reforms in SB 158 provided enough resources for us to help with the training and support of the CUPAs in a way that we haven't been able to for quite some time. That part of the organization has grown, and we're supporting them better and better. And I think ultimately that will help us reach our compliance goals for those communities. Last time we met, I did present the priorities, and I identified environmental justice and racial equity as a top priority, top objective for 21-23. And obviously the discussion this morning tells us why. There's just urgency, there's long-standing concerns that have not been addressed. There's a lot of concern about process. As we discussed in January, public participation improvements are needed across the board for all of the department's projects and programs. And you asked
Recording
us,
in progress.
You asked us to consider adding a public engagement objective. And we agree that the quality of feedback that we receive is a direct determinant of the quality of the decisions we're able to make and whether or not those decisions serve the most underserved communities who are asking us to protect their well-being. We're seeing that virtually every day. Staff from our Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, or CVCI, had the opportunity to join with CEHA the California Environmental Justice Alliance for a 2.5-day retreat to look at how we're implementing CVCI and understand better what opportunities there are to have communities more directly shape the Equitable Communities Revitalization Grant Program. The retreat was facilitated by UC Berkeley's Othering and Belonging Institute. And throughout the retreat, there were aha moments, certainly for us, and I think perhaps for also the environmental justice representatives. And it led to some deeper understandings. And while we're working with CEHA on the tangible deliverables of new guidelines for the ECRG grant program, the benefits of that treat are much less tangible, but much deeper than that. I think it helps us understand just how much opportunity we have to deepen our community engagement. As you're also well aware, Exide has risen to top priority due to the partial release of a study by USC and Occidental College and East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. That study suggests that cleanup in communities surrounding the former facility are not going according to plan. I'll discuss this, of course, it's an agenda item. I'll discuss it in a few minutes, but it does tie again to this issue of public engagement, because what we've learned already is that though we've strived to provide information, that information has not been received or understood in a meaningful way. Conversely, I think it's fair to say that community members would say that we have not fully received and understood many community concerns that have been communicated to us. So communication is front and center in our response to what's been reported on Exide. So all of that said, a public engagement objective will bring focus to all of these engagement efforts and will help ensure that they're not seen as one-off individual projects or an approach to a specific site or facility, but they support a wholesale improvements to our engagement practices that we can employ across all our programs. So we will report back to you with specifics about what that objective looks like and how the priorities may evolve as a result of that. And frankly, as a result of the impact of responding to the concerns that have been raised about Exide. I do want to note a few quick items. We did publish our strategic plan refresh. I know that at least one board member has dug into that. And hopefully you've had a chance, happy to answer any questions about that. And to accompany that, of course, we are redesigning our dashboard, and we do expect to release that dashboard before the next meeting. We have been very focused on the data governance aspects that supports the metrics that underlie that dashboard. We want to ensure that all of those metrics are supported with reliable, quality controlled data, and that we have good data stewardship infrastructure in place for that. And so we will share the dashboard with the subcommittee in the coming weeks and have a conversation. I know the subcommittee has given a great deal of thought to metrics, and I presume that that conversation is going to advance in the coming weeks. I'll reiterate our request for broader help from the board to help us develop meaningful metrics around environmental justice and community engagement. So please continue to keep that front of mind. There are two other policy or guidance documents that we released that I wanted to mention. First of all, we've released a vapor intrusion guidance. And we did that in partnership with the Water Board, and we did that to be consistent with US EPA's standard for how to consider how gas in soils may enter into structures that are built above any of those structures. We think that it now provides a consistent approach across the Cal EPA, and it's consistent with US EPA. And so we're rolling that out. We're having trainings, webinars, and sharing that information. And we're having a very long-term public comment process, which we will take, we'll take a step back and look at the guidance in the coming year. And I will say that the Water Board will be releasing regulations that are consistent with that vapor intrusion guidance. They have different authority than we do, and therefore they need to go through the regulatory process. We also released our sea level rise guidance, which talks about how project managers should be taking into account sea level rise through the course of their remediation work. And so we've again rolled it out, had conversations. We're requiring project managers to consider sea level rise that's consistent with the Ocean Protection Council's recent strategies and guidance. And again, we're striving for consistency across all of California government, but certainly in the work that we do. So that's what I had for my director's report. I'm happy to take any questions about that and then move on to speak in more detail about where we are with the Exide response.
That's great. Thank you. So comments, questions for Dr. Williams on the report that she just presented? Anybody? I have a couple, Meredith, if you don't mind. So thinking about the vapor intrusion and the sea level rise and how those are reflected in the work that you do. The vapor intrusion you said is Water Board to do the regs?
So the guidance sets some attenuation factors for how you consider the transfer of any soil gas into a structure. And both DTSC and the Water Board are using that same attenuation factor and the same approach. We can start to put DTSC can start to put that into practice. We're putting that into practice now. The Water Board has a requirement to develop regulations beyond just guidance. Ours is, guidance is perfectly adequate for what we need to do, but they have additional burdens and therefore they have to go through the rulemaking process. It's just a difference in how our statutory authorities are constructed.
So your guidance can inform your permitting, your enforcement. The
vapor intrusion guidance is specific to the cleanup process.
That's what I think we didn't all understand.
Okay.
So does everybody better understand that now?
I'm sorry for that.
Because based on the questions I heard earlier, I think people thought it was a front end, but it's
a front end.
It's not part of the permit process. It's part of the cleanup process.
Okay, we do take into account sea level rise during the permitting process.
Right.
It's a slightly, okay, so I'm done talking about vapor intrusion because I think we've moved on to sea level rise.
I think so.
Okay. So sea level rise guidance again was developed for the cleanup process for both the Water Board and DTSC's cleanup process.
Okay.
One of the things that the sea level rise guidance, I think I just said that wrong. Sea level rise guidance, vapor intrusion is both. Sea level rise is just DTSC. That's our guidance. Although all the other, lots of other agencies looked at it. It's consistent. Again, there's a leadership group across California government, and everybody had a chance to review that guidance and feel comfortable with it. So there's nothing that's inconsistent with what the Water Board is doing at a cleanup site or anything like that. So, but There are triggers for considering sea level rise in the cleanup process. If you're just starting from scratch, it has to be built in, but also there's a standing 5-year review process to make sure that any remedy that's left in place that has some conditions, on it, considers sea level rise as part of the 5-year review. So
Right.
that's an ongoing thing. Beyond that, we do have enough flexibility in our authority to say, if we have concerns about a site, given sea level rise, we don't necessarily have to wait for a 5-year review. We have the flexibility and authority to do what we need to do if there's a site that's particularly concerning.
That's great. Did that answer some of the sidebar questions that I've heard over time? Yeah? Go ahead.
Related to CVCI, I know that it's something that we were getting updates more frequently, and personally, I don't know how the rest of the board members feel, but I feel like I would like to be more in the loop on how the distribution has gone of funds and where we're at. I vaguely understand that there's still more money left, and that's what you guys met with to kind of figure out and improve on the process. But if there's any way to get, I don't know if it necessarily warrants a presentation like the one we received in Bakersfield, but at least some updates would be appreciated from my part at least.
So you're right. There were about, of the $500 million in CVCI, about 250 million of that, about half of it was for, it's not quite half, or that's not 250 on the nose, but was for the Equitable Communities Revitalization Grant. We awarded $75 million of that last year. Those projects are in whatever stage, moving through the process, and we can definitely report back on how that's going. We had envisioned originally going out with a second round of funding early this year. And one reason we haven't reported back on the grants program is because we're pausing that. We're pausing that to address these community concerns, so that we do expect the next call for proposals to look very different. To put a greater weight on, have you done the due diligence to talk to community partners? Are they supportive? Is it aligned with community desires and things that community wants? That's just one aspect of how the proposal will change. There are a number of other things that were talked about during the retreat that we are trying to figure out. What we're doing is we're doing the work of translating that into the guidelines. So we will be back to report on that. I don't know that we'll report on that next month, but we can report on the progress on the existing grants. We'd be happy to do that. And of course, there are other elements of CVCI that we should find a way to keep you apprised of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sushma?
Thank you, Meredith, for this report. This report was more useful for me because you've covered some of the key outcomes you've delivered, and you talked a little bit about what help you can use from the board. In future reports, it would be great to also hear 2 other things, which is any opportunities that you have coming, DTSC is coming up for public engagement. So maybe you have a permit application pending and you're doing a public workshop, or you're looking at CVCI, whatever it is, use the board as a forum to communicate those opportunities. Mm-hmm. And the 4th thing is, it's now been a year of public meetings, and we've had many public engagement conversations. So in the North Richmond community, Central Valley, we had conversations in Imperial Valley communities yesterday. And at the end of every one of these community meetings, we have a list of asks that come to DTSC through us. It would be great to also use your reports to kind of report back and be really transparent on where we are in terms of addressing those concerns. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll speak a little bit more about that during the XI discussion, because we do want to be able to, first of all, get the information back to you, but do it in a way that's transparent and other people can understand what the responses have been.
Perfect. And perhaps we also think about, I think that the 2 topics we've heard about consistently through every public engagement session we've had is updates on 673, cumulative impacts. And the second thing is public engagement guidelines, how they're evolving. So perhaps we come up with a way, since we know that's top of mind for most communities, maybe those rise to the top and we can cover them every meeting. Thank you.
Somebody out there is taking notes for me.
Yeah, we are taking notes. We'll be happy to share the minutes. Okay, any other board questions or comments before we get any public comment on this section? Then we'll move into X side.
One quick thing.
Go ahead.
This is always a optimal time for us to hear from you or even Wayne. What are the next 2 or 3 permits in draft or final that we want the public to be aware of? And we've been trying to do that since last July, and I'd love if we could make a rough estimate on 2 or 3 permits coming out.
And yeah, go ahead, come up, Wayne. I should, sometimes I rattle
Right.
off and it's not happening today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Wayne has joined the podium for those of you not able to see this, but joining by phone. So hello, Wayne.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I can get you a list pretty quickly, but I did want to say that we do have a website that is available for the public and for you that lists all of our best estimated dates for public notices for the pending permit decisions. And it's a pretty extensive, it's a pretty extensive list of, I want to say there's 15 to 20 next permit decisions in the list. So I will get you a list of the next 3 in the next 5 minutes.
Right, that's great. I think what's come up is for some people I think it was shared. I know I saw it last week. We want to find a way to push it out, not just have it be a place for people to visit. So we would include 2 or 3 of the ones coming up in the next few months and be able to support the public engagement piece of it by announcing, that these are the ones for people to be thinking about. So
yeah. And so I'm signing him up for something, which is to, yes, that list is available on EnviroStore, but there's nothing to stop us from putting links throughout our website. You could have a link on
That's
your
right.
page so that people have easier access to that information.
Great, thank you. Anything else from the board? Okay, do we have any public comments, Sheena?
Okay, so we're going to open up this agenda item for public comment in response to the DTSC leadership report at this time. Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none in person. For those of you joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands and or press *9 on your phones. I would also like to take the time to check in with our Spanish interpreters to see if there are any comments on the Spanish line. While the Spanish interpreters are informing me whether there are Spanish comments, let's move on to Yvonne Martinez-Watson. You may go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to ask if, in regards to the vapor intrusion barriers, if any of the air quality districts were consulted on that, because they do that sort of thing all the time. I'm looking at for the South Coast Air Quality Management District, they have a Rule 1166, which is a site-specific and various locations soil mitigation plan. And so I know that they have actually given quite a lot of comments on the use of vapor barriers as part of foundations for buildings. They did it in my hometown of Montebello for sites that are brownfields or built over oil fields. And I know that in the past they have done stuff, I think, with areas closer to the coast where they're experiencing water intrusion underground. So I would think they would be a good source to contact for their expertise in this particular area.
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. And I did say that there was a lot of outreach to agencies, and I do not know for a fact if South Coast in particular and other air districts were involved in any review or discussions as the guidance was developed. I will follow up on that because I do think they do have a lot of expertise And
Great, thank you for that. Thank you for the question and the follow-up.
Okay, Deborah Bayer, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to know if the new sea level rise guidelines are going to affect already approved FS RAPs that were approved without taking sea level rise into consideration. So will there be a kind of a reassessment now that we have new guidelines if they've approved a remediation that still has to take place mostly, but it's been about 4 or 5 years and those guidelines were not in place at that time?
another good question. So I think it's fair to say that it's a case-by-case basis, which is to say it depends on whether or not sea level rise was considered in the original remedy and to what extent, and is it compatible with the guidance now, or does it need to be relooked at? As I said, there are some automatic triggers. And I do think that there are some cases that we are looking at closely because we know that there certainly are sea level rise concerns, but I'm not prepared, for instance, to give you a list of those. I would say, it would be, if you're interested in a particular site, we would be happy to follow up with you. Trying to figure out. Yeah, okay.
So the thing to do, so using our email or, is probably fine. And we will make sure that it goes through our process to Meredith so that if there's an opportunity to answer it. I had understood that since we're now facing the daunting issue of sea level rise, that if something is obviously happening, that it has to be addressed. And I think that's built into your permitting to begin with. New compelling information, whether it's graupels falling on the whatever. I mean, it has to be dealt with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
Okay, this is last call for public comment, as I'm not seeing any hands raised in person or on Zoom. So last call for public comment on this agenda item. Deborah Bayer, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to mention if the specific site I was thinking about was the Zeneca site in Richmond. I mean, I'm sure there are others, but that was what I was, I live near there, so that's what I was asking about. I wanted to give you that feedback, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so any other public comments in the building or on Zoom?
Madam Chair, no other comments.
The next section is an update on what is going on with Exide. We won't be dealing with a big Q&A section for this. There could be public comments that we'll receive and pass on for sure. But board has been deeply engaged with this process with DTSC in terms of committing to having board members at community meetings. Lizette Ruiz being of that community, the Exide community in Southeast LA, has attended multiple meetings and will continue. Staff, Linda Campo, Swathi, and myself attended. So we're staying, as a board, staying on top of this and engaged in this. So I want to just set that. One of the reasons for this deep report back from Dr. Williams is for the benefit of all the board, but for all of you to know what's going on with it and to know that the board is going to remain deeply engaged throughout the process. We consider this an urgent priority as well. So thank you. We'll now hear from Dr. Williams, then we'll have public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. And of course, I already mentioned that shortly after we met last, there was the partial results from the community-led USC study was shared with the media and in public forums. And of course, those results are concerning. They call into question the quality of the cleanup. They highlight a number of issues related to the health and safety of workers, tenants' rights, and the need just for generally improved outreach materials and practices. So DTSC, we always appreciate and support community-led science in this process, and we want to work collaboratively to protect the surrounding community. We did have an opportunity to meet with the researchers, and we'll continue our dialogue with them as they complete their study and document their methods and findings. We're using the information we have as a strong starting point to determine what actions need to be taken in follow-up to the study. It's important to note that our actions to date have been guided by a publicly vetted and approved removal action or cleanup plan, which in turn, consistent with state and federal law and practice, mandates quickly addressing the most urgent public health impacts and immediate harm resulting from exposure to lead contamination. In other words, under that plan, we have been dealing with the worst first. And while we can technically say that this plan was the subject of several community meetings to allow for public input into the plan, what has been made clear over the last 6 weeks is that the quality of our outreach is not sufficiently providing people with the information they seek or with information we have that's important for them to know. Further, it's clear that we need to engage people very differently. We know this is true not only on this project, but for many others, as you've heard throughout the day. These issues were raised right on the tail of our discussions at the last board meeting on the need to improve our public engagement within the department. So I see this as an opportunity to dig in with community and other stakeholders to get it right. And I've actually been quite heartened to hear other community members and elected officials express the same sentiment in many meetings, that this is an opportunity to pivot, to do things differently. And that if we can get through this challenging period, we may find new models of community-informed decision-making and deepen trust in the department. We're a public health agency, and it's our obligation to look at the issues being raised, to get to the bottom of them, identify actions that can be taken, and take those actions. We all want this community and people working on the cleanup to be protected and to feel safe. DTSC leadership and staff have held lots of meetings over the past 6 weeks. Again, public meetings, some one-on-one conversations with specific NGOs, labor leaders. We've really done elected officials, fellow agencies, and the community at large. And internally, we've had a lot of conversations as we do our soul searching. We've done a lot of listening, a lot of deliberating, and a lot of research into solutions that may address some of the issues and concerns that are being raised. I want to take advice about making sure that people understand that we are hearing the concerns. Here's what I know that we've heard so far, that we're out of touch. We used to meet, and this was, I think, before my time, bi-weekly with community groups. And, you know, the pandemic comes and one thing leads to another. And we're now meeting only twice a year with the Exide Technologies Advisory Group, the ETAG. And none of those meetings have been in person since the pandemic. So the frustration at not having access, not having ongoing conversation was very, very apparent. We've heard that some staff turnover has led to a breakdown in points of communication and lines, points of contact and lines of communication. We're hearing that tenants are having a number of challenges associated with the cleanup. It's tough for them to navigate the relocation process. They're having challenges with landlords who aren't communicating with the tenants or are, worse yet, resistant to the cleanup, even when there are children living at a particular property. And the community is asking us to help. There's variability in the subcontractors, and that translates into variability in the quality of the work being done on the ground, and that's very concerning. We're hearing that workers are afraid to report concerns because they fear retribution and retaliation. Workers want a way to report issues anonymously, and they currently don't have that to their satisfaction. So obviously work to be done. And we're hearing that people think that worker safety is not being taken seriously enough and that we should raise the standards of protection. And they also say that DTSC should take a much more active role in monitoring worker safety independent of the contractor. And we're hearing that there may even be fundamental questions and elements of the cleanup plan that should be revisited. These are serious, complex issues and very concerning. People have raised concerns that we've actually already taken some steps to respond to or have provided information on. For instance, we did adopt a block by block approach to the cleanup more than a year ago, but folks either aren't aware of the approach or they have a different understanding of what that block by block approach should look like. We always provide the property owner with detailed documentation explaining where we've excavated, where we were unable to excavate, and put in clean fill. But in both of these two examples, we're finding that people aren't aware or that the information is inscrutable. And I raise these examples because they go directly back to the issues about our communication, and they're a wake-up call for the need for major improvements in that area. So we're looking at all our communication channels and tools. We'll still use community meetings. We're also using roundtables in person. We'll hold office hours where community members can come and ask very detailed questions about the nuts and bolts of the cleanup. We will revise our outreach materials. We've identified a number of documents that will constitute a library, if you will, of materials that can support the community as they navigate the cleanup process. But we expect to revise the documents in those libraries, and we won't just revise them on our own and say that they're better. We will actually do that iterative approach to getting feedback from community members on those documents to see whether or not they meet the needs. We continue to hear that people want the cleanup done and they're open to partnering with DTSC on new ways to improve the process and respond to community needs. We've heard this from labor, we've heard it from government, from legislators, and from the community leaders. The current focus of our engagement and the focus for the next few weeks will be on getting input on the revised contract solicitation. We paused the existing contract solicitation in order to allow more time to gather community input on how we could strengthen the oversight of the contract, what additional protections could be put in that are directly responsive to the concerns raised in the recent articles. So we'll continue to have those conversations with the goal of having a public meeting before April 14th, which is the date when we expect to, it's not a formal comment period, but that's when we want to have enough information to use to shape a new solicitation and then issue the new solicitation in early May. May 8th is our target date. So I want to thank the board for making time to make this a top priority, especially board member Ruiz. The board will have an important role to play, and we're hoping that board member Ruiz will continue to, in the coming weeks, to be the ears for the board of by participating in some of these conversations, roundtables, et cetera. And that way we're hoping she'll be in a better position to help the board determine whether or not the steps we're taking are responsive and effective. We also think that it would be helpful to have a board member perhaps join the contract decision-making process when we get to the point where we're evaluating the proposals. And that way, again, the board could represent the voice of the community when the bids are evaluated and when an award is made. Although we're mostly focused on the contract in this next period of time, we're working to address a number of issues, initiating cleanup, full cleanup on the parkways, confirmation sampling, contractor accountability, health and safety issues for the workers, labor issues, the amount of risk that's left if we, on a property, if we aren't able to excavate everything, what's the level of risk that remains? And does the resident understand that, and are we communicating that effectively? And then there are quite a number of issues related to tenant concerns and tenant communications. We're already identifying some solutions for some of these. For instance, we've identified just recently a method to place additional burdens. Let me take a step back. One of the challenges we have is that we can't always excavate everything on a property. There are underground structures, conduits, water lines, etc. There are trees. There may be things that are needed to maintain structural integrity. What we're looking at is, even if there's a tree that we're not going to uproot, we typically do remove, say, 6 inches of soil, but we don't want to damage the roots. So what we're looking at is, can we put any kind of engineered geotechnical fabric around that? Are there any other barriers that we can place above that before we put a modicum, as much clean fill as we can, given the depth to which we've excavated? And so we've identified a way to approach that, and we're going to start to put that in process in place in the coming weeks. We will tackle all of these issues in a much more community-centered way, and that demands many modes of communication. We'll have more regular conversations that bring the community voice into our decision. I mentioned the roundtables, the office hours, the public meetings, one-on-one conversations and surveys, and whatever else is called for, and we welcome suggestions very much. We're also planning to provide more ways for workers and the community to report those concerns, particularly anonymously. And we're looking into tools that provide more comprehensive issues tracking. All of these issues need to be addressed in concert with community members, workers, and others who are committed to protecting the people who've been impacted. In that spirit, we want to provide you with a full response to all of the Exide issues that have come up at last July's meeting and since then. And thank you to Executive Officer Swati Sharma for compiling those, giving those to us. We are preparing a full report. You'll see that in the coming weeks. And hopefully we'll post that and make that available for folks who plug into the board. We will also do likewise. But making sure that we have ways of, again, reporting back out is very, very important. More details about elements that I've just mentioned will be forthcoming. And at your next meeting, we'll provide an update on our progress and any specifics on these issues and any other issues that arise between now and then. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
I'll start with the question that goes to timing, which is trying to get the contract done, or the contract revision, and creating a panel for May, correct?
The panel won't be convened until after we get the bids in. May would be when we would start to take new solicitations.
Got it.
Or open the solicitation process. There's a number of steps in the solicitation process. There's a period of time where people can ask about the solicitation, and then they have time to prepare their bids.
Right.
Then we get the bids, and then we evaluate them.
Right. So having community input on what goes into the solicitation.
Yes.
That's the first step.
That is
correct.
absolutely.
And that's something that we've already had a discussion, and Liz has been engaged in the community meetings. That would be, assuming you're accepting this, your responsibility to participate in that part of the process of what goes into the solicitation. Then we're looking sometime later, and we can discuss that in April, but we need a board member who would sit on the panel
In the fall.
in the fall. Okay, so that's, we put a pin in that for ourselves to talk about what that would look like as we see what the process is into the bid, what kind of skill set it requires to sit on the panel, and then which of us is best suited to be on the panel for the review. So does that comport with everyone's agreement and understanding? Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
Just want to be sure I'm clear on that. The April meeting, the April 27th meeting, and subsequent meetings, we have a commitment from you that we've discussed that I want to just be sure everyone hears, that a part of every meeting until we all feel this is moving in a way where we don't have to talk about Exide every meeting. We hope we get to the place where the satisfaction level is such that we're moving along. We will have Exide as an agenda item on our meetings. There could be other things as well, but this is an example of us taking something and seeing it all the way through with you. So we will have Exide and be looking to you for an updated report, and to Lizette for having participated in the community meetings. Correct? Okay. The communications piece of it, I think, is also imperative, and I've appreciated the recent effort on the part of the DTSC communications team to begin meetings with us about the whole, all of our communications. How do we communicate? What does it look like on the website? You know, and so I think Exide is going to very much fall into the comms think. And so I think elevating communications with back and forth, right? So it's understanding better how we communicate and how the board ties into that communications, so that we're not the last to come on board with a comms plan, that we'll be engaged in that early. And since communications is something I'm particularly interested in, I'm going to be sitting in on the comms piece of this. That feels very important. So I wanted to highlight that so people understand that we are paying attention to that. And
if I may,
pardon?
I did forget to mention that we are rolling out a completely revamped Exide website. So hopefully
Yes.
the information
And
will
then-
start to become more accessible and available.
Exactly. And then how we link to it, how we look at it, how people who attend board meetings looking for something that may or may not be. We just want to be sure we capture that there's an opportunity, however people come to us, whether it's at a meeting, at a community meeting, on a website, via email, that we have ways to reach out to people with information in real time, that people don't have to hunt for it, who maybe find it difficult to navigate. So the revision of a website, I'm sure, is not something that happens overnight. So
No,
to the
we've
extent,
actually been working on it for many months.
great,
so.
right. And it will take some time to do that, and capturing the core elements of the communication strategy so that we can also help push it out and incorporate it into our board meetings, I think is really important. My last point, and then I want to hear from the rest of the board on this, is having attended the meeting with the USC researcher and trying to understand better what went on during that study, which is not completed, not peer-reviewed, and not published yet. It was difficult because the part that was difficult was not being able to understand the properties that were sampled. And it was for me, and I'm sure I would assume for DTSC, in terms of being able to go back to those specific properties. So trying to think of a way to have community members volunteer if they were on that list. So if you want to do confirmation sampling, you need to start with what you're confirming, ideally. You can do randomly, but that's something that I know you're thinking about, that has come to us many times, and yet we don't have that data. So I just feel it's important to say it out loud so everybody understands we don't know what properties were sampled. That wasn't part of the reveal. So that makes it more challenging to understand specifically, not just the property address, but where on the property. That was instructive and informative for me to participate in that, and also to be part of the community meeting and see the concerns that workers have who feel a pride, especially the community trained workers that have now been given an opportunity to get a skill set to participate in the cleanup, and the pride that they all feel in participating in that. That was really powerful. And I think that was a positive takeaway. There were certainly people concerned about access to the Department of Public Health for lead testing, and you did have them there. And so I think what was good was bringing that back into the fold, where people had an opportunity to sign up if they wanted to have blood lead levels tested or lead paint remediation in their homes. So I saw this, where the community, where you live, what is your experience? If your experience is that you don't know if your family's been exposed, but now the Department of Public Health was there offering that service. I thought that was excellent. And tenant concerns. There's language barriers, there's tenant landlord barriers that I think are real. And it's hard to get past that. If the landlord has to approve it and isn't communicating with the tenant, I think that came up as a real issue. So I think your approach is addressing each of the areas, at least that I heard at that meeting. So I just want to, we'll be following up with you on all of those. But I wanted the board to know that in terms of our participation in that. And I don't know if you have anything that you want to add to that, Liz, or questions for Meredith.
Both, actually. Yeah, I definitely appreciate your reporting and letting us know and some of the lessons learned, because I know that, at least for myself, some of the concerns, we relate to you guys after the meetings regarding some of the logistical problems, whether adequate outreach was done to get people to these meetings, were they given enough notice? I feel like you guys understood the problems, and I do see that you're looking ahead and planning differently. I do also appreciate you bringing up a lot of the tenant concerns, and I do wonder. I understand you met with some of these, some of the community groups involved with Exide, and I'm sure a lot of ideas were brought up. I would hope to find out what some of those ideas were, since we weren't present at that meeting. But I feel like I'm glad that you guys are listening, and I definitely want to highlight, Todd Sachs and his approach to come down and meet with folks personally and reach out to folks. I think, from what I hear at some of the meetings, people are hopeful that, at least with new staff, that, new staff are more receptive and are trying to find different ways of dealing with some of the issues that have come up. I do see a problem in some of the messaging, and have a question about whether there's consistency in informing the owners or tenants on what options are available to them. At some of at the last Zoom meeting, I know that people were told that they have an option to excavate a tree, and from my understanding, not everybody knows that. Not everybody knows that they have the option to relocate while they're doing cleanup. And so I'm wondering what is being done about that, getting that consistency, getting that information out, and how to improve the e-tag. I appreciate, you recognizing that there was definitely more community involvement, more meetings and more work being done pre-COVID what are the plans to improve the ETAG, to improve the trust with ETAG members? You know, I've heard a lot of members who are very disillusioned with the progress and their voice being heard. I also hear, and I'm wondering if there's any way or any efforts to reach out to other agencies. I understand DTSC also has limitations in what they can do, especially with landlords, getting landlords to get sites cleaned up, especially when they're companies and they're not necessarily a person, you know, that can be reached out to and spoken to. Perhaps, you know, some sort of LA County mandate or some sort of local regulation can be implemented and worked on in conjunction with DTSC or you know, or have some sort of city ordinance to be informed by what has been happening with Exide, just kind of reaching out to and working with other agencies. And also, how I know that you mentioned, you know, that communication has been a problem, and I think that's something that I at least saw as evident by having a lot of the same issues being raised at some of the community meetings and hearing from folks that they didn't feel like they were responded to. And so I'm wondering if there's any way to put that information out to respond to folks at meetings, or to, you know, at least maybe at a follow-up meeting, kind of have a response ready, for a public response ready for some of those questions brought up. I know at least one example in particular I have is of a resident who saw or questioned whether contaminated soil was being dumped on his property. And I think he brought it up at least 2 or 3 of the last community forums. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if there's any way to improve that type of follow-up. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, just that. Yeah, just couple of things. Okay, so thank you, because that was a really nice compilation of a lot of observations from your participation. And again, it's always good to validate what we're hearing, what we're capturing. First of all, the public meeting was great in terms of the turnout. There was a lot of turnout. It was predominantly workers. And we didn't see the community turnout that we had hoped for. And that's because it was very short advance notice. And so that is going to be, as you rightly interpreted, there will be plenty of advance notice. And we're really pleased because a lot of elected officials, some of the NGOs are saying, let us help you get the word out. And so we very much will take advantage of those generous offers. You mentioned the study, and I'm not going to talk too much about the study. You're right that we don't have an easy way to replicate the exact findings of the study. So it's incumbent upon us. We're very smart people with, if I may say so, highly technical staff available, and we can come up with some ways to do some confirmation sampling. But beyond that, it can't just be DTSC. There's the fundamental trust issue. And so thinking about third-party involvement in any sampling that we do, and thinking, as you rightly pointed out, what are you confirming? You know, what question are we trying to answer? What's the hypothesis? We want to go through all that process, do it in a transparent way, and make sure that people are comfortable with any approach we take on that. Tenant communications. So as I said, we're going to focus pretty intensively on the contract solicitation issues, and we're going to keep capturing these tenant issues. Maybe continue to have, for instance, Communities for a Better Environment has, they're very committed to the tenant issues. They are a good source of information for us in terms of what they're hearing from people who are struggling with their landlords. And we'll continue those conversations and start to develop plans. But what we envision is essentially having a pretty intensive focus on the solicitation and then have a, and do maybe some legwork to get ready for a pretty intensive conversation around the tenant issues. Have some good engagement around that, and figure out how to do things, because again, they don't know what the options are for relocation. They don't know when the property is going to get cleaned up. They don't know that their landlord has not given access. These are things that we have to find ways around. Our legal team's already looking at making sure we understand what is our authority. What is our authority to intervene on behalf of tenants to get them the information they need? So we're tackling that, but it may not be as visible, before the April 14th. It'll start to become visible, but we prioritize the solicitation. The ETAG is, of course, these are folks who've been with the project for a very long time. They've been engaged long before I ever, was a twinkle in DTSC's eye. They've lived there, they've fought, and they have a body of knowledge that they bring into the conversations with us. We do envision just tapping into that knowledge and engaging them. I will say the call that you're referring to with the secretary, and Secretary Garcia is monitoring this issue very, very closely, but the call with the secretary included a lot of ETAG members, and that was heartening to see them show up and talk about getting to solution. And of course, they're going to hold us accountable, but I think that's an opening for us, and we will fully walk through that opening. And as you rightly point out, Todd Sachs is going to be pivotal in terms of someone who will be there and develop those relationships and keep the conversations going. You said something about our authorities. I will say this, the local elected officials, the county supervisors in particular, we had a chance, for instance, I had a chance to walk some properties with Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn recently. We expect Senator Durazo to be out on the properties and see the cleanup in the coming weeks. But they on a range of issues, they are not shy about coming to us with expectations of what they want to see. And I don't think that's going to change, but I do think that if we think there are things they can do to complement our authority, we will explore those. And if you have ideas about that, we can continue that discussion. The last thing I'll mention is just this follow-up, the issues tracking. So we have a means of tracking the hotline calls that come in. And what we're doing is we're now starting to consolidate, because we get inquiries from the board. We get inquiries from from email, our inbox, our email inbox. We get the hotline calls, and we want to make sure that we're gathering all of that information, seeing, having a way to track whether or not the issues were resolved, just closing the loop more. And then when we find solutions that are responsive to the issues that come up, making sure that those solutions are visible to the broader community, not just the individual who asked the question. I'll pause there.
That's great. That was good memory on that for such a long litany.
I left one off, but
I'm impressed.
I did it on purpose. Did you have something?
Thank you, Meredith. I have two questions and then two comments. And these are building on some of the issues that Jeannie and Liz have already raised. One is about contractor accountability. You started talking about a new contract that you're putting into place, but I assume cleanup is going on.
Mm-hmm.
So can you speak a little bit about what you're doing today to ramp up on contractor accountability and oversight?
Yeah, that's a great question. Contracts are managed. There's the contract and there's the work orders, and we have a lot of ability to modify work orders to put new conditions in and things like that. So one of the things I know off the top of my head, there are other things, but off the top of my head, we've never required near miss reporting for safety incidents, and now we're requiring near miss reporting. just to give us a better picture of health and safety issues that we might not currently have visibility on. We are looking at some of the concerns that have been raised and making sure that we have the levers we need to hold the contractor accountable. And so I think there are a couple of irons in the fire on that. And I would like to be able to report back on that with specifics at the next meeting.
Please let us know if spot checks are also going to be a part of this increased oversight.
So we already have folks out in the field. Any given day, we have staff out in the field. I think it's important to look at the processes. What are they doing when they're out there? Let me just take a parallel. We have, for our inspectors, one of the things the enforcement program has done is they don't let one inspector inspect the same facility for 20 years. People rotate, you start to see things, you start to know the facility operators, you get a little, so there's a very conscious way in which things get mixed up in the enforcement world. And I don't know if that's a possibility. My team hasn't heard me think this through out loud, but there may be things like that we can do to solidify some of the oversight, because what we are hearing is you're not seeing things, you're not catching things, you need to improve your oversight. And people are asking for DTSC to do it. So that's a conversation we have.
Great, thank you.
I will just say for a project of this magnitude, the actual, no, I'm gonna skip that. Just forget it.
Oh. I have one more question and two comments. My second question, I think clearly there's lots of things you're doing to now respond to the concerns around Exide. When do you anticipate that the communities, you will see a step change in the way DTSC is running the cleanup within Exide communities?
We're not going to be given much time. That's the fact, right? And this is a priority. It's a priority throughout the administration. And as I said, we found a solution where we think we can create better barriers around some of the trees that we dig up. We're going to move on it, right? And I think this visibility and the tracking of the issues that have been raised and what actions have been taken is going to be pivotal to helping the community see when we've taken action. We do envision having conversations and periodically going back to the community in a public meeting and saying, this is what we heard, this is the action that we're proposing to take. Will this action actually respond to the concerns we've heard? And so, that will start within a month. You'll start to see that kind of approach within a month and then on an ongoing basis. And so we will get feedback about whether or not we're getting it right. Again, also, if we increase the frequency and the nature of the ETAG discussions, that's a good venue for us to be told whether or not we're making progress.
My comment now. Some of the issues that are being surfaced now that DTSC is working on, we as a board previously heard them in July, and then we sort of wrote up our findings based on the conversations we've had in the community. All this is to say that we had signals from the community that something wasn't working well, that we attempted to surface with DTSC. And of course, since then we've met other communities and they've raised other concerns. So this is my plug to say, let's just revisit all of the information we already have and make sure that we are addressing concerns before we get into a situation like this.
Say it again. We have Swati compiled all of those issues and resent them to us in a nice summary. We are responding to all of the concerns that were raised in July. And since then, we'll compile that in a report. We will get that back to you within the coming weeks. And you'll have visibility to whether or not we've responded and whether, and then again, it's a point of feedback as to whether or not the community member who raised the concern actually feels as though we addressed the concern.
Awesome. And then minor thing for us is it sounds like you're building out a new website for all things Exide, all the updates you're doing.
Yes.
So it would be great for us to also link from our BES website. Thank you.
that means. Okay, so anything else on this subject? Any other board member questions for Dr. Williams? Okay, thank you. We'll have public comment now that we will record, and anything that is a public comment that should be redirected to you, we will certainly get it to you. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
So we are now opening up public comment in response to this portion of the agenda. Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none in person, for those of you joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you have any comments for this agenda item. And as a reminder, for those of you that are using the chat function for us to read aloud, please state that at the start of your comment, otherwise we will not read it. Yvonne Martinez-Watson, you may go ahead.
Hello, this is Yvonne Martinez-Watson, Chair of the Environmental and Social Justice Committee for the Angeles Chapter Sierra Club. I was at the last Zoom meeting with the community regarding Exide, and hearing the description given today is a totally different experience than what I saw at that meeting. What I saw at that meeting was a lot of angry people from the community and a lot of very well-informed people in the community. They gave specific examples of concern to the DTSC, and they were quite alarming examples. I think it would have been much more helpful for this board if you had been provided with a transcript of everything that happened in that meeting, rather than hearing a summary from a staff member's perspective. One of the things that disturbed me in particular was when the leader of one of the prominent environmental justice groups was actually tone policed during the meeting and told to watch his language because there were, like, I guess, children and families present. And he very graciously said, you know, apologize and, you know, stop saying the things he was saying. But he was expressing his personal anger at the DTSC. And I didn't see anything inappropriate about some of the words he was using. And immediately after he spoke, one of the residents got up to speak and gave her story of how during the cleanup, she could hear the workers outside her house saying some pretty, I guess, obscene things about women and in general. And so it was quite a contrast to see that DTSC is more concerned about language spoken in anger during a meeting and because of women and children, and yet when it comes to their workers out in the field performing work around women and children, nobody is telling them to be quiet and watch how they say things. So again, I really do not like the messaging that's coming across from DTSC from yesterday's meeting and today, that the implication that the public doesn't understand what's going on. They understand, that's why they're angry. So please keep that in mind. We're not talking about people who don't understand. What they do understand is what's making them so angry. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments in response to this agenda item? Last call. Madam Chair, there are no additional comments for this agenda item.
Anything else from board on this topic?
I wanted to, I don't know, I know that you already spoke about having DTSC report back to us on a more continual basis. I don't know if we need a formal vote on that or if it's just given. But I would also like for the board to think about creating a public hearing. I know that it's something that you know hasn't been brought up recently by the public, but I really want it to be as an option in our heads to really see if that's warranted in the near future. I understand that there's a lot of things being put out. There's a plan on how to improve the cleanup activities, but I also just kind of want to remind the rest of the board that that's always an option for us to have if we do see the need for that to take place in the area affected by Exide.
So I wanted to add one, you don't need to have a formal vote to have an item on the agenda. That's just a request that we'll have going forward. So we don't need to have an action there. And then I also wanted to remind the board that the next board meeting will be in LA, and a good portion of that meeting will be dedicated to Exide and learning about the updates and the progress. So just reminding the board of that.
Yeah.
I think generally we're seeing progress. And so if we're seeing progress and engagement on our part and engagement in the community part, what would the purpose of a separate hearing be when we're hearing and when there's engagement? Are we adding a lane that we don't need to add at this point? If we were to find that all of these things outlined are not being executed, I'm just trying to understand what the purpose of that would be. I just don't understand it.
My idea is that that there are a lot of ideas being brought up on how to improve and create that progress. So I just want it to be something in our mind as a board to have as a tool in our toolbox to bring up if there, if we do see or we have the suspicion that things are not improving. Because some of these things are just beginning to become implemented. And so I don't know, or I would like to ask the public what their opinion is on that, if they feel like a hearing is warranted sooner than later. Or and I see your point too, in waiting to see how these things become implemented, whether these things are working, whether there's more that we need to ask DTSC to do, whether there's a formal ask that we as a board need to do towards DTSC. But I just wanted to have that discussion here because, Bagley came and pizzas from having these discussions elsewhere.
I guess I'm unclear what kind of discussion you want to have now, or if you want to put a pin in it to say it's an option for us to bring up if we're feeling things aren't moving. Is that more like what you're suggesting?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so I think that's always an option for us to dedicate a whole board meeting or a whole separate hearing on a site if we feel that there's not the kind of progress that we're hearing needs to happen. So to the extent that you're engaged and other board members are going to be engaged much more deeply, and I think this board has committed to more deeply engagement on the Exide issue. You have, I have, certainly Swathi has, others have agreed to be, someone will be on the panel that will approve the next contract. For example, if we're feeling like there's a drop in energy or a drop in attentiveness that we're hearing from community members that it's not moving or not moving quickly enough, we could certainly hold a hearing. We just have to be really clear to what end and when, right? So I think you're reminding us all that we have that authority. And I think at this point, I guess it would be, are you satisfied with where we are now and where we're headed?
I'm hopeful from
Okay.
what has been reported to us that the follow-up actions are, and the effort that has been made to meet with community folks, and I'm hoping that outreach does improve, and I think that's something that we definitely need to stay on top of.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything on this? Okay, thank you all very much. And thank you, Dr. Both reports today. And as always, we'll follow up and we'll report back. We'll design the April agenda, perhaps with with a little more clarity of the segments that we're going to address on that agenda so that the public and the board know which elements of this we'll be ready to address in April. We got a broad overview today, so I'd like to break it down, and maybe that's something I know Swati is really good at, so I think we'll just delegate that to her. And I think, Wayne, you had something for us, right? We've been waiting for you, Wayne. As long as we're in the DTSC segment, here he goes. Thank you. This is Wayne Lorenz, permitting for DTSC. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes to put that list together. So Fiber Tech public comment period has already started and ended. And that permit decision, we're reviewing the public comments for that. So that's the only one that the public comment period has ended. We have 4 permit decisions that are in public comment period now. Those are San Diego Gas and Electric, Industrial Service Oil, Heraeus, and the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. Those 4 are in public comment period. And then the ones that are coming up, there's 2 in April. Those will be Cortiva in Pittsburgh and World Oil Vernon. And then in May, we'll go out with draft decisions for Cranes Waste. That's out in Weldon. It's a very unpopulated area of the state. And Chevron El Segundo. And then in June, as early as June, we plan to have a draft permit decision for Cametco.
Okay. And Sheena, if you didn't get all those clearly enough for the minutes, I know Wayne will be fully available to you. But thank you for that.
Thank
that
you.
was
Just a quick question, Wayne.
Yeah.
So Heraeus and Conteva are April.
That's all right.
Cortiva. I couldn't read my own writing.
Yeah, Cortiva in April.
Cortiva
Heraeus-
is in Pittsburgh, isn't it?
Yeah, it is in Pittsburgh.
And that's April.
Heraeus is already in public comment period.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. So World Oil Vernon is April also, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
So I know efforts have, oh, go ahead, Georgette.
I do have a question. This is more for the public that didn't hear your report. Where would I find that calendar on the website?
So glad you asked.
I am looking at
because
it
there's
right now
been-
and I don't know where to go.
Go to our main website page. Down in the middle column, there's a link to pending public decisions or pending permit decisions, something like that. I can't remember the exact
yeah.
wording. Pending permit decisions. If you
Mhm.
click on that, it'll give you a list of everything that is in public comment period or planned to be in public comment period with estimated dates.
Got it. I found it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can
Sure that we have a bold link, but calling out the ones, I think what's important that we've heard, people want to know what's coming up in the next 3 or 4 months, right? Or that is going into public comment so that they can public comment. And that board members, if they have any thoughts or comments or want to dig into it a little bit, that they can. So I know you're planning on a revamp that'll call it out more boldly, and we'll love that link. We want to be part and parcel of driving comments so that you don't have the after comment period people who didn't know there was a comment period. I think that's critical to this, is that we reach the broadest number of people for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Since we've received many requests and questions regarding this, we have the website up right now so that folks can see, and maybe Wayne, you can just guide us through this.
What are we doing?
If you go to the main
Gabby?
page, DTSC's homepage, and then scroll down to the 3 columns, where can I find? It's in that area. And then if you see facilities with pending permit decisions.
There you go. Bingo.
And there is a long list of all of the draft decisions that we have planned coming up. You'll see, if you look in that public comment period section, if it only has one date in there, that is the planned public comment period. But if it has two dates in there, for example, I see one right there, that has already entered the public comment period, and it tells you when the end of the public comment is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Gabby.
Appreciate that. Okay, I think this section is now completed. We're done with this, and we're going to return to public comments for any items not on the agenda. I know we had some this morning. We morphed into that a little bit. We may have received the lion's share at that point, but if there are any other public comments, Sheena, let's get them on the record. And knowing that all the public comments at our meetings are captured by our ombuds, Jessica, who is remote today, but capturing all the public comments and questions so that if we need to get responses or answers to them, we have them. So, Sheena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Madam Chair just announced, this is the public forum for items not on the agenda. We will have this section for about 15 minutes. For those of you joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands.
Board reports.
Are there any in-person comments for a public forum? Seeing none in person. Auto login, you may go ahead.
Yes, this is Duncan McKee, and I guess my video doesn't seem to be working. So can you hear me?
Hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so, we're talking about Exide. We're talking about this just mass, gross, very expensive contamination, people being injured. Keep in mind that permitting by DTSC allowed this to occur. And I live in close proximity to Quimetco, which until 2005 was operating on didn't have a permit. They didn't have a permanent operating permit. They were operating on an interim status document. DTSC has tested soils around there. They've come up with very high contamination. Going way back at both residences and industrial properties in the area. And it's not a good idea to take batteries from all points west of the Mississippi River or the Rocky Mountains and import them from all over the world and process them at one single facility. At least before you had Exide. Well, now you have Quimetco or Ecobat, whatever they want to call themselves recently. And what we really need to be thinking about is working with South Coast Air Quality Management District, working with DTSC, working with Ecobat and Quimetco, since they proclaim to be the world's best at what they do. And I don't really doubt that. And come up with additional facilities to process these batteries because it's just not safe. You heard Florence Caribbean from former DTSC head of enforcement for the Southern California region talk about the roof being so corroded it was falling in on the 8 refining kettles, talking about their latest and greatest wet electrostatic precipitator and thermal oxidizer blowing up and catching on fire. What if that happens again?
30 seconds.
So we really need to think about working with Quimetco and the regulatory agencies and the community, which knows a lot about this, oftentimes more than the regulatory agencies themselves, and open up additional facilities to process these batteries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think knowing when the Comecco permit is coming up, thank you, Wayne, we'll anticipate whether that permit is approved or not approved, and then whether it's appealed. So we'll be tracking that, and creating all the space needed for discussion around those.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Yvonne Martinez Watson, you may go ahead.
Hi, I'm getting really tired. I want to know if DTSC I want to make an ask if DTSC could please continue to hold virtual meetings for people that need that sort of access. I'm one of these people because I used to attend all these meetings in person, but I almost died twice in 2019. And now I am partially immunocompromised as a result of the medication that is helping to keep me alive. So these type of virtual meetings are extremely important for people with disabilities or have serious health issues. And even though the rest of the world is coming out of COVID, some of us, that's not going to happen. So please continue to hold these virtual meetings so that the 1/4 of the population in the US who is disabled will still have access. And I tell that to all the public agencies that I attend meetings. And I just want to end with a short thing about Exide. The problems with Exide began in 1944, even before modern environmental regulations. Again, that is a fact that is super important for people to absorb and know that this is how long people in a community have had to put up with being virtually poisoned in their own homes. So thank you again. And please just keep doing what you need to do, but hold these polluters accountable. That's all we're asking. Please hold them accountable for what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And in terms of the virtual, all of the board meetings will be Zoom and interactive with opportunities for Q&A and public comment. I think I'm not sure, and certainly passing on to DTSC for some of the more local community meetings, whether there'll also be a virtual option, but we'll pass on that.
Some of the DTSC meetings are already it's already being put out there that they are in person only. Which is,
well,
yeah, that's not fair to people who can't access.
I understand. And when we're talking about disability access, I think that's something to pass along. We had over 120 or 30 or 50 people on our Zoom today, which is an indicator. One, not everybody can come to San Diego. They're not all local, obviously. But I think especially when you're going around the state, the ability to also tune in virtually seems really important. Not everybody can make a trip to the different locales. We're just to remind those who aren't familiar with the board's plan to hold our meetings in different locations across the state and to use the opportunity of being in those locations to visit sites, to meet with community members, to engage locally, as well as whatever we do at our meetings. So even though I think we've had more meetings off-site, off Sacramento, not in Sacramento, than in Sacramento, and with that intention in mind. So we'll pass that on to DTSC. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, there are 3 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Janet Johnson, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Janet Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Shoreline Alliance. We're working to get a complete cleanup of the Zeneca or AstraZeneca Superfund qualified site on Richmond's South Shoreline. I want to bring to your attention another betrayal of public trust by DTSC regarding this massively contaminated site. The site's located within a quarter mile of a community that has a high percentage of disadvantaged households, and it lies just north of the heavily used San Francisco Bay Trail. For over a century, the 86-acre site was home first to Stauffer Chemical and then later ICI, which disposed of their waste and leftover chemicals on site. More than 100 toxic substances remain: inorganic compounds, volatile organic compounds, pesticides, and radionuclides. DTSC ruled in 2019 that less than 2% of the more than 500,000 cubic yards of contaminated soil needed to be removed, despite more than 2 decades of public outcry, as well as peer-reviewed scientific evidence documenting the spread of toxic chemicals into the adjacent protected marsh and their damaging effects on wildlife. Following DTSC's decision, the Richmond City Council approved plans for developer HRP to build up to 4,000 housing units on the site. 2 years ago, DTSC approved a prospective purchaser agreement with HRP. The agreement provides extraordinary liability protections to HRP in exchange for a long-term cash deposit with the state. This deposit is based on an itemized and valued list of the types of things that could go wrong in the short and very long term. DTSC has valued that nominal set aside at $52 million based on the partial inadequate cleanup, as well as long-term operation and maintenance obligations. To date, HRP has set aside $18 million, a shortfall of $34 million. DTSC engineers have identified major shortcomings in HRP's valuations. Nonetheless, DTSC management has continued to grant HRP one extension after another, despite HRP's pushback on costs associated with sea level rise and VOC impacts. DTSC management has allowed the lack of financial assurances to go unaddressed for 2 years in violation of their own policy, putting the state at financial risk. We request that the BES pursue this matter with DTSC to get an appropriate $52 million set aside as identified by the DTSC engineering unit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I just want to remark that we did have the opportunity to get quite a detailed report from you when we were in Richmond. And thank you for expanding on it. And definitely we'll take that up and ask for comments back from DTSC on that particular issue. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Shalita Holmesbox, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to, in closing, to thank you all for your time. I did have some ups and downs in this board hearing, but that's to be expected. Overall, first thing I want to say, I certainly support and stand with the RSA and Janet's comments. Second, at Green Action, we absolutely have no faith in the DTSC. Now, I don't want to elaborate on that for the interest of time, but I am going to make it a point to make sure we do a face-to-face in April up in Sacramento, because it seems to me that even though we get excellent people like on the BES board, and we have Todd Sachs, before that, Ivana, soon as we start making traction, something happens and these people are gone by the wayside for one reason or another. So I want to say that, leave you with this, in spite of this excellent support that we definitely got from, once again, the Commissioner Gomez, and also the ones who took the time to speak with us at Green Action when you first pretty much were early on in the game. And you certainly have to commend yourself, and we commend you as well. Kudos to you for the speed at which you've been moving. Now, I'd like to say that this speed is necessary because of the urgency of the problem. But in addition to that, we now want to see implementation. I'd like to see us hold people's feet to the fire. Let's see where in the California, just going to all these hearings, I'm hearing that there's so many places in California that are experiencing the same thing that we are experiencing in the Superfund in the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard. Now, you know, in this rich state, that's a travesty. So we will be up in Sacramento, and I think it's necessary for us to pay Gavin Newsom a little visit as well after we finish with you guys. So thank you so much for your time, and this is not over. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
And thank you. I know that Sushma, Georgette, and Swathi came back from having met with Green Action, really wanting to bring this forth to the full board. So we thank you for showing up today. Are there any other public comments?
Yes,
Not on the agenda. I
have 2 hands on Zoom.
You're going to do that first?
Yes.
Okay.
Eric Nolan, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, this is Eric Nolan, recent founder of Stewarding Design LLC, environmental consulting and advocacy, also a concerned citizen and a concerned Christian. So I'm going to start by expressing my appreciation of the board for your responsiveness today. Frankly, I think the board listened and took action based upon deep concerns raised by the public, and that was certainly a step forward in building trust. So thank you for that. However, there is much more to be done to make true progress for the health of the creation and those living in the impacted communities. The presentation by Green Action was incredible and very troubling, and quite frankly, I was really shocked. The testimony of many of the participants today painted a picture of disparity and desperation. So many have been hurt and even been lost due to exposures to contaminants. The board needs to step in now and attack the issues that are causing real harm today. As I listened this morning, I couldn't help but wonder why these things are happening. I think the people have a right to know if there are purely economic reasons for allowing the environmental and community impacts that are being presented today. I mean, has the state decided that we are at an optimal pollution level and further marginal reductions are not economically sound and not supportive of business growth? Has the state decided that sacrificing certain communities is part of accepting negative externalities to allow California's GDP to continue to shine? Now, this may sound cynical, but I am struggling to understand how we can be where we are. The people have a right to know why they are suffering as they are. Whatever the case, whether the issues are based on economics, human or technical resources, negligence, or even corruption, change needs to occur. I'm encouraged by the discussion around innovation. We must find ways to encourage reductions on the demand side of impactful products, and investing in the future could bring great rewards. For future sites, we may need to consider things like a state hazardous waste facility zoning program, creating separation of TSDFs from all communities. And for current facilities, we need to see more urgency on the part of DTSC and BES. Certainly need to see that urgency. Enforcement needs to have more bite. The agency needs to be held accountable for performance. Economic and regulatory tools to address negative externalities need to be applied more aggressively, especially for the worst polluters. We definitely need a solid plan sooner than later. None of this is easy, I recognize that, but people deserve better. People deserve more from their government to help them live.
30 seconds.
Thank you. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zoom participant with the phone number ending in 6742, you may go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Renee Jenkins with Bayview Hunters Point Mothers and Fathers Committee. And I just wanted to just say I appreciate all of the community and public comments. They were very poignant and specific to their region. And I hope that you guys on the board heard, and I wasn't sure exactly what the vote was at the end of the hearing, but as a concerned resident of Ohalone land in Oakland, and out of respect of the many Black women whose lives have been lost in this struggle and to get good air and good quality water and soil for us to live in the Bayview Hunters Point, San Francisco region, I just wanted to reiterate that it's of prime importance, especially with climate change and the weather all the time changing, for us to be aware of our community and that we're all one, and that we have to work as well with the land so that we can find a greener way to live and move forward in the future. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the minutes from this so that I can process everything that's been said today. And I do have a glimmer of hope, but I did want to end this on the note of this is just paying homage of all the 30 or 40 years of struggle that people on a grassroots level have been voicing their concerns with their cancer clusters and their asthma and dealing with the infant rate deaths of way too early. So on that note, I just wanted to say thank you again and pay respects to those who put in all of the hard work to get us to where we're at now. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. Are there any additional Zoom comments at this time? Last call for Zoom comments. Seeing none, I believe we have one in-person comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I wanted to make, and I'm sorry, I'm here on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I just wanted to add two quick things to this conversation. One is listening to the conversation about what's happening with Exide. I do want to elevate the comments that Duncan added and remind this board that Quemeco is an ongoing concern and operation. And I hope that when you come to Los Angeles in April, that we will be able to, you'll be able to engage with the community about that facility. I heard what you said about tracking the permitting process. I did notice the little fudge about the timing on when that's going to come out. Maybe it'll be June, but maybe it won't. But I want to just elevate two very particular issues. One, back in 2021, we sent a letter to DTSC outlining their usage of this transect sampling plan, a plan that they put together to try to identify lead from Quemeco in the surrounding community. We submitted a letter with an expert report from an expert who's been working on the Exide site. And what that expert said was the transect sampling plan lacked the properties to provide DTSC with the information it purported to be looking for about whether and how Quemeco's operation has been impacting the surrounding community. We submitted it in February 2021, and we got a response back from Quemeco, but we haven't received a response back from DTSC. The second thing I'll just note is, as we're thinking about the efforts that are going into clean up at Exide, we cannot continue to ignore the fact that in the 1950s, Quemeco started operating and it continues to operate. The notion that that operation has not had an impact on the surrounding community is hopeful at best, but more likely it's tragic, because we will find ourselves repeating these same kinds of Herculean efforts, presumably with more information about how to do it better, but yet waiting until we get to the moment that is on the other side of tragedy is a mistake. And so I'd like to urge this board to work with staff to make sure that we are taking away the full lessons from Exide, not just about how to build better community engagement and participation, but also about how do we avoid repeating the same mistakes when we look at facilities that are so similar to one another. Thanks.
Thank you, Angela. I'm actually quite familiar. I just reread the 2021 letter as I was preparing for this meeting, and it's has everybody read it? Let's make sure you all have it. I think as we prepare for the April meeting, that's absolutely one that we should all school ourselves on. So thank you for that.
Last call for public forum for items not on the agenda.
Okay, you want another agenda item? You ready? We're not going to take a break. We're just going to move right into Board member reports.
Before that, though, I wanted to acknowledge Angela's request to, meet with Commitco
Oh, sure.
affected folks and put out the I guess self-invitation for us to meet with other organizations in the LA area.
Sure.
We did meet with a couple of folks last June around the LA County area, but if there are other organizations or any updates, please reach out to us.
That's a really good point. The April 27th meeting, and we will add the day before. That's been our pattern, to come into a community the day before, divide up into, so that we can't all be at the same place, because then that's a quorum and it's a meeting. So we divide up 2-2-1 and visit with different groups. So by all means, communicate with us that invitation. And we've heard one from Commitco, and I know we'll have attention to some of the Exide issues and whatever else is. So thank you for reminding us of that. We should all do that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll hear from board members briefly or not as to some of the activities in addition to showing up for the board meeting that folks have been engaged in. So who wants to start? There goes Alexis. Okay.
You may know that on this board, I also serve as the liaison to the Department of Defense, one of the elements of our board mandate in SB 158. Yesterday, I was kindly hosted by Michael Huber and Christina Grello of the Navy. I had a really interesting day spent at the Naval Air Station North Island and also at the Naval Base San Diego. And just to contrast their history, the kinds of hazardous waste they manage, the nature of the permitting that is managed by DTSC, the contractor operations and the like, it was very interesting. There's so much of an emphasis of Navy facilities moving to the West Coast, and there will likely be greater fueling pressure for the Navy to take on here in San Diego and in San Pedro. So it's very interesting to see how they're managed now and how they are positioned to take on yet more responsibility. So I'm very grateful for all the time that they and their contracting staff gave me yesterday.
You know, I realize, and I don't know if anyone in the room knows why liaison to the Department of Defense was called out as a priority, as opposed to any other liaisoning. It occurs to me when you come back and report, was there an intent and a goal? And I think it would behoove us to check in with Deanna, for example, and people that worked on the reform. And if anyone knows that, please come forward and let us know. Was there anticipated action as a result of this liaison relationship?
I think in part before Meredith's leadership at the department, which they very much recognized as having turned around their previous long-term permit renewal timeframes. And so when the department was engaged in the SB 158 legislative process, they were interested in having a point of contact in this governance and oversight board where they might go for some problem solving. Because in times past, before Wayne, before Meredith, there had been some very multi-year turnaround times with permit renewals. And then there are differences in the permitting process in California between what one would engage with a privately owned company or business versus the federal government. And the federal government, quote, doesn't do certain things in the fee paying and certain kinds of self-insurance and things like that. So one could fill a page for a beleaguered permit writer if you're writing a federal facility permit versus if you're writing a permit for a private business. And I think they wanted to have a place where some of those could be aired.
Great. Well, thank you for that. Anything else from you, Alexis?
I'll add on to the report backs from my fellow board members regarding hazardous waste management plan and the EJAC.
Okay.
Just for the interest of time.
Georgette?
Yeah, we would, Commissioner Bate and myself drove to Imperial Valley to go meet with Comité Cívico. We met with Luis Olmeda, who's the executive director, along with two other team supporters of Comité Cívico, where they share the work, the holistic work that they do in the Imperial Valley, over 20, I think 20 plus programs that they are managing. A lot of it is research based to really influence the quality of life in the community, from air quality to soil degradation to just a lot of different issues that the overall community has been faced with for decades. In relation to the work that we do, we did get a chance to briefly, because we were only there for about 2 hours or so. So it was a quick meet and greet. It was really just to extend or introduce ourselves as board members, introduce the intention of the board with the idea that as when appropriate, we would go over there and have a full-on engagement with Comité Cívico and their allies to really get to get a better sense of what's going on in Imperial Valley. There's a lot going on that they're currently being have been challenged and continue to be challenged because of the particular area. As you all know, they're right now going through this tremendous discussion about lithium, something that we should be aware of as well. But we got to do that introduction. We got an opportunity to do a site visit to one of the areas, Pure Grow, a site that there was some cleanup and there needs to be more. This particular location was pretty interesting for me to see because the homes there are about 50 feet away from the site. So super close. And right now they're doing Comité Cívico's doing some testing on the residential. I believe DTSC didn't do testing on the residential side, and they're starting to hear more health impacts. So they're trying to do their due diligence, and maybe there's some reporting. So there's a lot to say, but it was really the intention of our visit was really just to open ourselves and introduce ourselves with the idea that in the near future, we're going to have a board meeting in Imperial Valley and hopefully do a substantial tour.
Sushma? Thank you, Georgette.
A couple of points to add to Georgette's report. One is we've written up an engagement memo that summarizes the findings in a more detailed way, and we will circulate it to the rest of the board. And then, of course, this will become available to the members of the public through our website. I want to thank Louis, Isame, and Fernanda for hosting us yesterday and for helping us understand the issues faced by communities in Imperial Valley, for introducing us to both the legacy issues like the Pure Growth facility and also the emerging issues like lithium that they're facing. In this report, you will find that there were some issues that we would like DTSC to at least act upon or give us a report on. Specifically, they've what we saw were piles of soil, for example, on this Pure Grow site, which used to be a facility that manufactured pesticides. While the facility is now capped, we were able to sort of drive around there and see the cap, how close the residences were to this facility, as well as notice these piles of soil that were spilling over from chain linked fences. So trying to understand, there's of course the community is concerned about whether that soil is contaminated or not. And yes, Comité is doing their own testing, but once the results come out, what might be in the purview of DTSC to provide support by way of biomonitoring of people. We also heard concerns about how water runs through these open irrigation canals, and that may also be exposed to kind of drift, pesticide residue drift that might be coming from the site. So there are some open questions and actions outlined in our memo that will now be added to the broad list of, actions for DTSC.
So in terms of the pesticide issue, What is are you engaged with DPR then and reporting back to the Department of Pesticide Regulation about your observations? That might be really useful. We don't necessarily have a formal liaison to all of the other departments within Cal EPA, but they're incredibly open and receptive. So I would ask if you wouldn't mind following up with them. I'm blocking her name right at the moment. The head of DPR. Somebody give it to me. Nobody. Okay. But at any rate, the head of DPR is great, and she's probably, this is really going to be helpful to her. So anytime we get something that somebody else would benefit by knowing, then we could extend ourselves even just for a quick communication. I knew that. I knew it was Julie Henderson. I knew that. I just forgot. Okay.
Are you asking that there should be maybe a formal board liaison to DPR?
Well, I don't know that we need to formalize liaison. We're having a hard time keeping up with our existing liaisons, but when we come across something that belongs to another Cal EPA department, I think it's worth to introduce yourself. And they may have this observation very keenly, but I think it's also a collegial thing to do. So more work. Sorry, Sushma. Did you have something else to report out on?
Well, we have to report out on metrics.
Please do.
Okay, so Georgette and I are part of the performance metrics subcommittee, and we've now held a series of subcommittee meetings together with Swati to frame our approach. Essentially, the approach involves soliciting public input through a series of workshops. Large number of them will be online, but we will also have an in-person workshop format that we're planning for. We plan to tag it on to our next board meeting. The goal of all of these workshops is to look at DTSC's existing KPIs and solicit public input on what's working well, what isn't. We will also bring our own point of view on things we've already heard from the community with respect to metrics. At the end of this process, Georgette and I plan to write up a memo that summarizes our recommendation as a subcommittee and bring it to the full board. Our goal as of now is to bring a draft report for the July board meeting, and then perhaps finalize it in September. There are a lot of unknowns. We don't really know the extent of public comment that will come through. We also understand that DTSC is in parallel trying to refresh their own KPIs, and what we want to follow that process and kind of stay close to it. So these are the two unknowns. But with that being said, our goal is to bring something to for the full board to consider by July, September.
And to that, if I could just ask a question or put a pin in it, in looking at the strategic plan refresh for DTSC, which I really encourage all the board members to read deeply, because there's a whole section in that has dates by which. And I brought it with me to go over with you. That section, the middle section with dates, we should be holding that calendar and knowing how they're doing in delivering to that calendar, because same with permit appeal dates. So I think one of the things that Swati and I are planning on working on, and Alexis as well, just in terms of our infrastructure, our organization piece, is to really do a master list of dates and due dates, whatever it's for, whether it's for the metrics, the permit appeals, our own obligations, so that because, for example, we're sitting here today, we've probably put more things on the April agenda that we can even handle. So, we triaging, knowing what all the dates and the priorities are, and then having a discussion at the board meeting about all the priorities and which board meeting and which location are appropriate. Because right now in the beginning, it was kind of easy to do. We could just set a city and a calendar. Now the volume has gotten so large that I think we really need to be mindful of that. So I'm asking Swati to take some, which she's already agreed to. So this is just a public ask of something I already asked, for us to basically put all the dates in one place and see where the pressure points are. So if you have dates by which, please, that you think something is due or we should be doing something, please pass that on to Swathi and we'll incorporate it into the master plan, because we could have 20 board meetings this year with everything that's come up. So we have to really think our time through. Thank you for that. Moving over here, any other reports? Yes, Georgette, sorry.
I don't know. Do you want me to start? Okay, so I'll start with the EJAC. We do have an EJAC report. The subcommittee and has been meeting with DTSC to continue creating a draft of the EJAC framework, and we're getting closer and finalizing the draft, in which we are hoping, our goal is to finalize the, not finalize, but have a good draft in which we will be getting input from the public we're hoping to have the draft ready for public consumption and at the end of March.
So
That's
there's
our-
the April board meeting again, right?
No, no, not April.
Georgette, could I know that there was a number of folks earlier that didn't know that BES and DTSC are in the process of creating an EJAC. So could we take a step back and maybe just inform the public a little bit about this, about what it is and the timeline?
Yeah, so part of the charter of the bill that created BES was to also create a environmental justice advisory council or committee, whichever we want to call it. We're calling it a council. And we've been working with DTSC to figure out who had the responsibility to start that whole process. We have decided to do a joint effort in which we've been working with leadership and staff, appropriate staff, to develop a framework. So the board decided to create a committee, which is myself and Liz, working with DTSC in creating a framework in which EJAC, which is what we would call EJAC, where what it would look like, looking at best practices and learning from current approaches of how we should avoid certain things. So we've been working on creating a draft in which we would go to the community, impacted community, because this is supposed to, the intention of the EJAC is to create an extension of community members that are impacted by some of these sites that are advising both ourselves and DTSC on how to improve the work overall. So we've been working on this framework on what EJAC, how many people, how often, what does it look like, what's the commitment from DTSC, what's the commitment of our engagement with the committee. So we've been going back and forth and figuring out this framework. And our goal is to have the framework released to the public at the end of the month. And then our hope is that we're setting one-on-ones, or we're going to have a public workshop, either on site as well as virtual, to make it accessible to folks. And once we get that input, we will make amendments. Our hope is that we actually have a special meeting in May for the board. Yes, not April, at least, that we're actually in May, if we can work out a date that is only focused on EJAC, because it's really important. And we didn't want to put it in we didn't want to just give it 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So we figure, okay, if it's doable, we can identify a date in May where it's just EJAC focus. Give input from the board members, but also invite the public to engage as well. And then what the hope is that we are presenting the final framework in our June, July? Do we have June, July? June meeting. There might be some actions related to the EJAC that this board might adopt or might not adopt. And then once it's finalized, then we have the application live and start getting interested folks apply and hopefully set the committee ready to go soon after. So that's kind of like the process in which we want to go forward with. Hopefully things will work great as according to plan, and we will have something. We are mindful that this is a critical committee and we really want to give it proper attention to create the structure, but we also want to create the structure. So we're trying to manage the urgency, but also do it in a way that is very much, there's a lot of buy-in from the community, impacted community.
But it would be, thank you, Georgette and Liz, for participating in that. One of the things I think is important to restate, since at earlier board meetings, we talked about the fact that the EJAC was not in our purview, that an environmental justice advisory committee to the subcommittee to the board was, and that the way SB 158 is written, it fell under the general DTSC obligation. Since then, there has been movement and progress and more collaborative conversation about the potential for the EJAC to actually live under our jurisdiction, or at least some joint jurisdiction. There's a lot of details to be worked out about that. The substance of the work of that committee being the priority, the execution, the staffing, the budget, all the elements that go into standing up an EJAC and managing it, and what kind of resources it would take on the part of the board's staff to support that. So I know Swathi will be very much involved in those conversations, as well as will all of us when it comes time to bringing it to the board. But I just need to
the reason
clarify
I
that
didn't go in detail is because that's still being discussed,
Yeah.
and we don't want to get ahead of it, right?
Right,
And we
but
do
just-
want to talk to community members to see how they feel about that. So that is a conversation. It can completely change. So there's a lot that has been going on, but we are moving forward. We're trying to move as fast as possible so we can have a public discourse and really set the structure ready to go. So
Thank you.
yeah, Liz.
Do you have anything to add to that, Liz?
I was just going to specify that's, something that we would have to, I feel like we would have to decide as a board. When we get all the information, I'm sure there's a million questions. I have a million questions related to that. And also the other part of the other thing that we would have to bring to the rest of the board is also what our commitment is to the EJAC, how we would act on their, on their recommendations as an advisory council. And there's still a lot of other logistics that we need to pin down related to how do we properly provide recompense to the council, and how do we engage with them? How do we bring more and provide adequate representation throughout the state? So those are a lot of things that hopefully, community members can help us decide on and really provide input for us as the board to really, narrow down and pin down.
Great, thank you. Thanks for taking that on. That's a big lift and one that is much needed. So did you have something, Sushma?
We have our hazardous waste management plan.
Okay, I think you should do that then.
All right, Lizette and I are part of the hazardous waste management plan subcommittee. We've been meeting with folks from DTSC, so Katie, Ryan, and Diana, to understand how the hazardous waste management report is shaping up. We've talked about this before, but to clarify again, the hazardous waste management report is what is due this month, in theory, March 2023. And the hazardous waste management plan is coming 2 years later. The purpose of the report is to summarize a list of all of the data that's available available to DTSC. So they're going to talk about data sources, available data, their initial findings, and also talk a little bit about data gaps. Liz and I have had the opportunity to review the draft report and to ask clarifying questions of DTSC. The executive team within DTSC is now reviewing the report, and we understand that the goal is to release this report in April. So clearly we'd like that to come out as soon as possible. In terms of public outreach, DTSC has shared that they plan to host at least 2 workshops during the 90-day comment period. ideally at the beginning and then towards the end of the comment period. Liz and I are reserving our right to add a potential workshop or additional hearing should we feel like the community needs additional time to understand, digest the findings, and then also provide input. So that is what is coming up. Anything you would add, Liz?
I think at some point we also need to have a discussion on staff support, on understanding and providing technical assistance for us as a board to better understand the hazardous waste management report and the information provided, or at least have that availability for us to have our own, technical assistance. A lot of the material in the report can be pretty heavy. So I think it'll be important for us to have our own kind of understanding separate from that provided by DTSC.
Linda will become. Linda, we just said Linda. We all said Linda in unison, which means no pressure, Linda. But, and so inviting you to obviously assist with that and to identify anything that reaches beyond your grasp for whatever reason that we need to require some additional help with. So we'll look to you for that. And thank you for that. Yeah.
May I just add one more plug, which is we started off our board discussion today with a presentation by Green Action, and they were getting to the same point, which is as a state, we generate hazardous waste. Today, those hazardous waste generated by the state end up in one of the two landfills, Buttonville or Kettleman, or they get shipped outside of the state. So the very fundamental question of how do we deal with the hazardous waste generated in California, our hope is that this report today and then the plan that's coming in 2 years starts to give us the fact base to then make decisions. So my plug is for all the board members to engage with the report, to understand it, and also more community engagement to engage with the board. Even though it's really dense and heavy information, we are committed to helping you understand it and creating more venues for you to ask questions of us or of DTSC.
Yeah, and I think it's really crucial. I know at least as part of the Exide community and other communities that have been impacted by, over-contamination. A lot of us have had those community meetings where we discuss what to do with hazardous waste. And I feel like even though, we aren't the ones who cause that contamination, we've had really great ideas and concerns on what to do with the hazardous waste. We've had concerns on, having trucks drive through our communities with that hazardous waste. And I think it's important to hear from the community these concerns because, whether we like it or not, we are going to be hearing from representatives from industry. And I would really like to push the community to really provide those concerns because it really has to be a balanced, we have to get a balanced view of what the concerns are, from both community and industry.
And I think go ahead, Georgette.
Yeah, I just have a comment for the committee as you're engaging in this discourse with DTSC. I think it's really because the information in this management plan is so dense, as you all made reference to. I think there has to be, I'm hoping the DTSC is spending resources to make the information more engaging for the community residents to be able to participate just because of the nature of the content. It's so significant that we have to push ourselves to make it more accessible. It can't just be this technical engineer type of report where you need specialty to be able to engage. So I really want to challenge the department to make that whole process more engaging.
May I think 100%, Georgette. I think Liz and I have even offered to DTSC that we co-host the workshops with them, sort of the way we've held our workshops of the appeals or the operating plan to kind of break down the content section by section, help them understand it, and then solicit public input. As of now, I think we're still in discussions. It seems like they want to run their workshops, but again, we are reserving the right to add a workshop or create a venue in addition to what DTSC is doing. Just for full transparency, the two things we've been really pushing on are the public engagement aspect of this. And the second thing is not waiting for the next 2 years to have a plan that then has recommendations, right? The report now has a bunch of data points, and already there can be some call to action formulated based on the data. So if we've been asking them to think about the framing of, okay, this is the what, which is the data, the so what, and the now what, so that communities, the stakeholders, we can all start to maybe take some actions without waiting for this full report.
And I think to that extent, I know the plan is not due till 2025, but that's an arbitrary, that's about how long anybody thinks it might take, as opposed to rolling out elements of it as they're ready. So there's nothing that says you have to wait if you know something will work in 6 months into it or 12 months. So I think that's something to bear in mind, that and even Yana Garcia referenced that when she talked about, I hope we'll be done with that sooner than 2 years. So there's the whole thing in 2 years, or there's a rollout, or there's something sooner. So if you could keep that as an open, fluid part of the dialogue, I think it would be useful.
Yeah.
And I know that there's a communication strategy that has to be developed at DTSC around this as well. What did you want to add, Swati?
Just two things that have been part of these conversations also, and that's one of the requests that both board members have mentioned, is to make this, it's dense. It's a lot of information, a lot of scientific information, and how do we communicate that through? So that's, been communicated multiple times. Also just wanted to flag at one of the upcoming board meetings, maybe the April or the May, maybe, or June, we will have the hazardous waste management report presented for the board members at that meeting. So that'll be another opportunity for the public as well as the board members to understand this report.
Great, perfect. Okay, anything else on board reports? We're close to running out of time, and there are a couple of pieces of business that I do want to be sure we don't miss, because I want our minutes to be able to be posted. So the minutes from the last meeting, everybody's read them. Is somebody ready to move on accepting or amending the minutes so that we can be sure we get them up in a timely manner?
Sheena, we're skipping a couple of agenda items, so.
Yeah, we may be going back, but right now we're on minutes.
I'll be happy to make the motion to adopt the
Okay,
minutes.
so I have a motion from Georgette. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Are there any amendments? Do we all affirm that we read the minutes and we have a unanimous consensus to adopt the minutes as presented, and therefore they're ready to be posted? Thank you for that. And the next item I don't want to miss are items that came out of today that need to flow.
The agenda items, I'm going to recap the agenda items.
Well, she does that, doesn't she?
Swati's agenda items, which is agenda item 10, and I'm action items, which is 12. So take your
Okay.
pick.
Okay, fine. Why don't you do agenda,
No,
then
I'm
she'll
fine.
do action.
I will do that part of my report later, so.
Well, if we can get to it, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I was
yeah,
afraid
we
of.
will.
I want to
We'll-
get to
we'll
the
get to it.
actions. Okay.
Okay. A recap of action items from today's meeting. From agenda item 3, which was green action, this board will ask DTSC to respond to the 9 recommendations. We'll ask them to comment on Title VI compliance with that agreement that had been forged, and on SB 673 implementation. There is a link in how what we just discussed, the board's review and role in the upcoming DTSC hazardous waste management plan and report, and we'll come back to that through future agenda items. Agenda item 4 on permit appeals, we adopted from our posted agenda the proposed amendments and the 2 standing orders as amended and as reflected in our minutes. And we would like to bring back to the April meeting recommendations for public engagement to DTSC and a board discussion around CEQA next steps. Agenda items 8 and 10 are available online for review and comment, and have largely in addition to what our executive officer may contribute, may be continued to the next meeting on April 27th in Los Angeles. Agenda item 5, the DTSC's director's report. The director commented on the wholesale improvements to engagement in the DTSC processes, published DTSC's strategic plan refresh, which our chair has asked us to ensure we've all reviewed in detail. They're hopeful of releasing the dashboard at the next meeting. The director commented the release of the vapor intrusion guidance with the water boards, which is consistent with the Cal EPA and US EPA guidance, which is open for comment now. DTSC released the sea level rise guidance, which largely applies to remediation sites and DTSC project managers, which is consistent with the Ocean Protection Council guidance and strategies. Board member Ruiz asked at the next meeting for the director or her designee to provide an update on CVCI funding. The next RFP or request for proposals is to become better aligned with community interests. Board member Bhatia asked for an update on cumulative impacts SB 673 implementation. And we just received from the DTSC permitting director, Wayne Lorenzen, an update on the 9 to 10 upcoming permit decisions, either in comment now or forthcoming. Agenda item 7, the Exide update from Director Williams. They are revising their outreach materials, including the website, revising their engagement strategies, getting input on the contract solicitation between now and April 14th, so that they can release a new solicitation in May. They have new techniques for the front yard landscaping. They've expanded their issue tracking. There are tenant and worker issues yet to be addressed in greater detail. And they are engaged in responding to the comments which arose in our board meeting last July in Montebello. Agenda item 6 in public forum. Our chair had asked perhaps for a DTSC Zeneca update, which might fit well with our June meeting in the Bay Area. Agenda item 9, the board member reports, 3 quick things under metrics. A workshop is envisioned in conjunction with our April board meeting. There will likely be a draft report in July with the goal of a final in September. For the Environmental Justice Action Council, the team is preparing a draft for public input and is looking at structure, compensation, and representation. And we will figure out a time when the board can really delve into this. And with regard to DTSC's hazardous waste management plan, the report is due out this month for about 90 days of public comment, and then a forthcoming 2 DTSC workshops and a way that our board will engage. Those are the items I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It's always great to get that summary at the end and be reminded of what the day was in case we forgot what happened at 9 o'clock this morning. Okay, so we're close to running out of time, but we would like a report from Jessica Swan, our ombuds. Jessica, I apologize that we don't have the full 30 minutes for you, but it would be great to have a report and for everyone to know where that report is posted. So take it away.
Thank you. And Sheena, if you can confirm, I believe that the report is posted on the website currently it will be posted under upcoming meetings as this meeting is occurring, but after this, it will then go under past meetings. And that's where the ombuds report will live. But as these become more robust, this is a very short report. As these become more robust, it will be something that is on the ombuds subpage, which is accessible from the top line. So I am going to quickly go through some of these. I know we're kind of pressed for time. So overview of establishment of procedures. We are working with DTSC. We have sent them the procedures. We are now getting into an iterative process to figure and get buy-in from DTSC on the process of resolving the complaints that and inquiries that we've received. We are also working with OEIM, which is basically DTSC's IT, to create a robust database and workflow processing manager in order to really have these necessary, basically a customer relations management system in order to fully and adequately and efficiently respond to inquiries. So next slide, please. So this is just a breakdown of the inquiries we received so far. This is based on numbers in February, just the way that reports roll. The numbers will be that I present to you guys will be on somewhat of a delay, so that the numbers that you read are accurate, but also to accommodate for things like translation and ADA compliance and posting to the web and making sure folks have access to it. So you can see the regional breakdown and the breakdown of methods received. If anybody has questions on that, let me know, but I think we can move to the next slide. This breakdown, you'll see two numbers next to the header of the breakdown. The first number is the number total, and the second number is the percentage. And you'll notice that the number total doesn't match up with the 99 from the last slide. And that is because the nature of inquiries, they can cover multiple programs, multiple issues. So each, let's say one potentially has something to do with the site mitigation program and restoration program and public participation. I would tag both of those with that, and then it would show up duplicatively. So the percentages is a more accurate representation, I think. But I wanted to include both. So that's where we're at on there. We can go to the next slide. And this is a breakdown of information that I perceive to be on future reports, and I'd like to get any feedback from community or board members on what you all would like to see in the report. I really am a fan of narrative and graphic representation, so that is certainly something that we will move towards. And by we, I mean me right now. There will be a report that includes recommendation to DTSC on how to address some of the issues that we've heard throughout the day and the ongoing issues that really initiated the board. So, and also I will be providing an assessment of the Ombuds program in order to ensure that it has appropriate funding and we can do the necessary work of this program. The last slide is just the contact information, how to contact the board or how to contact the Ombuds program. Again, all of the inquiries, all of the comments received today are going to be logged and will go into the process of being addressed. I want to thank all of the community members and public members and industry and all the public who came out today and provided comments, and so that we can really work towards creating resolutions.
Thank you, Jessica. I know we haven't given this the depth of time that we would all like to have. I'm going to ask that we put ombuds up earlier on the next agenda, and that we all spend some time on that posting that you've done, so that we all better understand. We need to understand the resolutions and what's happening. So I know how hard you've been working on this since we've been meeting about it quite regularly. And I don't know if the rest of the board fully appreciate the depth of the work that has to happen to capture this, to respond to it. And once we get the report back that was promised to us by Director Williams today, it'll be really good to see how that's reflected in your online postings. So looking forward to giving this more time at a future board meeting. Thank you. Do you have a quick report or no?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a quick report from the executive officer, and then we are going to adjourn. Again, short shrift to the EO today, but next time we'll ping you for a longer report.
I'm just going to add, after my report, we are still going to take any board questions or public comments before we close everything out.
Okay.
Just in case.
Well,
yeah.
And we have a hard stop in 7 minutes in this building.
I'm going to be
So
super
that's not going to
fast,
happen.
I
but-
know.
Okay.
Okay, so real quickly, just wanted to let the board know, as I mentioned last time, we are continuing our contract with Cal Interpretation and Translation to provide interpretive services and translation services. The term will be for 1 year and for an additional $50,000. So under the EO's authority, I've approved that contract. So we're moving forward with that. Next slide, please. We are hiring, and we hope to post a position soon in the next week or two for help and support for Sheena, because she's been doing the work of, I don't know, like 5 people. So we will be posting a couple of positions, hopefully in the next week or so. So please keep a lookout on our website, and we will post that position. Lastly, I wanted to add about the upcoming board meetings. I know we've changed a few dates, we've changed a few locations. So our next board meeting will be in April in LA. We may have a May meeting. We're still trying to decide that. Our June 15th board meeting is tentatively in Sacramento, and the rest of the dates are to be determined, but a few of those likely will be somewhere in California. I also just wanted to recap the agenda items that I've heard throughout today that are going to be added to upcoming board meetings. So we have the hazardous waste management plan, which will be an agenda at a future board meeting. We also have Excite as a regular agenda item and update. And then I heard a number of workshops that have been requested. And so we're going to have to work out those dates. All of them cannot occur over the next 2 months. So we may need to push some of them out. So there's workshops for the EJAC, workshops for performance metrics, and then possibly the workshops for the hazardous waste management plan that DTSC will do. And then possibly the board may do an additional one. See, I was quick.
That was really quick, dense, but quick. Thank you for that. Are there any pressing board questions for our executive officer we could start with our stellar executive officer. Could we just get consensus on that? Okay, unanimous consent. Any questions for Swathi? And then if there's any pressing public comment to these reports.
Seeing none in person, but are there those joining us on Zoom, are there any comments in response to the Ombuds presentation and the executive officer report? I know there was a number of questions earlier about permit appeals, what the language that was changed. We will be updating our website with the revised language, and that will go up as soon as we can. As you all know, we have to make everything ADA compliant, so we can't just post it right now. But as soon as we can, we will post that revised language.
Great.
Thank you. Zoom participant with phone number ending in 5528, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Oh, Laura Rosenberger, Hyder from Fresno's Against Fracking. Is there a recording of any of these meetings, public meetings that were live? And the second thing about vapor intrusion, are they good? What subjects are included under that? Like anything with the oil industry, oil spills, or anything, and vapor intrusion from that massive.
Our meetings are on our website under past meetings. There's recordings and minutes for every meeting. I think I understood that question. The second question was
on the vapor intrusion guidance just recently issued by DTSC, and it provides guidance to their project managers who manage contaminated sites about how to take certain assumptions into play to determine if it might pose a human health risk, for example, an inhalation pathway inside a building, whether a residence or a building. So it's guidance for DTSC project managers, which is consistent with the US EPA, Cal EPA, and Water Board guidance.
So the question is that public?
Yes.
And so can we, since we're recording our minutes, can we have a link in the minutes to the vapor intrusion report so that this caller can find it on our website as well?
And also to be aware that this is a good time to review and comment.
Yes, this is the time to comment. Exactly. Anything else, Sheena?
Also, yeah, I was also concerned about Santa Susana Field Laboratory and all that pollution over there. Is there anything, what is the latest that's happening over there?
I'm sorry, caller. We're having a hard time trying to hear you clearly. You're asking about SSFL, is that correct?
Yeah. What's the latest? Did they fix like the hazards, like the sprinkler system's not working, and and something, if there was a fire or something, and all the other hazards there?
Is it possible for you to email us your questions and we will be sure to answer them that way?
Yes, that's better. I'm not really prepared for this.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think we are reaching the end of our technology.
Are there any additional comments in response to the Ombud's presentation and the EO report? Last call. Seeing none, Madam Chair.
So can we start with gratitude or end with gratitude? Thank you. I think the board has done an amazing job, and the staff, obviously. I want to thank Sheena and the entire crew. It takes a lot to put one of these meetings on, and you are much appreciated, all of you. So where are we?
And to our host.
And to our host, give a cheer. I've forgotten your name, so I'm just going to admit it. George. Let's thank George, okay? Appreciate you so much.
May I add to that? Thank you, Jeannie.
Please add all
Madam
the
Chair,
gratitude you can, because I've lost my way.
So on behalf of the board and staff, we would like to thank the Office of the Mayor, Todd Gloria, for sponsoring our use of the chambers, as well as the San Diego City Council for sharing their space. And we'd also like to thank the Office of the City Clerk staff, George Biaggi and Bruce Eaton, for their assistance leading up to today's meeting. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move. Second.
Everybody wanted to move on that one. Okay, I think we have a unanimous vote to adjourn. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.